Good afternoon. I'm calling the meeting of July 21st special meeting of the board to order by Executive Order N29-20 issued March 18th, 2020. NMUSD board meeting will be closed to the public. The public may watch the meeting by joining the Zoom webinar at https://nmus.us/9899498051775. Habrá interpretación al español a través del mismo enlace de Zoom. This special meeting will begin at 4 o'clock. Rosie, would you please call a roll call?
Trustee Floor?
Here.
Trustee Yelsey?
Here.
Trustee Black?
Here.
Trustee Barto?
Here.
Trustee Anderson?
Here.
Trustee Snow?
Here.
Trustee Matoye?
Here.
Mr. Lee-Sung?
Here.
Terrific, thank you. We have community input. May I have adoption? Item number 4 is adoption of the agenda.
Move adoption.
Second.
Trustee Black moved. Trustee Yelsey seconded. Roll call, please.
Trustee Floor?
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey?
Yes.
Trustee Black?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Snow?
Yes.
Trustee Matoye?
Yes.
Mr. Lee-Sung? Sorry.
Are you here, Mr. Lee-Sung?
That
I'm here, but I don't vote for adoption of agenda.
Oh, that, okay.
I think she was testing me on that one.
Okay. Okay, moving forward, just want to remind everybody that per the Brown Act, special meetings only have public comment on agendized items only. Any other topics submitted are not on the agenda, have been deleted. However, the board does receive all of the comments. I also want to take this opportunity to tell the public that we received well over 200 comments today. Many of them, the majority of them were on item number 9A regarding the reopening of schools, the secondary model. Because of that, today will be the last day. We are actually reading, but if you just simply do the math, at over 200 at 3 minutes apiece, that would be well over 10.5 hours. At 2 minutes apiece, it would be 6.5 hours. And at 1 minute, it would be well over 3 hours. So what we are doing is we are doing what we did last time, which is I have asked and staff has provided 4 wonderful human beings and staff members. They will commence reading once we go into closed session, and they will read as many as they can within that 2 hours. At the end of that 2 hours, they will stop at 5:45. We will reconvene out of closed session. We will read 10 of the items, giving them the 20-minute, which is per board policy. I do want to remind everyone that in the future, we will have to go back to the board policy, which is limiting the amount of time. I will ask the board to go to 30 minutes of comments per agenda item, but we're going to have to go back to that. All of the comments, we will receive all of the comments. We're just not going to be in a position to read every single person's comments aloud, and I apologize for that. If you want to have all the comments, you will need to submit a public information request, and we can provide those to you if you follow that procedure. We have no problems with that. Again, we apologize. I will take a moment to tell you that this meeting, we have increased the number of participants to 3,000. We have gone to that level, so hopefully no one will be kicked out of the opportunity to participate and hear it. We will still be posting everything on our YouTube channel, but we will also comply with the ADA requirements and have that done as soon as possible. So with that, we do have a comment. So Ms. Black, would you please, Trustee Black, would you please the public comments on the closed session item?
Sure. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board regarding items on special meeting agenda only via electronically submitted comments. Each speaker has 3 minutes of comment, read time, and per board policy 9323. There is a maximum of 20 minutes of comments per topic. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comment, depending on the topic and the number of persons submitting comments. All comments are recorded in full on the meeting video record.
Okay, I don't have my copy open at this point in time. I've been having some issues. So could anybody read that public comment before we go into public comment?
I can.
Good, thank you.
The comment is from Wendy Lease. Got it. The community is aware of Dr. Navarro's retirement. The community, i.e. taxpayers, cares greatly about the selection of the new superintendent. When Mac Byrne left NMUSD, an extensive search was done by the board, and it took many months to find Rob Barbeau and Chico. My point is that the board should not be hasty in time of confusion with COVID when important decisions need to be made for students. The person you appoint as interim superintendent must be the face of the district and communicate daily, if necessary, with the community. It is not just parents who are concerned for our Newport-Mesa children, everyone is concerned. If you can't find a person who is willing to talk to the media, do Facebook or Instagram town halls, then you need to look outside the district. We are tired of the lack of communication in the greater Newport-Mesa community, and your failure to figure out how to make this a live comment is a great example of not wanting the community involved in important matters of Newport-Mesa Unified School District, paid for with our tax dollars, now more precious than ever.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, with that, we will move into.
Wait. Trustee,
Who has questions?
Sorry, Miss Anderson.
I put my hand up in the chat, but I thought that we were going to be having a subcommittee to discuss how we would be moving forward with public comment before the August 4th meeting. So I think we should clarify that we're in the process of doing that instead of just reverting back to what we have done in the past.
We will, Ashley, but at this point in time, Trustee Anderson, we will. But in light of the fact that we continue to increase the numbers, I felt that we only had this up. There's no way that we can in future, if we continue to receive well over 120, there's no way that we will be able to accommodate those readings unless we want our board meetings to go until 6 o'clock, till 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock at night before any discussion action items are taken up. Because
well, that's not what I'm saying. So the subcommittee was going to,
exactly.
my understanding was to realize what best practices are, like how do city governments do it? How do school boards in large places like New York or San Francisco, how there are different ways when there are a lot of comments. So my understanding was we were going to figure out if there was a better way for meetings when we are getting a lot of comments.
And I'm not disagreeing, but Ashley, and that's why we're doing what we did today. We will have the meeting, but right now we have to, if we have time within the next 2 weeks to get this taken care of, we can do that. But right now we had to make a decision because we had over 200 and how many, Rosie? 200 and how many?
Right.
135.
I'm just saying it because we are going to continue to have a lot. We need to rethink what we're doing, not necessarily just this way or the way we did it in the past.
I'm on the subcommittee and I agree. So we'll just get together with the president. She appointed us, so we'll do that. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Trustee
And we'll
Black.
make sure that we also having at the meeting one of our attorneys to also advise us in terms of laws and regulations regarding public communications, as well as Annette, who will be part of that committee because of the ADA compliance and making sure that we're in compliance.
That's great. Thank you.
Moving on, so,
President Fleur?
yes, ma'am. Yes,
I
sir.
just want to make sure that we give direction to our readers. You may have said it and I might have missed it, but
2 minutes.
length of each 2 minutes. Okay.
2 minutes each topic, and they will convene once we go into closed session. They will start reading and we'll finish reading at 5:45, which gives them time to get set up, to get ready for coming into the board meeting, and their staff that has to do that, including Rosie. So with that,
I just question.
oh, sorry, Ms. Snell.
I just want to confirm that the comments as they are read are in order of receiving.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. They are in order of receipt. We have the first 10 that we will be reading. Okay, so we are moving into closed session. Item 6A is threat to public services or facilities, Government Code Section 54957, parentheses A, consultation with agency counsel. And item 6B, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 and Education Code Section 44954B. And I don't believe there will be a readout. Is that correct, Mr. Lee-Sung? Okay, perfect.
Correct.
All right, so we will convene into closed session, and I'll see you all in there. Thank you.
Okay, so Bob, is it possible to get the clock, the timer up on the screen? Okay, and just to run through, I have Sharon, Sarah, Katie, Veronica in that order. Sharon, whenever you're ready, I will keep track of the 15 minutes and let you
Okay.
guys know when that time is up.
Okay. Comment from Elizabeth. Hello, Newport-Mesa Unified School District Board. I am not in support of approving the instructional model for reopening of secondary schools for the 2020-21 school year, and I hope you will vote no on this agenda item 9A. We need to do better for our children's education. It has been shown that students, on average, lost between 25 and 30% of their school year learning over the summer. I am concerned about these summer learning gap statistics, and with this model, we could see the same learning gaps and lasting consequences they will have on our kids. I urge you all to not approve this instructional model for reopening the secondary schools for the 2020-21 school year. Thank you, Elizabeth. Comment from Katie Holtz. How does this plan apply to Tewinkle and Ensign, which has a 6-period traditional schedule and not an 8-period block? Will our class periods be longer since students take less courses? Would love more time with them. We teach 5-6 classes, which means we will not have time to prep for an in-class or online material in one of the semesters. When will we prep for our classes during the semester where we teach all 3 classes out of 3 classes? Do we get Wednesday prep/PD days like our elementary and early college colleagues? ECHS is on Friday. Is this equitable if we don't have adequate prep time? Will classroom teachers be required to create their online content? Equity issues, more time consuming beyond completing in-class content and monitoring, grading work that has been completed and reaching out at risk students/parents? Or will we be able to use the district's online learning platform for the meaningful online instruction piece? Who cleans the rooms in the 5-minute passing periods, lunch breaks, after school? Will we see OSHA certified if teachers have to clean them? How do we connect with students if we have to kick them out the door to clean the room? How do we reset the next class in under 5 minutes time if we, the teachers, clean the rooms? Comment from Lucy Galvin. Thank you for all your work you've done. You've been doing for students, teachers, and staff in this complicated situation. You are appreciated. In level 2's 4x4 plan, if students were to have a fall AP course, or 2, 3, or 4 of them, would they be able to take the AP exam for it/them in December? Could our district arrange the College Board for that online? Comment from Jennifer Schulman. I am opposed to the 4x4 model. This is a huge setback for our children's learning. Spending 3.5 months on a subject and then shutting it down for the next 8.5 months does not promote ongoing learning. Every child needs to grow intellectually in every subject. We see how children regress during summer, and you're proposing tripling that time frame. As educators, how do you not see the huge mistake in this type of scheduling, particularly after the lack of quality education our children had the last 3 months of the past school year? You're doing a great disservice to our children. Comment from Shelley Hollander. The AP classes should be offered throughout the year. The idea of condense an advanced level class with 1 semester that typically would be taken over the course of a school year is extreme. Also, if the student doesn't take the AP exam until May, but finishes the study of the subject in December, it leaves a gap of 5 months. This would result in undue stress on the student having to relearn and review before the AP exam and not performing as well on the test possibly. Also, with the virtual school being offered, will the virtual school be offering AP classes? If they are not offering AP classes, you give the advanced students no option to learn virtually if that is their level of study. In regards to elective classes like Trident TB, how will that be handled if the student is enrolled in virtual school? Will it be offered in the 4x4 model during the entire school year or only 1 semester? Finally, I think it's important to get a list of teachers who will be teaching the subjects at the student's home school, CDM for my student, and who will be teaching the virtual school. I would like full disclosure on teachers at each option, virtual versus CDM, to make the best decision for my child and our family. Comment from Mark. The hybrid model, like the rushed changes to the grade scale, do not make any accommodations for AP courses. Seeing so little of our students will not work. We need to begin all online and reevaluation when it's safe to return to school. Likewise, we need to return to the prior traditional grading scale for the 2021 school year. Comment from Lisa Casey. Subjects like math and language build on consistency, exposure, and kids will suffer if there is a 7-month gap between courses. This is obvious for what parents see every summer when our kids aren't in school and return in the fall. This might work for history or science, but certainly math and language should not be treated in this way. The same logic is used when the 7th grade advanced math teacher gave the kids summer packets to continue their learning so they will be ready on day 1 of 8th grade. It is completely messed up that all AP courses for high school students would move fully online. Why are you intending to punish students who are pursuing advanced placement courses? Is it clear from the district's grading system adopted last year in distant learning that you do not feel like online learning is as effective as in-person learning, hence lowering the format to ensure everyone passes? Please listen to your constituents and recognize that we are informed parents who understand how our children learn best. Comment from Aaron Topping. Will you please explain specifically what you found so deeply lacking in our previous schedule model that you truly believe this model will be better for students? What really sold you? This really seems to be coming out of nowhere, and I'd like some reassurance if you can spare it. My fear is that in compressing our year-long curriculum into a semester cuts into the very benefits you're currently touting: deeper relationships with students and more depth in curriculum. The way to develop relationships with students and the way they are developing as people over the year seems bound to be stunted by the time limit and breadth of knowledge required, even for only 3 classes. Do you foresee any problems with retention if a student stops practicing first semester skill consistently and has 9 months until that skill is required again? On a practical note, our students take final exams at the close of each semester. Will those assessments be a standardized schedule, midterm or finals week, or will that become a site-based decision? Our semesters no longer have equal instructional time. How will that inequity be addressed? What impact does this schedule have for AP IB classes that hold standardized spring exams? What about standardized exams like the SBAC that take huge swaths of time out of the spring semester? Finally, is this a temporary status, or is the 4x4 block our schedule in perpetuity now? Thank you for your time. Comment from Leslie Meserve. The 4x4 model, which allows 8 months of gap for math and language, is unacceptable. For other subjects, this model may work, but not for math and language. Please find another way for students to continue learning these subjects throughout the year. Comment from Laura. AP courses are not conducive to this 4x4 schedule. We cannot adequately prepare students for AP exams with this plan. There is no reason to change from the schedule we currently have. This new schedule makes learning and teaching far more difficult, doesn't adequately prepare students, and does not mitigate the issues posed by COVID. In fact, the 4x4 proposal further complicates the issue. In addition to just being a poor teaching model, it comes far too late in the game for teachers to scramble to figure out how to even make it work, since we return to work in a couple of weeks. No teacher currently has pacing guides for this model. With COVID cases rising and possible school closures, this is too many changes to throw at teachers and students. This will raise everyone's stress and anxiety levels. Moreover, AP teachers will have to meet outside of class with their first semester classes throughout second semester in order to keep the material fresh so they even have a chance at passing the AP exam. That's an unnecessary burden and stress on teachers and students. Having a whole set of spring classes while simultaneously having to review and study material for fall AP courses will be grossly overwhelming. Adding that sports will possibly resume in winter will completely drown students. How will that additional review time this proposal will require to teachers be compensated? There is no mention of that in the proposal, and there is no means for students to be prepared for AP exams without this outside of the class time, which would require compensation. How is this 4x4 a reasonable change with everything else going on? NMUSD wanted all high schools to go back to block schedule, which we did, and now they want to force a year's worth of material into a semester. This is not reasonable. Our energies need to focus on making distance learning. Comment from Kristen Anglade. My question is, if the students were going to do a 4x4 model, how will they affect the students who do drama or choir, which are better to be taught all year? Are just the academic classes going to be on a 4x4 and the arts be all year? This to me does not make sense. I think it will do more harm to students than help. So they will just be taught English or math, etc. half the year. This will lose some of what they learn before the next year. Comment by J. Robert Meserve. The explanation of level 2, 4x4 needs a lot more detail. Will core classes / subjects, i.e. math and English, be taught all year long? If not, this 4x4 model does not work. A student cannot take 8 months, somewhere on both ends, off from math and English and hope to start back in the same place. This sounds fine for electives, but most of those were only a semester to begin with. Also, will the classes be longer? The description in the handout sounds like it will just be less teaching, whether in person or online. Quote unquote, independent learning is not why we have school and teachers. Students that actually progress with independent learning will still be tethered to those that don't. I literally read this as we were going to teach the students half as much. The board needs to either let the public understand how this is really going to work or digest the information before voting. Our kids suffered last semester's failure to distant learning, so we need to make sure that it doesn't happen again. You have a duty to do what's best for the kids, not making life easier for the staff and faculty. Thank you for your consideration. Comment by Maria Teiser. Regarding instructional model for reopening secondary school for the 2020/21 school year. As a parent, the health and safety of my children, as well as anyone they come in contact with, including all their amazing teachers and school staff, is my #1 concern for this school year. Once safe to return in school classes, I expect common sense standards in social distancing, wearing masks, providing sanitation stations throughout the school. Online classes worked well for my kids, 8th and 10th graders in the spring, but it is important to have a model that will be realistic for teachers and students to follow once we transition back to in-school classes. The proposed model for high school might be great for some classes, but raise question marks regarding AP classes taken in the fall semester when the test wouldn't be taken until several months later in May. This model would also pose a problem for any student who will move in or out of our district. The decision on the instructional model should be heavily weighed by feedback from the teachers at the middle school or high schools in the district. Comment from Marcia Ball. I am a teacher in the district and I would like to know what teachers of AP classes, special education, and electives like ASB or yearbook would be able to sustain this 4x4 format. My AP class is not built for one semester, nor are my year-round publication classes. These details must be clarified. In addition, if we return to school fully online in the fall, will teachers have access their classrooms at all the teaching purposes, or will the necessary digital connection and devices necessary be provided to them at home? Comment from Tara Afshar. The idea of doing half of the classes in one semester and the other half in the next is the single most idiotic thing I've ever heard. For those who have AP classes, it is impossible to fit a whole curriculum in one semester, especially after this past year when we missed only a month and a half of school. We couldn't fit the rest of the curriculum. Even if we could somehow condense the AP classes into a semester, we would be severely disadvantaged when it came to the AP test. Also, if we had all of our AP courses in one semester, it would be extremely stressful for students. And if you didn't have AP classes in the same semester, then students would have to hold on to their knowledge from their class and keep studying from that class for months before the AP exam. Please genuinely think before coming to a conclusion that will affect our school to this extent.
Sharon, your time is up. Sarah, whenever you're ready.
Comment Pierce Hemphill. I believe this idea for a schedule would be a major detriment to the majority of the student body. It will serve as a detriment for those taking AP classes, as either some will be at a disadvantage by having less time to study in the second semester and or overworked by having all of their AP courses in the first semester, depending on course of action. As well, many classes offered to the student body, such as student government, band, and art classes, either need the full year to work, such as planning events on student government or turnaround time on ceramics projects, or aren't beneficial, only being offered for a portion of the year. Comment Lauren Dickinson. As a AP student at CDM who is planning to take 4 AP classes next year, I feel this plan will hurt more than it will help. Either semester teaching will be rushed and we will be at a disadvantage to other students in the nation. I understand the reasoning behind the plan, although I do not see enough confidence or safety in it for it to be worth practically self-studying in May. Comment Andrea Parks. I am concerned about the 4x4 model. I would prefer to see a block schedule consistent with the 2019-2020 block schedule with shorter blocks, as it would allow the students to retain more of what they are learning rather than having an 8-month break between. Imagine trying to learn a language or math that builds on itself with 8-month breaks, or trying to learn all that is needed for an AP class in a condensed time frame and then retaining it all until the test. Comment Gordon Wangless. I have reviewed the 4x4 plan and am concerned with two major deficiencies. First, the plan does not align with the national testing schedules for AP and IB classes. For example, students taking AP Calculus in fall will finish instruction and have to wait months until the AP test. The situation is just a bad for student taking a class in spring. There is not enough instruction time to learn the subject before testing in mid-May. The second deficiency is the lack of continuity from class to class. Now, in addition to summer vacation, a student will have to go all fall or spring without instruction in a subject. Take the example of a foreign language class given in fall. For the 4x4 schedule, a student will go 8 months before the next language class. Clearly, this does not work. Please reconsider this plan. Comment, Gianna Droz. By creating a schedule that divides the year, AP students are set up for failure. Too much material will be covered over a short period of time for any retention. If students have an AP class at the beginning of the year, it is unlikely that the student will remember any information by the time of the AP exam. Comment, Jessica Means. As a student taking 6 AP classes this fall, I feel that level 2 of the reopening plan is deeply flawed. If we only have 3 to 4 classes each semester, our AP exam courses will be in jeopardy since the AP exam is in May. If we stop learning the fall subjects in December, we will have to relearn everything from that semester in April or May. Even if a refresher course is offered, a couple of weeks of review are no substitute for the 9 months of learning we have received regularly. This plan is also harmful to anyone taking a course that requires building upon prior knowledge, for example, a world language or math course. Studies have shown that to be fluent in a language, students should practice every day. If students only take a language for 1 semester of the year, they will either become rusty with their skills or feel pressured to teach themselves the material at home. Either way, this would render the single semester learning period futile. This would additionally apply to the several other courses, not just languages. Ultimately, if the level 2 4x4 plan is not revised, students will have to teach themselves or face the consequences of an incomplete education. Comment, Julia McMillan Edwards. The school board's goal in developing alternative education plans for all grades is to keep students safe and to mitigate learning losses. The 4x4 plan is problematic for so many reasons, but mainly because it exacerbates learning losses. Example 1. A student takes their math and science classes first semester. The same child won't be exposed to math or science again until the next school year. Major learning loss. Example 2. A student takes their AP classes first semester and the AP test isn't offered until May, or a student takes their AP classes second semester and doesn't finish the material in time to review and study for the May test. Major learning loss. Example 3. A student gets sick and misses a week of school. That's equivalent to missing a month or more of instructional time under the 4x4 plan. Major learning loss. Example 4, a teacher gets sick and misses a week or more of school. A qualified substitute can't be found and the student loses out on a month or more of instructional time. Major learning losses. Other issues. 1, students and teachers have finite attention spans. Advanced, honors, enhanced, and AP classes are already taught on a very accelerated schedule. The 4x4 plan is talking about doubling the pace. This is not attainable or sustainable for teachers or students. How does the 4x4 program dovetail with the virtual academy? It seems like it does not. Parents are assured we could switch from the virtual academy to in-person second semester. 3, what about students who have to transfer in or out of our district due to parental relocation or other reasons? There's absolutely no learning continuity for surrounding districts, states, charter schools, homeschools, or private schools. This is a major disservice to all students and parents and will produce major learning losses for students who have to move. Comment, Christy Wynn. I have 2 children at CDM, one a 7th grader and one a 9th grader. I am against the new proposal of the 4x4 method for the school year. I don't think kids will retain any information and subjects to carry over the following school year, math or foreign language, if they have that course in the fall. Going back to a subject 7 months later will leave teachers no option but to start all over with the previous year. Also, what if students are not quick learners? How will they keep up? There isn't much time for them to catch up if they do poorly on an exam because they are racing through the next unit. This sounds like trying to cram for a college exam. We know some can pull it off, but most cannot. I would much rather see you use the fields to have outdoor classes under tents. Our weather permits pretty well year round, and being outdoors can also help with social distancing. There has to be a better option than 4x4. Thank you. Comment, Konstantina Polycropoulos. I teach AP statistics at CDMHS. I have been a teacher for 20 years and recognize that these are unprecedented times and difficult decisions must be made. I'm afraid that the 4x4 model will shortchange the AP community. Essentially, students, regardless of learning disabilities, who have to learn a college class in a semester instead of a year. So my first group of students would see me August through December. The AP exam is in May. So the next group would be shortchanged 1 month of instruction. This would be detrimental to what is best for the kids. Students in low socioeconomic situations would have the right tools to pass the exam and in turn hindering their availability to higher education. Comment, Sean Edwards. My comments today are specific to the limited course and elective offerings through the NMUSD Virtual Learning Academy and the apparent disconnect between the year-long instructional framework of the Virtual Academy and the proposed semester instructional framework of the in-person distance learning option. Parents were guaranteed during the July 14th board meeting that any student who wishes to transfer between the Virtual Academy and their homeschool is free and guaranteed an opportunity to do so at the semester break. If these two educational options operate on conflicting instructional platforms, how is this supposed to happen? Will students be allowed to transfer? I would like to send my kids safely back to school. My family is not in that position. I have 2 children with health issues that prevent them from safely attending school in person for the foreseeable future, and my wife suffers from multiple immune disorders that put her at a high risk of being infected. The answer for these students and their families is a virtual learning option. The Virtual Academy online option being offered by NMUSD to students who can't return to school for health reasons is pathetic and embarrassing, not to mention illegal and discriminatory. No IB, no AP, no honors, enhanced or advanced classes are being offered, and the electives are very limited. I ask each and every one of you, what are honors, IB, and AP students who can't safely return to school supposed to do? My 10th grade and 12th grade students have worked very hard their entire academic careers and have the right to continue their education at the level previously pursued. They should not be forced to take basic A through G courses simply because they are unable to return to school in person. The Virtual Academy must include access to honors, enhanced, IB, and AP classes and access to a wide variety of electives. Governor Newsom further reinforced the importance of comments, Jennifer Campbell. As a veteran math teacher at CDM, I have some issues with the proposed 3-level plan for secondary. First, the 4x4 block proposal seems inappropriate for younger students, 7th through 10th, who need consistent practice with mathematical concepts. Having math classes only first or second semester with a semester off in addition to 2 months of summer means a student could feasibly go 6 to 8 months without any math exposure. I can't even begin to imagine how difficult it would be for a young student to try and pick up the next academic year without extensive review. Kids forget things when they don't consistently practice. Second, the 4x4 whole year in a semester approach will require an unprecedented amount of preparation by teachers. You are asking for 5 90-minute lessons per prep each week, and students can't fall behind at all, missing a week due to illness, travel, etc. Will now be like missing two 2 weeks, which could be an entire unit of study. The pace of each class will be double what it usually is. I think these burdens are too great for teachers, students, and their parents who may be assisting at home. Third, the level 2 schedule is similar to our current Monday late start schedule with 40-minute classes. These days are never long enough to deeply explore a topic or assess in a meaningful way. At CDM, we have experience with 40-minute class periods, and they just are not enough time to have them every day. Perhaps an AM/PM block, e.g. periods 1 and 3 one day, periods 5 and 7 the next, or even just AB cohort days, 1, 3, 5, 7 for A one day, same for B the next. Also, if I'm teaching 40-minute classes all day long, how am I also preparing 40-minute online lessons for kids to do each day at home while I'm teaching the opposite cohort? Comment, Cami Wilson. I am deeply concerned about courses like math and foreign language being taught for only half of the year in the secondary school level 2 4x4 model. These types of subjects build upon each lesson and require constant practice and reinforcement. Taking too long of a break will almost entirely negate whatever is learning previously. I also wonder how you plan to accommodate the AP and IB students. If they take these courses in the fall, the material won't be fresh come exam time. Students who take those courses in the spring won't be prepared in time for the exam. Have you thought through those scenarios? If so, how does the 4x4 address those valid concerns? Comment, Rebecca. Thank you for your time. The limited information instructional model as presented raises all kinds of questions for how our students will benefit with this change. It only seems to highlight all of the potential drawbacks. These include, but are not limited to the following. 1, if a student is ill or for a day or 2 or a week, they will miss twice as much curriculum that is taught under a normal model. Depending on the time in which the student is sick, they will likely struggle with maintaining a good grade. 2, if an AP course is taken in the fall, what type of review is provided to them come test time in May? 3, if an AP course is taken in the spring, how does all the curriculum get taught prior to the test? 4, how would a student taking a foreign language in the fall retain what has been learned for almost a year before it is used again? 5, will teachers realistically be able to fill a block of teaching with curriculum? What will the biggest struggle with the transition? That was the biggest struggle with the transition in March. There was little teaching actually done. 6, what happens if a child has to move to a district that does not follow this model? I appreciate everything that has been invested in identifying a possible solution, but this one seems to have meant too many issues in these uncertain times. Comment, Andrew Ball. I am grateful to see the district working to determine how best to maintain safely student engagement and quality instruction during what will be an abnormal and difficult year. However, from the perspective of a performing arts teacher, the 4x4 model undermines the very principles of education the board proposes it addresses. First, quality instruction. Teachers all dread the summer lull, the drop in knowledge and ability that it takes in students between when they are let out of summer and when they return in the fall, especially for skill-based classes such as foreign languages, mathematics, or the arts, where scientific studies have looted the success of consistent ongoing practice. The damage of 2.5 month break requires several weeks of instruction to reverse. Now imagine a break in practice 5 months longer than that. How much of a developing skill can be lost in over half a year of inactivity? How is that quality instruction? Next, safety and student engagement. There's been a great deal of focus on the physical safety of students as well there should be. However, I see little conversation being had about the mental safety of our students. As a choir teacher, the musicianship and performance technique I teach only scratch the surface of the service choir provides our students. The community we have built supports our students emotionally and mentally. During our distance learning in the spring, I consistently had students stay in my Zoom classroom after or before class, because even virtually the presence of their choir teacher and class provided support and stability when they found little of it elsewhere. The same is true across all manner of classes where students come to be a part of a community: drama, dance, band, orchestra.
And Sarah, your time is up. Katie, whenever you're ready.
Comment from Joseph Diaquino. Fully understanding we are not in school as usual setting for 2021, within the suggested schedule of 4 classes a semester, will the student earn 10 credits for successfully completing the full semester, or will the students earn 5 credits at the midterm and another 5 credits after the final? Although the governor has sidelined athletics until December at the earliest, will the theater departments be able to access their main stages as long as we comply with social distancing? Much like a classroom, the theater is our lab or class, and it is very much an element of our teaching. If it has not been discussed, on behalf of the 6 district theater instructors, I am asking that we be a part of that future discussion toward the safe use of our district theaters in the 2021 academic year. Comment from Walker Charles. Amidst these regulations and pressures, why are we not reducing the required number of PE credits needed for secondary students to graduate? It seems ridiculous to continue forcing that subject if we are faced with Model 2 or 3. In one, it unnecessarily increases risk of transmission, and in the other, it is entirely ineffective. I am a secondary student and have already experienced the joke that is distance learning PE. I urge the district to take a hard look at the PE requirement. That should be one less class we all need to deal with. I'm sure the PE teachers may not be keen to the idea, but perhaps they could teach an impacted subject, function as an aid, or be used in another capacity until we return to level 1. Comment from Bridget C. and Franny. While I appreciate the seemingly impossible situation faced by NMUSD in schools across the world, I find tremendous issue with a plan that squeezes courses into a semester-long increments. Whether students are particularly strong, average, or struggling math students, none of them should receive no math instruction from December 17th, 2020 through mid-August 2021. That is not educationally sound in AP Calc BC or in any other basic math class in middle or high school. I see the same issues for foreign languages and science classes as well, but it seems like math classes will be the hardest hit if this plan is accepted. Please keep searching for alternate solutions. I know some people are hoping for a return to the original NMUSD schedule starting after Labor Day. I am generally very much in favor of the collegiate calendar, but it also seems this would be an ideal year to get 2 extra weeks to get our OC numbers improved, remove ourselves from the monitoring list, and maybe get to a hybrid plan sooner rather than later. Regardless, we are grateful for your efforts and respectfully request that you do not approve the 4x4 model for secondary schools. Comment from Jana Kalinowski. What will the high schools do to prepare the fall AP students that complete a course in December but then won't have exams until May? Would you provide a weekly review as the exams approach for December students? The schools should legally be giving some sort of preparation due to the 4-month lapse between subject and exam. Will there be enough time for students to be prepared in the May exams when they begin learning in January? This is the most concerning part of the 4x4 model. Seniors will have enough changes with the admissions process that a student trying to get into a selective school with a heavy AP/IB load may now be at a disadvantage with this model. How do you think colleges will interpret transcripts from seniors when they won't have a full schedule or show that they aren't taking all core subjects in the fall semester? Will counselors be adding a letter of explanation to let colleges know what our school district decided to do in order to cope with the pandemic? I understand that we will be receiving the same amount of units, but will students get 1 grade per subject when they usually receive 2 per school year? It seems that it may make some classes harder when trying to achieve higher grades, all while learning remotely and without any normal life activities in or outside of school. Comment from Steve Wilson. In the Level 2 secondary model, it reads, the 4x4 model structure would be maintained for the entire 2020-21 school year and can be transitioned to in-person 100% Level 1 or distance learning 100% Level 3 during the year as conditions change. Please clarify how that transition would work, or confirm that we would be stuck with 4 classes each semester until the end of the school year. How do you plan to cram a full year of math and foreign language into a single semester? Not too long ago, recall the enhanced math curriculum being criticized for doing just this. Now it's okay. Kids can learn the material at an accelerated rate if it suits the board's needs. And how on earth are kids taking AP courses going to digest so much so fast and complete all the extra work that comes with those courses? I think you need to go back to the drawing board. Comment from Rosemary Nunn. I have 2 children, a rising sophomore and senior at CDM. I am concerned with the 4x4 model for the following reasons. 1, many students learn by slow repetition over a long period of time. Cramming 9 months of material into 4 means these kids will necessarily miss concepts, resulting in a Swiss cheese grasp of the course, and then won't see it again for 9 months. 2, there will be a huge gap in time between finishing a course in December and resuming it the following August. Much information will be lost, as currently occurs during the summer months, and parents will be forced to hire tutors to fill the gap. 3, if a child contracts COVID or another serious illness and misses 2+ weeks of school, it will significantly impact their course knowledge. Over 9 months, 2 weeks is minimal, but in a compressed schedule, significant teaching will be missed, forcing parents to fill the gap with children recovering from illness. 4, AP classes are significantly harder than normal classes. AP tests are in May. Will all AP classes occur in the spring? That would unfairly impact those kids because they will have all their tough classes taught on an accelerated schedule in the spring. What if a child registers for more than 4 APs? If AP classes are held in the fall, how will those students retain the information for the May tests? Why add this stress to the students? Learning a much harder class in a short time frame and then having to retain all the information over another 5 months while learning other topics is inequitable. 5, it will unfairly impact our kids if some learn a subject in the fall and others learn it in person in the spring. Learning online was a hard fail. Those kids will fall even farther behind in those subjects. With year-long classes, when schools resume in person, all children will benefit from the better learning and hopefully fill in gaps across all subjects, not just those being taught that semester. 6, what about children who transferred to from a traditional school? Our school finally consolidate. Comment from Jennifer. As a parent of a rising senior, I am extremely concerned at the suggestion of having this year be a 4x4 model. Not only did the end of his junior year unequivocally not prepare him for college applications and the rigors of the upcoming AP classes, but this model would certainly put him and all his classmates behind the rest of the country. There is no benefit whatsoever in having less educational hours for subjects such as math. As our school, our children have committed to setting them up for success. As we know, our start to this year is certainly to be online. Why add more challenges to those that are ending their high school career in already very challenging times? How can you teach a class like AP Calculus, already an extremely difficult class to complete in a full year, in half the time and expect them to retain the information for testing in May? Please do not accept this model. We will absolutely alter ICE school for our senior, which is the worst possible thing to do to a child ending high school, if this model is put into place. Comment from Nancy Goodall. It is utterly insane to propose a 4x4 class schedule for high school students. I strongly oppose such an idea. I thought the goal was to prevent learning losses. If a student takes math in the fall, she won't take another math class until the following fall. That seems to be encouraging learning loss. How on earth would any AP honors or enhanced curriculum student learn what is needed in 4 months? Fall AP classes would be forced to relearn material for a May test or for a spring AP class, year-long material taught in 3.5 months. What happens when inevitably a teacher or student gets sick and misses class? Major stress and learning loss. Last spring's traditional schedules at 100% distance learning were mostly a failure, but sounds fantastic compared to this ridiculous 4x4 nonsense. Comment from John Brazelton. As a Newport-Mesa teacher of 25 years, teaching science at Newport Harbor, and an NMUSD father to 2 daughters, one Newport Harbor High School class of 2017, one entering her sophomore year at Newport Harbor High School. I strongly encourage all board members to support the proposed 4x4 model for 7th to 12th grade. I witnessed firsthand, both as a teacher and parent, how challenging distance learning was for students last spring. One of the primary sources of difficulty and anxiety was the students needing to independently manage the demands of 6 different classes without having the physical structure of attending a brick and mortar school to keep them on track. Reducing the typical course load to only 3 subjects should make distance learning much more easily tamed by our students. When I informed my sophomore-to-be about her only needing to keep track of 3 classes, she smiled and said, "That will be so much better." When we first moved to distance learning in March, we had the advantage of already having had months of face-to-face relationship building with our students. With the 4x4 model, teachers will only have half the student load with double the interaction time. This should allow us to make better personal connections with our students, which will be challenging already as we meet our students on August 24th via Zoom. When we do eventually transition to level 2 hybrid, I encourage the board to consider the latest scientific data regarding COVID infections in children. Older children spread COVID just as much as adults. Linked to a New York Times article. Long-term consequences of COVID exposure in children and adults is poorly understood, but early data suggests many health issues. Linked to an article. Comment from Tamku Tonu. The 4x4 model seems to assume that we will not be able to return to 100% in-person learning this academic year. Sadly, this may be the case, but please address what would happen if conditions improve dramatically by the end of the first semester. Will 100% distance learning Schoology adopt the 4x4 model? We've been told that if we choose Schoology, we must commit for a maximum of 1 semester. In order for this to work for my Costa Mesa Middle School student, Schoology would need to operate on the 4x4 model. But for my early college high school student, Schoology would need to have a traditional schedule to allow him to transition after a semester. Either way, it seems like Schoology might be a full year commitment for one of my kids. Please provide more information about Schoology ASAP. You will ask parents to make a choice soon, and in order to make an informed choice, we will need to understand what this choice will entail, e.g., will there be something equivalent to ASB? Will enhanced classes be offered? What electives will be offered? How many hours of synchronous learning will be offered? You are essentially establishing a K-12 virtual school with very little time to plan, and parents need to have more information that has been provided to date. I need to decide whether I think it is safe for my children to physically attend school, but I also need to understand whether Schoology will offer a level of education that is comparable to what will be offered at their current schools. I would posit that if the answer is no, you should not be offering this option at all. You seem to be asking us to take it on faith that our children will not be disadvantaged if we choose Schoology, but please provide more facts. This option was approved on June 23rd, giving you essentially 2 months to plan and execute. You are almost halfway through this allotted time. Do you have any information you can share with parents? The choice does not seem to be on the table, but I would like the option to enroll my students in their current school with classes structured in such a way that they could be live streamed to students who choose to learn at home. Comment from Jenny Hagman. I am concerned as a parent of an entering 7th grader and a teacher with your idea of having a 4x4 model next year. I feel it is not in our students' best interest to cram an entire year of learning into 4 months and expect retention of material, especially in the core subjects of math and language arts. It may be acceptable to add their content subjects by semester. However, I feel they should have a complete year of both math and language arts in all grade levels. Our students are already coming into the next grade level, potentially not having covered all standards from the previous year and being asked to complete an entire year in a few months. Where does that leave them entering the following year? Consistency is key here. Kids learn from doing and exposure, not cramming and memorizing. After all, practice makes perfect. I suggest the model be further analyzed to integrate both core subjects, math and language arts, for the entire school year.
Katie, your time is up. Thank you. Veronica, whenever you're ready.
Comment from Lisa Christopher. Although I appreciate the efforts of the school board, the 4x4 plan is problematic in several areas. Number one, continuity exposure. If a child takes a class, science, first semester, that same child will not be exposed to science again until the next school year. This presents a significant learning loss. Engage learning outside of the AM-PM cohort. I am hard-pressed to believe that the PM cohort students will get up early to study before school, and AM cohort students will rush home after school to engage in meaningful learning. This scenario is entirely unrealistic. There will be even more time for gaming, sleeping, and falling behind in school. Number three, the 4x4 plan talks about doubling the learning pace. How is this attainable for teachers and students? Where do children with an IEP fit into this model? What about AP classes that are already taught at an accelerated rate? How will these groups of students sustain the pace? Overall, I struggle to find many positives with the 4x4 plan. It is not a viable plan for all students, and numerous drawbacks outweigh the proposed plan as a whole. Comment, Michelle Ellevander. Dear board members, let me start with, I am saddened that I am not sharing my super positive comment written before Newsom threw down the gavel last Friday. Instead, I am writing my submission to implore you to vote against the new secondary proposal and return to the original one. Odd classes 2 days a week and even classes 2 days per week. Deputy Superintendent Lee Sung initially proposed for the following reasons. I am not sure how the plan will work for AP classes that are already tough classes with an exam in May. The school district recently changed its calendar to allow for an earlier start date to allow for the kids learning the AP material. So I am very unclear how the new 4x4 model work for these classes. Will they try to cram all the materials into 4 months when there are already complaints that there is not enough time when classes started in September? Will the AP classes be offered starting in January only? As for general academic classes, I am very concerned about learning loss with respect to math and foreign language, for instance. Those subjects are so cumulative. If the student has math or foreign language from August to December, then they would not see the material again between January and August. That would be 7 months to forget content. Foreign language is best learned when practiced every day in order to be successful, per my daughter's 7th grade Spanish teacher. There has also been talk about the summer slide regression over the 2 to 3 months off, so let's double that to 7 months. They would be too focused on the spring semester to worry about reviewing material on their own from other classes. Gosh forbid a child teacher gets sick with COVID-19 or any other illness, whether we are on or off campus, and they miss 2 weeks of school. That is 1/8 of the instruction work time. That would be like missing 22.5 days in a regular year. Comment Tracy Zenz. Our schools have no reason not to be open, period. This is a political stunt and a complete disservice to our children. I do not want an AP class shoved into one semester and an AP test months later. I want a plan that will work when my kids are back in school. To start middle school online is a joke. For my child to take AP courses online in a semester is ridiculous. I do not need my kids messing around with elective classes in PE in middle school on Zoom. What a complete waste of time. Also, how will a child retain math from the fall semester 2020 and not have it again until fall 2021? This is not going to work. Virtual learning was a disaster, and I'm expecting the same in the fall. Put our kids back in the classroom. Our kids should be in school. Stop the political agenda. I do not want my kids taking a foreign language or math for one semester and then not again until fall 2021. No retention. The students taking AP courses will also have issues with this setup. If teachers are afraid to teach their students, then they can take the year off and Zoom. Hire teachers who aren't afraid to do their job. If the school doesn't open, then give me my money back for schools. Virtual learning is a waste of time. Comment from Pierce Hemphill. As much as our school district prides itself on focusing on the mental health of students, this plan entirely dismisses it and even serves as a major detriment. One of the proposed reasons for the plan is to limit the total contact between both students and teachers, but that doesn't mean the students need to be ignored when we still have the option of distance learning getting rid of any risk entirely, as well as a rebuttal to the claim that it will help focus the studies of students. The outcry from both students and parents clearly shows that this idea is opposed by those who it's supposed to benefit. Comment, Stacy Schneider. I am quite concerned about the 4x4 model being proposed for the 7 to 12 grades. If a student is to learn a specific subject for 4 months, that means they will have an 8-month break until it picks back up again. If my student gets second semester math starting in January, that would mean she hasn't had a math class since June of 2019. This is the new meaning of summer slide. That being said, her Math 7 class had no teacher interaction with the exception of office hours. Of my child's 8 teachers, 2 did Zoom calls during spring COVID period. It also seems unreasonable to learn an entire school year in 4 months. If a student's schedule is imbalanced as has all the academic classes in 1 semester, it will be incredibly difficult to succeed. Separately, it is critical that teachers are more interactive with students this coming fall. While it was an unprecedented situation, some teachers way under-delivered with their efforts to educate their students. Comment from Krista Quick. Explain to me how a junior in high school taking AP classes can complete the courses needed for college with this schedule. AP Math, AP Computer, AP History, AP Seminar. He still needs to take English and Science. The student needs a full year for all these courses, not a semester. How will this schedule work for those students tied to the national AP schedule? Comment from Julie Delaney. If a student enrolls in the 100% online option for the first semester for safety reasons and enough progress is made with COVID-19 vaccine that the school is able to open 100% in person for the second semester, how does a student who has had all subjects for the first semester online with Dr. Shaka transition to the half offerings at their home school for the second semester? We would like our student to return to his home school post-vaccine when it is safe to do so. As a consequence of this possible mismatch in the schools syncing up, would our student miss the chance to return to the homeschool activities, electives, and clubs? Comment from Casey Villa. Fully support in-class learning as close to normal as can be. If that means 4x4, I need that for my children. My oldest son is disorder and has a full IEP. He was not able to do well at all via distance learning and had zero support from his aide, as an aide could not come to our home. Also, online platform varied widely per teacher and was way too much for him. He gave up daily, cried, exhibited extreme frustration, and shut down. Vastly disheartening as a parent who has 3 school-age children and am not trained to teach. He's a sweet boy and needs his interactive teacher on campus. Comment, Kathleen Miller. I understand that the district is considering splitting the students' classes into 2 semesters. We have a senior at CDM High School. His submission into college will be affected based on what his courses are for the fall. How can you assure that seniors' fall schedule will include courses required by university? How can he submit a transcript that could potentially have 2 or 3 classes on it? Also, his GPA won't be an average of all classes. My husband and I find this the biggest flaw in the proposed schedule. The second will be the lapse in time between subjects. For instance, they would have math in the fall and not again for another 8 months. This makes absolutely no sense. We understand you are working hard to find an answer, but this is not it. Thank you. Comment from Logan Malou. Hello, regarding the level 2 or 4x4 option being proposed, how is this a good plan for high school students with a heavy AP or IB course load? Actually, not sure how it's a good idea for any student interested in pursuing a 4-year college. The time has come for this board of elected officials to start making the decisions for the students in our community and stop allowing our under-elected staff employees to do so. Please don't approve this plan. It will hurt thousands of our hardworking students. Comment from Heather Floriani. How are these kids possibly going to be prepared for standardized tests only learning certain subjects for 6 months at a time. This is not a solution. And what about AP classes? Are the kids expected to accelerate a year of an AP class in a few months, September through December, and then take the AP exam in June? This is so unfair to those kids who have already lost a lot of instruction with the below average online system last semester. This is not a solution. Comment from Aki Cloherty. The 4x4 schedule will negatively impact my student. The classes she is taking requires continuity of learning, and she will not be able to retain the information in the suggested format. Comment, Beth Hamilton. Our kids need vastly more education, socialization, and structure than what was provided for them last spring. I am hoping for a full return at level 1 for them, but would also be in favor of the level 2 plan, which has been outlined. It sounds like it would be a safer option for the community and would also be able to provide all of the kids' needs. Please take into account how few children have gotten seriously ill from the virus when making your decision. We need to think about what's best for the leaders of our future, while we also seek to protect those at most risk of death from the virus. Comment from Kevin Thompson. I do not see that this modified plan has a benefit to educational curriculum. Has this plan been reviewed in previous years? Will this help the students on SAT or ACT testing? How will the AP classes be handled? If this is the better way, then why was it not implemented years ago? In general, I do not understand how people can be safe enough to visit a Target or Home Depot and the employees are safe, but in a relatively closed circle of contact, such as a school, we are having such a hard time opening the school in the traditional manner. These are younger kids you are putting into a college environment. They do not have the time to absorb the information. Each test and homework will be weighted heavier. One test that is below par could have a significant swing in the grade. Why do we have to change? Is this a better program? Open the schools, get back to work, teach our kids, do your job. Comment from Cindy Mayer. I am against the 4x4 model. AP classes are geared for the year-long instruction so that the students are prepared for May testing. Year-long instruction is key for all rigorous academic classes. This is unfair to our children. What are you planning for non-contact sports such as tennis? Comment from Vanina Edman. I believe the lapse of time in the courses taken in the fall until students have those again the following year hurts the retention, especially with courses like math and languages. Also hurts the students' readiness for AP exams as they take months after taking the course. Very stressful for kids. Comment from Brad Harold. The quick summary abstract for the special meeting of the Board of Education, nor the instructional model for reopening of secondary schools for the 2020-21 school year specifically address how IB AP courses would be taught, how the voluminous material would be covered, nor how, when tests would be administered at level 2. Can you address and explain how these students would be affected? Comment from Nicola Hudson. I am a concerned parent in regards to my children and all children of Newport Beach in relation to the school's reopening. I have a 13-year-old going into 7th grade at CDM, a 15-year-old going into 10th grade at CDM High, and a 7-year-old going into 1st grade at Lincoln Elementary. I'm truly concerned that our children are going to miss out on important education if they are not within a physical school environment, whether it's in school or online. If it's okay for them to be at school on a part-time schedule, then I see no reason why a 100% schedule. Kids either are at school full-time and operating on a full normal schedule, or they are distance learning from home on Zoom schedules, and the school hours are extended to accommodate the amount of meetings the kids will be doing. If you can think of shortening the day of learning, surely you can extend the learning day as well. I see a big problem if students are only learning 3 to 4 subjects in the fall and then the other subjects in spring. It will be hard for students to prepare and pass exams and tests if they study the subjects months ago and don't study the subject daily. I know we are in a difficult situation, but children need a proper schedule, not something that won't help them learn or to get good grades. Kids will be put under difficult pressures, and the ones that really need help will get lost in the system, and they will lose out on getting help on their tough subjects. Please consider our children's education. Many thanks.
That is your time, Veronica. Thank you. Sharon, whenever you're ready.
Comment from Sam Chari. If I understand this correctly, all high school students have to attend half-day in-person every day. With the COVID cases increasing in OC, what if we are not comfortable sending our kid, senior at CDM, to school until we see the number of cases at a low level? Earlier, it looked like we had an option to decide if she could do home or partial hybrid. With elderly parents at home, we cannot risk our daughters exposed at school and then bringing it home. Comment Lisa Relvin. How will this 4x4 model accommodate AP courses? Will the students be able to learn all their materials in one semester? Will all AP courses be held in the second semester to line up with the AP tests? How does the 4x4 model accommodate sports? Will the students be able to participate in practices and competitions if they are assigned to the afternoon session, or are there no sports planned unless there is a regular school? Comment Colleen Gurney. I firmly feel that dividing up the courses half yearly will be very stressful for our kids, who have already undergone so many critical changes to their schooling. For example, how can it be possible to do math for only half of the school year, then take 7 months off of math before starting the next course in fall? Also, cramming a year's worth of curriculum into a few months sounds like an intense plan of action that many students will fail to keep up with. Please consider this when voting. Comment Sandra Prime. Please explain having our students take half of the courses, 3 to 4 versus 6+ classes, and receiving a full value of course when it's cut in half. How is that going to work? It was tough enough having all online March through June, as I feel our boys didn't learn as they should have. Comment Allison Sonnenschein. Thank you for working hard to develop a plan for the fall. I have a few questions about the proposed 4x4 model. Question: if the district is planning to open and close schools for in-person classes, depending on the state county orders, then we can't toggle between one class all year versus one class only half of the year. So does this mean the district is planning to start the school year with a 4x4 model? Students take half of their classes in the fall and the other half in the spring, regardless of whether we are operating at level 1, 2, or 3. Question: what about students who are taking AP classes in the fall but don't take the AP exam until the spring when they are taking completely different classes? How will the district support these students to ensure they retain the material? Question: is the 4x4 plan acceptable to teachers, and do they feel they have enough time to cover all the materials in half days during only one semester? Comment Carrie Vasquez. I have an 8th grader and a freshman, and I feel the current proposed plan with half subjects taught half year is not the best interest of the student's education, especially in subjects that build on the previous year, such as math and foreign language. Kids have a hard enough time retaining information through the summer break. How would a student remember math concepts they learned 7 months prior? Also, for classes that are already accelerated, such as AP or honor classes, how would it be expected that a student learns so much material in such a short period of time? Especially for a student such as my daughter, who has learning disabilities and struggles in retention with normal schedules. There are so many districts in California and also many private schools in Orange County that have come up with so much better options than these, such as an AM/PM schedule where school is split into 2 groups and half come in the morning and half come in the afternoon, or alternating days. Also, I feel that some subjects could easily be handled online. If a subject doesn't allow for a full 8-week classes for middle school, such as PE or many of the electives, and for high school, many of the students are taking 5 to 6 classes. So I feel these 2 options above would work out well. Please do not move forward with the proposed plan for the good of the children in the education. Comment from Natalia Hill. I am concerned that students could go 9 months without a subject, especially math. Comment, Pune Kazi. Please address how we will manage the summer side effect for the classes that have up to 8 months from the end of spring 20 through winter 21 between sessions. Also, how will AP classes prep in the fall and retain enough to pass the exam in the spring? How do performing arts classes split? How does this keep the teachers safe and healthy? How do we get notified when a student or family member of a student is tested positive? What will the quarantine requirements and what happened to the class continuity during that quarantine? Will there be tests available on campus? How often will everyone be given tests? What happens if my student is severely ill during this 4x4 and misses 30 days of school? Do they flunk 50% of the year? What happens when the illness was caught on campus? What are the precautions being taken to keep teachers safe? What additional resources are being made available for clean rooms? Knowing that the amount of time spent in close quarters matters to the likelihood of infection, how does increasing the time and frequency the classes meet help? Please explain in detail how a student who completed a math class in December will be able to move on to the next year in August, assuming they were even able to digest a year's worth of material in 4 months. How do you anticipate retention for 8 months? How about language? How does a child retain material they haven't seen for 8 months? Do you assume parents will hire tutors? What are the plans for co-tent retention? Please be specific before passing this plan. If the early college high school is on the regular schedule, why can't the AP and honor classes also be? They have the same academic rigor. It is unreasonable to expect high school students to absorb a year of college level work in 4 months, then retain it another 4 months to take a test. But all AP courses. Comment, Nicole. How many instructor-led hours per day, per week, per class will there be, and can you explain in detail how many children will be in each classroom and how a full year of curriculum can be converted in half the time? How will grades be reported to universities so universities understand the different grade reporting strategy than the traditional reporting? Comment, Brent Hemphill. There are a couple of bullet points. AP classes equals big problem. Taken in the fall, students will have to review in the spring on top of their other class load. Those taking multiple AP courses are going to be overwhelmed. They are not easy in a normal format. Language and math, those courses need continuity. Taking them in the fall and not having the subject again until the following fall is too big a gap. The summer vacation alone is an issue with these types of classes. If this format is passed, we would seriously consider moving to another school district. Yes, it is really that bad of a format. The long-term effects could be devastating. Comment, Roy Newton. Studies have shown that summer break, an 8 to 9 week period, that children experience learning loss. In 2017, one review of the research in the USA concluded that A, on average, students lost 1 month of learning over the summer months. B, losses were higher for math as compared to reading. C, higher grade levels experienced more loss. D, the income learning gap was especially significant because middle class students tended to show an improvement in reading skills during the summer, while lower income students tended to experience a loss in reading skill. There was not a similar gap with respect to math. And E, there is no difference by gender or race in either subject. The new schedule would put math and reading on a 7th-month hiatus if they have those subjects in the first half of the school year. And if this study is right, the damage to math and reading could be catastrophic. Certain fundamental classes need to be all year. Comment, Robert Simonson. I strongly disagree with the proposed plan. As a parent and an educator for the past 27 years, I think it is absurd to try and cram an entire year class into a semester class, especially AP classes and math and science courses. If you take an AP class in the fall, you will not take the AP exam until May. It will be 5 months since the students last time had that course. Conversely, if an AP class is scheduled for the spring, there won't be enough time to learn the material. This will place our students at a huge disadvantage on the AP exams. You cannot do an entire year of high-level math in one semester. If you have math in the fall, you will finish in December and not have math again till the following September. If students have a challenging set of classes, how are you going to spread out their schedule? This is not wise. I urge you to consider this ridiculous plan. You can do better. Comment from Stephanie. This 4x4 model is ridiculous. What happens in the case of AP classes? A collegiate calendar was adopted to help teachers cover required material for May testing. This cuts prep time in half for an already rigorous class and potentially leaves a large gap in learning if assigned to the first semester. Not to mention retention of the subject that builds on itself as in math. Summer slide is just getting exponentially longer. Reject this plan. Comment from Steve Shaw. NMUSD board and community. As a parent of a high school senior and freshman, I strongly oppose the proposed 4x4 plan. The model, not to mention the timing of this vote, continue to benefit administrators and teachers and completely disregard the efforts of many hardworking students in our district. For those older kids whose goal it is to attend a distinct four-year college, this model puts them at a disadvantage versus kids in other districts. For example, the high-achieving student who has registered for a number of AP courses that they may need for college acceptance has now lost out on a few courses, 3 to 4 versus 5 to 6. In addition, she would now have to choose which courses to take and possibly not compete in a 4-year progression in the area of learning that's not AP, i.e. language. In addition, AP courses are year-round courses that are rigorous and not achievable in a one-semester format. For the younger student, 3 to 4 courses in a semester puts them behind the curve relative to other districts. Lastly, the way this board is operating in clandestine fashion continues to frustrate many parents, myself included. It is time the board starts to put the students first as opposed to the teachers and administrators in a safe, thoughtful manner. Comment Monty Walter. I have an incoming freshman to CDM as well as a daughter who graduated from CDM in 2018. I strongly oppose the 4x4 plan because it provides substantially lower quality education for students and does not provide substantial health benefits in a COVID environment. 1, when a student misses a week of school due to illness, COVID, right? She falls way behind in 3 classes she is in. 2, AP classes. AP students either learn the material months before the test or they have to cover all the material in a shorter amount of time in the spring prior to the test in May. 3, students will go months and months without math or foreign language. Both subjects are learned best with instruction on a regular basis. Look at universities. Foreign language classes often meet 5 times a week rather than 2 to 3 times a week because languages are learned with short bursts of regular instruction. 4, the instruction is uneven across even. If a vaccine becomes available, some students have math online in the fall, suboptimal, and others have math in person in the spring. You now have students with vastly different mastery of the material because the instruction has not been equivalent. 5, how does this work for teachers? Are they prepared for this to start in 1 month? 6, how does this reduce the health risk for students? 4 out of 5 members of my household, including my freshmen, fall in a high-risk group, so I am all for making changes and sacrifices to protect the health of students and teachers. It's baffling how this plan helps reduce the risk of infection for students and teachers in any substantial way. Please do not approve this plan. It is not good for students. Comment Zach Kittleson. This will overload stress and overload for students and especially the AP students. It's unnecessary work and relearning materials will be pointless for the AP exam. Comment Monty Crane. I don't like it. Comment Jen Schaefer. I am completely baffled by this plan to cram a year's worth of instruction into 4 months. This is not in the best interest of our students. I have 2 students at CDMHS, a sophomore and a junior, who are both taking AP and honor courses. The AP classes already moved to an accelerated pace if a student takes his or her AP class, September to December, and the test is not until May. How does that work for retention and prep? And if a student takes his or her class January to June, they actually get 3 weeks less instruction because the test is mid-May. AP classes are intense and they move at lightning speed with multiple quizzes and tests a week without cramming it into 4 months. NMUSD talks about equity, however, only students with financial resources will be able to have tutoring to prepare for AP tests if they take their classes in the fall. There is a proven summer slide, and what you're proposing would have our kids without instruction in some core classes for 8 months. Our students already lose so much in foreign language retention over the summer. This plan would be catastrophic for them. I have been a huge supporter of Anderson CDMMS-HS. My kids love CDMHS and are extremely involved in their academic, sports, and ASB. But if the district chooses to go forward with this plan, we will seriously consider moving them to private school. Private schools have kept their students' best interests in mind and have come up with a plan to deal with the struggles of COVID while keeping the quality of their education. I hope you seriously consider the impact of this plan has on students, especially high school students who are already dealing with extremely competitive conditions getting into college. Our district continues to make it harder for our children who strive for a better education and are willing to put in time and effort to maximize their education. NMUSD stands to lose a lot of good students and families if this plan is approved. Our kids deserve. Comment Jennifer Simonson. This is absolutely untenable. For difficult and impacted subjects like math and science or honors/AP classes, it is impossible for students to absorb the materials, be prepared for their AP exams, or be ready to transition to the next subject. If these classes are in the fall, students will have a 5-month gap before the AP or will not be able to remember the math, science, etc. to build to the next subject level. If these classes are in the spring, there is simply not enough time to learn the material. How do you propose balancing a difficult schedule also? What happens if a student has an AP class or 2 honors classes? Are they going to cram all honors and AP classes into 1 semester? This is ludicrous and impossible for the students. How are teachers going to handle lessons plans? They have to redesign everything they have instead of just focusing on mastering distant learning. Please do something simple. Perfect distance learning with your established curriculum and have a hybrid approach like private schools so you can flex between the models.
And Sharon, that concludes your time. Thank you. Sarah, whenever you're ready.
Comment Debbie Rincon. I don't see how a 4x4 model works for those students taking AP curriculum. Will the College Board offer AP tests twice during the 2021 school year? For those students unfortunate to get an AP class in fall, will be at a huge disadvantage to those that have a class in the spring. Comment Julia Demlow Sofferman. I am in favor of the 4x4 model. It must be mandatory that masks are worn on campus. Students wipe down desks upon entering classroom and desks are appropriate distance apart. Do not follow OC board. Comment Bianca Carter. I strongly oppose the 4x4 plan. Students in AP courses will struggle with the curriculum at such an accelerated pace that they also will not be properly prepared for the AP exams. If they finish the course in December, how are they supposed to take the test 5 months later in mid-May? Other schools are sticking to traditional course loads, which will put Newport-Mesa students at a disadvantage, except for early college, which is not participating in 4x4. Also, students who struggle under a regular course load will not be able to keep up at the accelerated pace, will become discouraged and fall farther behind. The retention rate for the following school year will be extremely low for all students who haven't had any coursework in the subject since the prior fall. This will be extremely hard for subjects like second languages and math, which build upon prior concepts. Cramming copious amounts of information in a short period of time will not benefit any student. Nothing can take the place of consistent study over the school year. The likelihood of 100% online learning is high under Governor Newsom's orders. Hours of online learning of only a few subjects is boring. Kids will not be engaged. I have discussed this plan with both my high school students, and they think it is terrible and told me they would not be prepared for AP exams in May and are concerned about cramming a year-long course into a semester, since they have been told by CDM teachers that cramming will not help them. They do not want 4x4 schedules. For level 2, please go with hybrid model with traditional schedules like early college. Comment, Chloe Appel. This will overload student with an excess of work and stress by trying to condense a year worth of material into one semester, as well as make the AP test harder for students to mask because they will not learn the information as well. Comment, Lessel Cherry. I understand the intent, especially when it comes to lesson planning and the teacher benefits, but for the student, I understand the benefits much less. Honestly, out of their full schedule, when you subtract sports and other activities like ASB, they are really only taking 4 to 5 real instructional classes, and those are critical. So to only get half a year of math is a real tragedy, and what would she do with half a year of a sports class? This really needs more vetting, or our children are going to be massively behind. And what happens if we are able to go back in 2021 100%? Would some students repeat those classes? Comment, Nigio Haupt. 4x4 model is totally unacceptable. This is not okay, especially for seniors trying to take AP classes. You can't learn a whole year in a semester and they have to test on it. No way this makes any kind of sense. Comment, Amy Bolt. This plan is absolutely ridiculous and will have a huge negative impact on our children's education. If they alone take math for a few months and don't have math for 6+ months, they will lose what they have learned. Also hurts for AP exams and ACT and SATs. Private schools have figured it out. Why can't public schools figure out a better solution? Comment, Justine Kuno. I am concerned for my rising senior and his AP course load. I think it is an incredible amount of information to learn in one semester and retain for AP tests a semester away. He also needs the colleges to see a full transcripts for his applications. Comment, Nida Hoshimi. Ridiculous idea about what classes and grades needed for college prep. Comment, Lexi. I think that this plan will create more stress and put pressure on AP students. Comment, Robin McCarthy. I am writing to share my concerns with the 4x4 plan the district is proposing. I have an incoming 7th grader that will be attending CDM. The lack of continuity in math, science, and foreign languages does not provide the level of instruction needed for retention. There would be an 8-month gap between leaning only any new material in those core areas. The plan is simply unrealistic and will lead to significant gaps that require remedial instruction. Comment, Leslie Stern. How can this possibly work for AP classes? As AP classes already move at an accelerated pace, how can an entire year of content be completed in a semester? Comment, Laurel Weissman. I am not in favor of the 4x4 model. For honors and enhanced classes, it will be too much information condensed and the students will get overloaded and stressed. My fear is that the students will become overwhelmed with the intensity and give up. Students who wish to take SAT subject tests will have to wait until spring to take those tests. It would be expected that those students will need to actively refresh a majority of the information without a teacher to assist with review. I would expect to see lower scores. In addition, I don't see any explanation how the AP classes will be held and what will happen with the AP test. I see our students will be at a disadvantage as taking an AP course will have the same challenges as my concerns above and are even more important as many students use the AP credit for college. In addition, how will the courses be balanced? What if a student has all of their advanced classes in the fall semester and electives in spring or vice versa? I would imagine it would be extremely difficult for counselors to assure that students have balanced semesters. Students have difficult classes using the online option. Most likely for the fall semester will be at a clear disadvantage. The online instruction is far inferior than in-person learning. My children basically taught themselves this past spring with limited live instruction, if any. If the school board votes to implement the 4x4 model, I will seriously consider enrolling my students in a private school. My vote is an absolute no to this model. Thank you for your consideration, Laurel Weissman. Comment, Lisa Neal. I just became aware of a proposed 4x4 schedule whereby the students would take 3 to 4 classes in the fall semester and 3 to 4 classes in the spring. This would be highly detrimental to our students, particularly in their core subjects, including English, math, and foreign language. For those students who are taking AP classes, they would be significantly disadvantaged, and frankly, it seems such a schedule would be impossible to implement. The AP classes are already accelerated over the course of a school year and require significant amounts of work. The testing in the spring is also an issue. The student would either complete the course months before the AP and there would be no retention, or they would not have sufficient time to prepare. There are alternatives that would work much better, an AM/PM block or an A block and B block. The 4x4 alternative will do far more harm than good, and as a parent, I would have to look at alternative school options for my children if this is the direction the school goes in, because it is simply not an acceptable resolution. I hope that you continue to review this issue and come up with a plan that will support our students and their learning during this very difficult time for everyone. Thank you. Comment, Stephen Weinstock. This is a lot of silly shenanigans on the part of the district, and whoever came up with this plan obviously needs to go back to school alongside us and get more educated. How are we supposed to remember AP material for a test and many in May that we haven't reviewed since December? What about a class like ASB who serves the student body throughout the year? I know some brain trust over there was thinking college classes only last a semester, so we should too. This is absolute buffoonery on the part of the district, and it scares me that the people who came up with this are in charge of our education. There are so many flaws in this plan, it is laughable. This is not the way the school should work, and if this is the best plan that you have got, then God help us. I hope this is some delayed April Fool's prank, but after all the time of going back and forth and on reopening and then not, and changing plans every 3 minutes, this is the worst one yet. Get it together, guys. It is like we have a Dumb and Dumber running the joint right now, and quite frankly, they would do better than this joke of a plan. If you can afford all those Chromebooks, they can afford to distribute some to students who can't afford computer at home. If they can afford Apple Pay on a vending machine and a new track and the nice pool facilities and the new student center, they can afford an online courses. Our school purchased a dumb couch that cost $20,000. If we can afford a couch that costs as much as a car that no one uses, we can afford to go fully online rather than this plan. Comment, Ginger Fee. The previous plan for secondary school reopening was more acceptable than the current plan being considered. I have reservations with the new plan. A lack of continued practice learning of skills does not seem ideal for students. I worry some classes will just bog down the student with more homework rather than learning opportunities in class, and others will have to rush to make it through the material. What if a family has to move out of district or out of state? Please stick to the previous plan for hybrid reopening where kids would be getting all courses each semester. Comment, Fiona Ivy. Thank you to our school board members, principals, district personnel, and teachers for working on a variety of plans to best serve our students during the most terrible of circumstances. While our family would be fine with a hybrid model, given the current COVID surge, our concern regarding the 4x4 plan with half coursework in the fall, half in the spring, are AP tests months after instructions, college applications, not enrolled required courses while applying, no grades to offer, retention of information for the following year, and that the semesters are not even in number of days. We would also prefer the option to go back in person 100% at any time if COVID numbers improve in Newport-Mesa, Orange County. Our family would support bumping the school year start date back to after Labor Day if that increased the possibility of students to go in person as well as to give teachers, staff, district more time to prepare. Comment, Keith Rabin. While the data on the loss of learning over the relatively short summer vacation is mixed, it would appear at least some students suffer moderate to significant losses in math and language arts. The district should not undergo a massive science experiment on our middle and high schoolers to determine if kids go 8 months without math or language classes, how much of the learning gains are lost. Without substantial evidence saying extremely large time gaps in math and language does not result in significant losses, the district can't proceed with this concept. Why are we increasing the amount of change required? Imagine the transition, for example, between Spanish 2 and Spanish 3. If a student takes a Spanish in the first semester and then again until the next academic year. Additionally, there are logistic issues for AP courses testing, as well as courses that need to run year-round, such as ASB. Please do not adopt this plan.
Thank you, Sarah. It is now 5:45 p.m. and we will conclude the public comment reading. Thank you to our readers, Sharon, Sarah, Katie, and Veronica. The open session meeting will begin at 6 p.m.
Okay, I'm calling the meeting back into open session. Again, I would like to remind the public that per the Brown Act, special meetings only have public comment on agendized items only. That is 9A. Any topics submitted that are not part of the agenda have been deleted for this purpose. I do need to remind the board, and I said it prior to going into closed session, we received over 335 public comments. And if you just do the simple math of 3 minutes per, we would have been here. If we read 3 minutes, we would have been here over 10 hours. If we had done 2 minutes, it would have been 6 hours, or 10 hours at 335. And even at 1 minute, it would have been an extraordinary amount of time. We did the same thing that we did last time, is we took, and we will read an item that we read prior to closed session, and we, the board, will read the first, and we will act according to board policy, which is 20 minutes, a maximum of 20 minutes of comments per topic. I am limiting it to 2 minutes. The remainder of the comments were read by 4 of our esteemed colleagues and employees of the district, and we thank them very much. And they read as many as they could between 4 o'clock and 5:45. The remainder of the comments, we all have all of comments, all 85 pages of them. They are available. What was not read are available. Should the member of the public wish to have all of the items, please submit a public information request and we will get them to you. We have convened a committee and we will be taking a look at this on how to address this. But because we are constrained in terms of ADA compliance and the requirements for closed captioning, as well as for translation, sometimes that delays us in terms of posting on the YouTube. Also, I want to thank everybody for their understanding. I would like to let everybody know that we have increased our number of panelists and participants. Our participants, we have gone to the highest level possible at this point in time, which is 3,000. So we have changed our procedures in that. And Mr. Lee Sung can address that further. We've already taken roll. So we are at community input on special agenda items only. Ms. Black.
This is an opportunity for the public to address the board regarding items on the special meeting agenda only via electronically submitted comments. Each speaker has
2 minutes.
2 minutes of comment read time and per board policy 9323. There is a maximum of 20 minutes of comments per topic. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments, depending on the topic and the number of persons submitting comments. All comments are recorded in full on the meeting video record.
Great, thank you. Okay, so I do have a request from Ms. Yelsey. Trustee Yelsey, did you want to make a statement before
Yeah.
or a comment before?
Just a comment. I just wanted to assure the public that we received these comments earlier today, and all the board members have had an opportunity to read all the
That's
comments.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, correct. And we have copies and we will have them. We also are very blessed tonight to have at least 2 of our board members, and they will be acting as panelists. We've already taken roll, so we'll take roll for the 2.
Student.
The student board member, that's correct. Troy Savoda and Bailey Bogard are here with us, and they are panelists, and so they will be able to be making comments. All they have to do is, like the rest of us, raise their hand, and they'll be able to have participate in the conversation as well. So with that, we will begin. Board members, we have the entirety, but I'm asking Rosie to set the timer at 2 minutes, and please, when the timer goes off, please finish the sentence and we can move to the next individual. So Trustee Anderson, you have the first comment.
Yes. My comment is from Melissa Meehan. The 4x4 seems grossly unfair to those students with AP and IB courses for obvious reasons. I also have concerns that there's no virtual option here. I have 2 elementary school students and 1 private high schooler in addition to my student at Newport Harbor High School. If I were to choose a virtual option for the 3 of them, which is being offered, why would I send my 4th off to school? This is deeply disappointing.
Trustee Barto.
My comment is from Michael Lesueur. While I appreciate the monumental undertaking it must have been to adapt the school calendar to the challenges of COVID-19, I have several concerns regarding the proposed 4x4 learning plan. First, how are students expected to fit an entire school year's worth of learning into 5 months? Seems highly ambitious at best, especially when you consider much of that learning is likely to be online distance learning, which, as we all know from last semester, was wildly inconsistent. Second, how is a student expected to retain any skills in a given subject when they will be going 6 to 7 months without doing any work in that subject area? For instance, if a student takes Spanish 2 in the fall, how in the world will she be ready for Spanish 3 the following fall, after going from January to August with no Spanish work? Finally, how will this new schedule affect AP testing? Will the AP test be administered at different times now to accommodate for the fact that students may not still be in that class due to revised schedules? For instance, if a student is taking AP European History in the fall, cramming a year's worth of work into 5 months, will the AP test be given at the end of those 5 months? Or will the student be expected to retain that knowledge all spring until the AP test is administered while simultaneously cramming in a new set of classes? I'm hoping these are issues the school board has thoughtfully considered and you will be able to articulate sensible and practical solutions for concerned parents at the upcoming public meeting. Thank you.
Trustee Black.
Yes, my community member is Carrie Bartlett. I have 3 kids enrolled in 7-12 in Newport-Mesa Unified School District. How will you accommodate classes that require more consistent learning throughout the year, such as math and language? Will they break at the semester, or will those specifically continue through spring at a higher level? Also, please verify that AP courses will still be offered, and explain how will you accommodate those AP courses in the proposed 4x4 model.
Great, thank you. Mine's from Kristen Sheward. I'm not at all comfortable with the 4x4 plan, which only offers 7 through 12th students, a 1 semester per year of math or English, etc. Trustee Metoyer.
My comment is from Heather Kroger. Thank you for attempting to reduce the number of contacts with the 4x4 block schedule. The following are my recommendations. 1, create 15-person groups that travel to the same 3 or 4 classes or offer some of the courses entirely online. Otherwise, even with half the number of classes, there would still be thousands of interactions happening at the secondary school in a given day. 2, only assign 1 to 2 different courses, perhaps per teacher, because the workload to switch to this block schedule is immense, even without considering the online monitoring. 3, offer, excuse me, I'm sorry, somebody needs to mute themselves because I hear it in the background. Offer more planning time for teachers who cannot monitor 50% of the learning online while teaching full-time in person. It takes a long time to prepare, monitor, and grade for each scenario, and this still requires us to essentially teach 2 full-time jobs. One way to alleviate this and help with potential childcare of younger siblings is to make Wednesdays online only. Number 4, rethink the lunch plan. Is there any way to offer lunch to the afternoon group before they start classes for those who need it, while allowing most to eat before they come? Plan for how to get students on and off campus without loitering. Some questions I have are, will online school use the 4x4 model or traditional semesters? How will students be able to switch between schools in the district throughout the year if we're all on different models? At this time, even if we were off the watch list, the hybrid would be unsafe for secondary students. Teenagers are more at risk than younger kids for contracting and suffering from COVID-19. There is just too much mixing, even when you cut the number of students down to 90 per teacher. For secondary, the decision to start hybrid learning needs to happen independently from and later than elementary. And then it should be the ones who need to come back most that should come back first.
Great, thank you.
The next one is from Marianne Sharp. Do you have any data that shows the 4x4 is a good educational model? Without more information, I don't think it makes sense to totally change the way our kids are educated without knowing the longer repercussions.
Trustee
My comment is from Lori Anderson. I'm very concerned about the idea of taking a full course in 1 semester. I'm actually in shock that this is being proposed. Let's talk it through. If you are taking an AP course completely in the first semester, you will not be studying that subject for 5 months when you take the AP exams in May. To do well, you'll basically repeat the course on your own second semester while trying to complete your other full course load. If you take it in the second semester, you will not finish the coursework before the exam. This is ridiculous. Please, for our kids' sake, please don't put them at another disadvantage. Also, for kids that end up with math or a language course first semester, they will be at a huge disadvantage at the start of the 2021-22 school year for not having studied that subject for 9 months. I am at a loss at how this idea picked up enough traction to make it on the agenda.
My comment is from Paul Grady. We need to reconsider the proposed plan for hybrid and online learning in the upcoming year. With a morning and afternoon cohort, how are working parents supposed to get their children to school or pick them up in the middle of the day? This will lead to unsupervised children and is dangerous. We need to find a way for students to be on campus all day. The plan does not include time for teacher collaboration and professional development, which will be necessary given the new format. It does not include time for interventions for students who need extra help. Year-long classes allow for students to absorb information and develop skills over time that will not be possible in 1 semester. Students will possibly not have any practice in math, English, or other core classes for a 9-month period. This is too long and will lead to further loss of learning. Teachers have not even been informed what classes they are teaching, have been given no opportunities for training, and have not had time to prepare for this new model. Whatever model we adopt for the upcoming year needs to be discussed at all levels, from student to teacher to administration, to find the best model. The proposed model is not best for the development of students.
Great, thank you.
My community member is Laura Melinda Witcher, I think. I do not agree that having half of their classes at the beginning of the year and half at the end will work. We already know how hard it is to keep retention. Even over summer, they lose so much. How will they ever progress if they have an 8-month gap between these sessions, especially math and English? How can kids retain this information if they are not using it regularly? How will the district address this and keep kids on grade level and ready for the next year?
Thank you. I have Cherie Sharp. I have two children at Corona Del Mar Middle and High School, a freshman and a senior. I understand what you're trying to accomplish with this plan. However, I feel that this proposal will create a new set of problems. Examples: if a student has math and Spanish first semester and does not go back to that class again until the following August, the learning loss will be just tremendous. How can we reasonably expect that they will be able to retain that knowledge without practice and repetition? And what about students taking AP classes? They will be working double speed at that material, and for any classes taken in the first semester, it will be so long until the AP test in May that they do. They too will have trouble retaining the information and the knowledge. And let's talk about the potential for classes being online for several months. Unless you're planning on having the ability to live stream video lectures so they are actually being taught, then how on earth will we expect them to be learning at twice the speed? I'm getting really frustrated with the lack of creativity with the proposed solutions. Where are the ideas for moving classes outside, creating small study groups or study halls for social interaction and extra learning, utilizing tents on field, blacktops, spreading out in the gym and the LRC? Come on, we are better than this. This kind of policy making is going to send hordes of families to charter schools and private schools. Thank you for listening. That's the end of our comments. I do have, I have a request, and we're going a little bit because it's not on the agenda, but our student board members, they generally make comments. So the pleasure of the board, would it be okay for them to tell us what's going on, or would you prefer them to be like panelists and raise their hand if they have any questions or comments during the presentation?
Do we want to have, I think it's interesting if they want to have I think we should decide if we want them to make comments before as well as after, because I think once the plan is discussed a bit more, they might have questions then.
They'll have that opportunity as well, Ms. Trustee Anderson. Yes. So it's a pleasure. Trustee Snell, how do you envision that, since you were the since you're sort of the coordinator of the new trustee board trustee model?
Well, I think we would leave it up to them. If they want to make a statement now and then ask questions, fine. Or they can do it during the discussion. So it's up to them individually how they want to do it.
Okay, so Troy, you were the one that asked the question. So would you like to wait until after the presentation, or would you like to make a statement now?
I would prefer to make a statement now.
Okay.
Okay, it's a little long, if that's okay.
You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Lee Sung, cabinet and guests. My name is Troy Sabota, and I'm the incoming senior representing the students at Corona Del Mar High School. First off, I would like to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to speak on this proposal. I think especially in these difficult times, I am very appreciative that you guys are listening to the student body. So just to be frank, I am opposed to the 4x4 model. The marginal benefits it brings completely outweighed by its significant flaws. This is not my personal opinion. After learning about the proposal yesterday morning, I reached out to students, teachers, and parents about it, and the response is overwhelmingly negative. They echo the same concerns that I will briefly go over now. First off, many of the public comments already talked about it, so I won't go too far into it, but AP courses is obviously something that is significant and will have to be addressed like completely with this new model. Beyond AP, even though AP represents a significant part of our academics, there are glaring issues beyond AP. We have classes that have to go at twice the speed, and what happens is we'll have students getting burnout because some students will not be able to do math for a couple hours every day because they're doing math at twice the speed that they're used to. And it is scientifically proven that learning over a longer period is more effective at retention than cramming it into a shorter period. That's why we all know not to procrastinate, even though we do anyways. Similarly, with that, going with world languages and math classes especially, which build year after year upon each other, as was stated in the public comments, going more than 9 months without that practice is severely detrimental to our education. We also have some logistical problems with our new calendar because the semesters are completely imbalanced. So we have 80 instructional days in the fall and about 100 instructional days in the second semester. So the first semester is not only 20% shorter, but it's very likely that we're going to have to do a significant portion online or in hybrid. And we cannot deliver such an inferior education to a student just because they got a third period class instead of a fourth period class. So that is something to be considered. With elective classes and academic programs, all of these would be significantly affected as well, because these are the classes that truly enrich the school experience. Many electives run all year, like ASB, yearbook, performing arts, and news broadcasts and stuff like that. These classes can't just run for a single semester. The proposed solution, which I believe will be gone over later, is to make it first and second period or third and fourth period to accommodate a full year. But it's not that simple because many students have full schedules anyways, and they'll have to drop classes that they're really passionate about because they have double the amount, like one class is now worth 2. There's also other classes like choir, which we have, like at Corona Del Mar, we have 6 distinct choir classes taught by one teacher. We can't just double it up right now. So the little student life that we do have available on campus will be completely killed with this new change. It doesn't just stop at the students either. The teachers are going to be affected, even though the primary claims is that the stress will be reduced for the students and teachers. I strongly disagree, and the teachers disagree as well. The teachers' workload is going to increase dramatically because they not only have to move their in-person distance learning curriculums to in-person curriculums to online distance learning curriculums. Now they have to take that 1 year and condense it to a semester. And now they have to plan a first semester 80 days and a second semester 100 days. That is a lot of work. And while they only have half the students, they have to go twice as fast. They have twice the number of lectures to do, twice the number of assignments at twice the speed. So that is a lot less familiar than just doing the normal amount of students at the normal amount of speed. Given the whole hybrid situation, that is way more familiar. I would also like to acknowledge that there are some benefits laid out by this model. I believe that the argument that the spread of coronavirus will be reduced is perfectly valid because there are less students to each teacher and less classes to each student. However, I think if I could put it in this way, if it's not safe for teachers to meet with their 180 students, it's not going to be safe for them to meet with their 90 students. So I don't think, like if the virus itself was our only consideration, then we should just be going online. But because we're considering a multitude of factors, this marginal improvement will be completely outweighed by the other numerous issues that I've already laid out. For teachers and students and parents that think it's unsafe, we have the virtual option already approved. For teachers and staff, the district should be working to provide details on exactly how we're going to adhere to the state reopening guidelines, including the fiscal impact. They need to know that they will be provided the resources to stay safe. That detailed plan should have been the focus. My greatest concern is how this proposed model was introduced. It was completely rushed. At the very beginning, the district promised that they would listen to the students, parents, teachers, and staff on what worked best. This plan did not adhere to that promise at all. It comes completely out of nowhere and was never in the discussion in the past few weeks. Teachers did not receive any information until Sunday. It is clear that this plan was not seriously vetted through all stakeholders, or else these issues would have been caught much earlier. Now is not the time to introduce a completely new course schedule that is unfamiliar to both students and staff. We are in the middle of a pandemic. We set out to address level 2 hybrid scenario, not to rework our entire course schedule, which affects normal level 1 as well. There are plenty of issues that need to be ironed out before, including transportation, sanitation, bell schedules, additional safety measures, and other logistical components. These should be our focus. We already know that a hybrid model is going to be a complex challenge to deal with. We don't need to add more challenges. I understand that no solution is going to be perfect. I understand that this year is going to be a challenge. but this proposal has way too many flaws. We could do a traditional odd-even schedule with the same morning-afternoon model. That would be an easy amendment that would address every single one of the problems I have laid out. To address coronavirus concerns, there should be a detailed plan to adhere to California state reopening guidelines and to provide resources to teachers. I recognize that our time left to plan is limited, but that is no justification to approve a flawed proposal. It does not reduce our stress, it adds stress to both the students and teachers. It does not support the accelerated students in AP classes or the struggling students who need to go at a slower pace. It does not support the electives and extracurricular programs that make school enjoyable. It does not address all our concerns and all our real concerns with a hybrid and distance learning model. So on behalf of the students, I urge the board to vote against this proposal. We can do much better than this. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Bailey, do you want to go now or would you like to wait?
I just have a short little thing that I wrote, so I would like to say that now, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Bailey Bogard and I'm an incoming senior at Newport Harbor High School. And so after speaking about this plan and hearing about it yesterday with Troy as well as many other students, I would like to share my thoughts. So I first want to thank those who have spent time working on the next school year and for allowing me to speak here today. To address the 4x4 plan, I can most definitely see the positives as it would greatly benefit students in standard level classes as well as the special education classes due to the decrease in stress, better student-teacher communication, and better structure. However, the downsides are just too large to adopt this plan, and I'm aware that this concern has been mentioned, but I would like to reiterate it. AP and IB students are at a high disadvantage. I understand that the entire student population are not just AP students. However, even students with just 1 or 2 AP classes would be struggling a lot and be extremely stressed with this plan. It is hard to overlook the disadvantages that such a large population of students face. And just for that one reason, even though there could be many more, this plan should not be adopted. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So we are now moving on to item 9, a discussion action. Mr. Lee Sung, would you like to take over the mic and make your presentation?
Okay. Thank you, President Floor, members of the board, and all the members of the public who are tuning in tonight. We are, again, coming back to the board. We're taking this one step at a time, and this is another very important step in building our plan to safely reopen our schools for this coming year. Before I move on to an introduction of this item, I do want to acknowledge that we have on the panel tonight all of our secondary principals, middle school and high school principals. Some of them will be speaking tonight. But they're all here to answer questions, if needed, share their thoughts on this proposal. But I want to address something right off the top here. And that is, we all acknowledge that these are very incredible times and that we're all trying to do our very best for our students, for our staff, for our teachers, for our parents. And our board, you have made it very clear to challenge us to find the best solution. And tonight is an example of that we have racked our brains. We have done a lot of vetting in a very short period of time to bring you something that we believe is a solution that addresses many of the challenges that we have heard from our stakeholders. I will acknowledge from the beginning that this was an idea that had surfaced very late. And I will remind everybody that we had a different model that was proposed just a week ago last Tuesday. And we pushed the pause button on that to consider this. And that's why we're bringing this back to you this evening. But I want to make this very clear that all of our intentions and all of the work and effort that we have done as a group, as a leadership team, has been with the same goal in mind that everybody has, and that is to provide the best structure for our students to thrive under this very difficult crisis, and take into account the changing circumstances that we know will occur throughout the year. So I appreciate the principals being here tonight. I'm going to do a bit of an introduction, and then I will turn it over to one of our principals to go a little deeper on this model. I know that the information that was provided only provided a little bit of information, and I want to encourage everybody to keep a very open mind, because this is a very different model. This is a very different model based on a concept and a philosophy and a structure that currently exists in many schools that we're applying in this challenging situation. So as we go through the presentation, I believe many of the questions that have been asked will be answered. And I just want to impress upon everybody to keep an open mind. And then, of course, at the end of this, we will be open to questions from our board. And we also have some AP teachers here tonight. So you might see some names on the screen there. And they might also share their views on this model and how that might apply to their classes and program. So with that, let me give a brief introduction. And so first of all, tonight we will talk about this alternative instructional model specifically for secondary schools. And then, like I said, we'll have discussion and questions from the board, followed by a recommendation and potentially action and approval by this board. So I've been presenting this slide each time just to keep that in the forefront of our minds. And though we might disagree on how to do this, I want to assure everybody that these guiding principles remain our guiding principles. We are very much doing everything we can to maintain health and safety of our students, our teachers, and our staff. And again, we might disagree on exactly how that's done, but every measure that we put in place, whether it's only having half of the students on campus at one time, or serving double lunches, or making room for our time for cleaning, everything is prioritizing health and safety, and everything we do adds to that health and safety and minimizes the risk. Social emotional is something we hear all the time from everybody, and I want you to know that that is one of the founding and guiding principles of this model, is to address the social emotional needs of our students, as well as the connections. And you'll hear that from our principals today, of that's one of the main reasons why this is being presented. And of course, providing the best quality instructional program that we can under these circumstances. So I bring this slide back. It's slightly updated, but as you know, back on June 24th, the board did approve the virtual choice learning option for parents. And we gave an update last week, so that is moving forward. And then on the bottom, at the last board meeting on July 14th, that is when the board approved the elementary model for level 2, which we call the full day max 16. So we appreciate that support and that direction. But we delayed the secondary. So here we are tonight. We are focusing on the secondary model that not only would be used in the level 2, but also could be transitioned to level 3 if we have to go distance learning 100%, or if the situation gets better and we can go 100% in person. So that is where we're at tonight. That is the action that we are seeking. So with that, we're now going to go deeper and provide information on this recommended schedule. So I'd like to call upon, first of all, Jay Cayley, who's the principal at Costa Mesa High School, as well as Mike Hall, the principal of Estancia High School. But I'd like to start with Jake to just kind of take us back to the recommendation that we presented last week that we ended up delaying, but the rationale and the discussions that were occurring amongst the principals and how that evolved into this recommendation tonight. So Dr. Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Lee-sung. Good evening, President Floor, members of the board. Thanks for having me tonight to present and talk about our goal from the outgo, which is to try to get students back to campus safely under the guiding principles that Mr. Lee-sung illustrated just a little bit earlier. As you can imagine, after the conclusion of the school year, focus immediately shifted to how can we open in the fall of 2020, and how can we do that safely? Again, with the overarching focus on getting students back on the campus, focusing on social emotional, as well as obviously instruction and learning. And so this is no easy task, and I can say that it's been a 3.5-week dialogue, and thank you to John Drake, who is answering text messages at 4 in the morning as we are bombarding him with new ideas. And we have pitched 9 to 10 different ideas, and within that has become an amazing group of secondary principals, which I'm proud to work with. As we converse, we argue, we get passionate, but it's all about kids, and it's all about trying to do the right thing to make sure that we can safely get students back to campus, and that we can safely have our staff around students, and that we also can go easily from one level to the next, as Mr. Lee Sung mentioned, not knowing what the future holds for us. And so in that dialogue of the 3.5 weeks, many things are considered, many things are discussed. And as Mr. Lee Sung mentioned, as early as 1 week ago, we had a proposal on the table. In fact, I was queued up to be one of the presenters that night, and it was really kind of a pretty simple model, right? It was a model that was based on an AM, PM cohort. Students would maintain on a block schedule that's odd and even, and they would just simply attend either the AM or the PM on their day, and they would just alternate back and forth. And then after that kind of presentation and then one other kind of conversation, we kind of emerge as a principal group and say, yes, this is the model that should move forward. And being the group that we are, we always try to think, well, what could we do better? What have we maybe missed? What rock haven't we uncovered? And this is what keeps John up at night. I know when he is getting text messages from us, and the next morning a new thought emerges. And what was amazing about this new thought is it did a really good job of kind of melding some of the 9 ideas that have come forward, emerging to those last 2 ideas, where we really started to see some consistency, but also some marriage of the 2 ideas together, which were focused on all of the things that Mr. Lee Sun mentioned for the guiding principles, but also limited the amount of contact for staff and students, but still focused on instruction and how we divided up the instructional day. So we shifted from the 50-50 to kind of a 4x4 model. And in that discussion, we kind of gained consensus as a principals group that, hey, you know what? For some of the reasons that you're going to hear from Mr. Halt, this seems to make some sense. And so with not much more detail to give, I'll let kind of Mike Halt from Estancia High School kind of take over and kind of really discuss in the model as we start to kind of go through and tell you kind of the thinking and the why behind it.
Hey, thanks, Jake. And good evening, President Floor, trustees. As Jake mentioned, we've been working together to try to come up with the best way to provide students safe, high quality learning environment. And the 4x4 model is a model of instruction that has been used by high performing progressive high schools in California and across the country for years in order to maximize time on learning, decrease student stress, enhance student-teacher connections, and improve learning outcomes for all students. I know the health concerns have forced all schools to really re-examine how they could deliver in-person instructions with social distancing restrictions. And this model can certainly do that. But the 4x4 model of instruction has great value beyond the safety advantages we're going to discuss tonight. Tonight I want to show you what the 4x4 model is, what it would look like in various learning conditions, be it full in-person learning, learning on campus with social distancing restrictions, distance learning, or a hybrid of those 2. I'll also provide you some answers to some of those questions and concerns that have rightfully emerged from our students, our staff, and our parents.
Emma, is there dinner downstairs for you? You want to go down and look?
And I know our goal is to decide what model of instruction we could use for those in-person student learning with social distance restrictions attached. But I want to ensure everyone has a full understanding of what the 4x4 really is and why it works to support all students. Because if we adopt this model, we will be making a year-long commitment, hopefully longer, no matter what our low level of COVID restrictions may exist. So before I go into my full presentation, I'd like to take sort of 3 minutes to show a video presentation that was shared with all of our staff in order to help introduce the concept to them prior to this more detailed explanation I'll be giving to everyone tonight. This was just a quick overview to kind of get people excited to be thinking about what this might look like in our schools. It was never intended to answer all the questions. All right, and if we could go to the next slide, Russell. You know, as the video tried to point out, the big idea here is that in the 4x4 model, students take half of their classes in the fall and the other half in the spring. As we'll see, this model provides important and unique advantage to both students and teachers in all learning modes, whether that's in person, online, or hybrid of the two. As you know, in our traditional 8-block schedule, students take 3 A-day classes on one day and 3 B-day classes the next. In the 4x4 model, students, in essence, take all of their A-day classes or all of their odd period classes in the first semester. In both models, students get a year worth of credit after about 90 days of instruction. In the 4x4 model, the students get their 90 days of instruction consecutively rather than getting 90 days of instruction every other day for 180 days. Keep in mind, these courses are concentrated, they're not sped up. It's still the same amount of instruction, the same amount of instructional time. It's just how we are using that time to enhance student learning. So what you're looking at is what a student's fall schedule would look like. Now keep in mind that most students would only be taking 3 of the 4 classes. And this is what their schedule would look like if we continued on this model for what their schedule would look like in the spring. Again, taking their even courses, 3 of their 4 classes in the spring. And sort of putting it all together, this is what the basic 4x4 schedule would look like. Again, in the 4x4 model, all students attend school each day, but they'll be taking 3, sometimes 4 classes a semester. 90 days of continuous classes as opposed to 90 days of alternating instruction over 180 days. The benefits for students are significant. Because they're only taking 3 to 4 classes a semester, they're able to go deeper into each class because they have fewer total demands being placed upon them. That's fewer platforms to navigate, fewer class rules and grading policies to adapt to, and fewer competing homework demands for our students' busy schedules. The benefits for our staff is also quite significant. With a traditional year-long schedule, whether it's an 8-period block or 6 single periods, teachers have 5 or 6 classes of students to keep track of and get to know. On the 4x4 schedule, teachers have just 3 classes at a time. It's about 90 students less. Therefore, teacher-student relationships are strengthened because teachers have daily contact with fewer students. As a result, teachers get to know all their students, and their students can thrive because of these stronger personal connections with a caring adult. Teachers who work the 4x4 model find that they have time to assign more meaningful work and the ability to provide students more timely and constructive feedback. Think about it. One of the challenges that typically exist when teachers have 180 kids to keep track of, they're often hesitant about those larger writing assignments because there's too many competing demands of their time to give those individualized feedback. This model addresses that like no other model. And what people find is that enhanced student relationships plus greater student feedback equals improved academic outcomes. Now, what you're looking at is what in-person schooling with social distance requirements being met could look like. This is similar to that 50-50 model that was discussed previously, but with more benefits for students and staff. And I'd just like to sort of walk you through what this would look like. Obviously, we'd be breaking our students into 2 smaller cohorts for safety reasons. One cohort would be your morning cohort and one would be your afternoon cohort. Our students are already used to the idea that some have a early start or a late start. So if you are a student who has a schedule that typically goes 1, 3, 5, you would come to school at 8 o'clock. You'd go to your 3rd class and break, where you'd grab your nutrition as well as a grab and go lunch. And then you go to your 5th period class. And at the end of 5th period, you would depart for home with your lunch and be ready and able to continue your learning through independent study opportunities. If you're a student on a late early start and your schedule is typically 3, 5, 7, you would come about 8:45. You'd still go to your 3rd period class, you'd get your grab and go lunch at nutrition, and then you'd go to periods 5 and 7, and you would depart at 11 o'clock. So that way you could go home, have your lunch, and begin your independent learning activities. Now, for students who have a late start, we've used the offset of time, so that way there's plenty of time to get the first cohort successfully off and safely off campus. The second group would come in. If they have an early start to the afternoon shift, they'd come in for their 1st period class. Half of our students would be going straight to lunch and then to 1st period. The other half would start 1st period and then go to lunch at the end. Schools that have these type of divided lunches typically do them by departments, such as students in math, science, visual and performing arts, CTE, would go to the first lunch and then go to their first period class. Students who have, say, PE, English, social studies, they would go to class and then they would have their lunch at the end. This provides that safety division, so that way no more than 25% of your students would be having lunch at the same time. It also ensures that every teacher would get their contractual required 30-minute duty-free lunch. Again, if they're an early start kid, early start afternoon, they would go 1, 3, 5 and would leave for independent study, or they would come in and go to 3, 5, 7. If they are on that late start, they would go to that second lunch that begins right before third period. Bringing it all together, this is what a fall semester would look like for that in-person with social distancing, where students would be receiving in-person instruction in small groups with social distancing restrictions being met, and the opportunity to do independent work at home. If we continued in this method for the entire year, this is what their schedule would look like in the spring. Keep in mind, with every schedule that we'll be showing, certain times may vary based on the school site's individual and unique needs. And this sort of brings it all together as a year at a glance, with those small group instructions on campus, social distancing restrictions being met, and students being provided opportunities for independent work at home. For our 6-period middle schools, such as Ensign and Tewinkle, this is the type of schedule that they could use, in which, again, there'd be 3 periods, but staff could easily create the opportunities for enrichment and intervention periods, such as you're seeing right now. This is a model that is very similar to the elementary model that is being blended with the high school model, providing that sort of best of both worlds, safety as well as opportunities for intervention and enrichment. If we have to start school or if we have to return to distance learning, I want to make sure that everyone understands that this model really does benefit students in every type of learning scenario. We know that one of the big challenges that we had previously was, how do we make those connections work? How on earth do we deliver this important instruction through the challenging conditions that exist in distance learning? The 4x4 model really helps us address some of our biggest challenges that we had there. Because teachers have fewer students to keep track of, fewer students to manage, they're able to connect with them easier. They're able to track down those students who don't attend so much easier, because now we're looking at a small number out of a smaller percentage. Also, for our students, one of the big concerns that we heard from them was they had so many different learning platforms that they had to adjust to and adapt to. Because students are only working with 3 different teachers, the number of platforms, even without any type of administrative intervention, is automatically cut in half. Our students will find their workload is more manageable because they are working for fewer different adult demands. If we're able to return to normal at some point during the school day, this is what the 4x4 would look like for the normal circumstances. And I also want to say that this is what the 4x4 could look like for schools that have an advisory or tutorial period. Some of our schools already have that built into their schedule, and models like this certainly help address some of those concerns that we've heard stakeholders talk about. Because tutorial and advisory periods run all year long, when we're in person, this would allow for that sort of extra connections that students could have to keep engaged with the curriculum. Now, I know one of the biggest stakeholder groups we are always concerned about is, how are we meeting the needs of our at-promise students? And even though the 4x4 model was originally constructed coming out of those elite prep schools on the East Coast to help reduce stress and improve student learning outcomes for our highest achieving students, what schools quickly realized as it started to spread to the American South was that it had great advantages for meeting the needs of our at-promise students. For our English language learners, they can certainly continue to get year-long support because our ELD 1s and ELD 2 students are always programmed for one class of that works on language development and one class that works on reading development. And so by continuing to offer those classes all year long, the teachers simply don't compartmentalize it till 90 minutes of one method and 90 minutes of another. All 4 domains, speaking, listening, reading, and writing, are exercised and improved all year long. For our students with special needs, they're able to get that basic skills support all year long because our numbers in our basic skills class typically run very small, so it's very easy to accommodate having basic skills class run all year long without making this an additional burden on our students. And one of the things that a lot of places get really excited about, as we'll talk about later, is the opportunity for same year remediation. If a student fails Algebra 1 in the fall semester, there's a great chance that they can be reprogrammed to take Algebra 1 second semester, thereby ensuring that even if it wasn't a fail, maybe it was just a D, if they fell off track for A through G or for graduation, we can immediately adjust on that and help get them back on track without having to wait for summer school or for a full year to address those important needs. Now, I know our students spoke passionately about how does the 4x4 schedule meet the AP demands? And I want to assure them and everybody else who is listening, the 4x4 model is currently in use in incredibly high-performing districts across California and across our nation. And all of them have found different ways to address these important needs. That's why the model has been around for as long as it has. Now, here's simply one way that can work. If you keep in mind that on our traditional schedule, with school starting on August 24th and the first AP test being around May 6th, there's approximately 76 instructional days prior to the exam, because on our traditional schedule, students go to the AP, whatever class it is, every other day. Now, if a student has AP US History the fall semester, there's 80 instructional days between the first day of the fall semester on August 24th and the last day of the fall semester on December 17th, more than those 76 expected days. If they start in the spring, second semester starts on January 4th. Interestingly enough, there's about 76 instructional days going every day between January 4th and that first AP test. So no matter when a student took the AP class, all of them would get that minimum expectation of 76 instructional days. Also, almost all of our AP teachers provide AP review sessions to their students. And schools that have a 4x4 model just ensure that students attend those review sessions, whether they went and took their AP class in the fall or in the spring. Additionally, as we mentioned, some schools have a tutorial already built into their schedule in which AP support could be given all year round, irregardless of when you take the class. And some schools run AP as a 0 period, and that could continue to go on in this type of model. Now, another one of our key stakeholder groups really talked about how do we meet the demands of safety. And the 4x4 model really does address this better than any other model we've looked at. Our staff will find themselves in a much better position because they are exposed to only 90 students a day, vice the 180 students that they might see over 2 days, 180 different students over 2 days in the other models we've looked at. Students have limited transitions. Most students will only transition between 2 different classes and then they will depart. And as we mentioned, this model also ensures that there's 2 lunches being served on campus and there's never more than 25% of our students congregating for that important big period. So what does it look like for students is one of the most important questions we can ask. And what you're looking at is a sample schedule of what this in-person learning might look like with social distancing restrictions attached. Let's just pick on a normal 9th grader. Their schedule could look something like this, where they have English first semester, math, their grab and go lunch, and they have art. Their second semester, they'd have biology, Spanish, and health. And then they'd, at the end of each time, again, they'd go home. I know one of the concerns that was voiced, and we'll certainly talk about it, was the concern or the perception of learning loss. We will address that later, but I also want to emphasize the importance of maintaining learning momentum, as we mentioned about how students can continue to make up any type of deficit they occur during the school year. And that same student, if we're fortunate enough to return to the new normal and they're back on campus for full instruction, this is what it looks like on a 90-minute block. Now, this is a sort of a larger look at what a 4x4 student's schedule might look like if we stay in it for 4 years. Beginning with your typical freshman, and I do mean typical freshman schedule, where they have algebra, art, or any elective of their choice, their English, their health, and their biology, and Spanish. One of the concerns that was brought up was the math retention. And one of the things that Dr. Shako can easily talk about, that research has shown that the loss of learning, when we talk about summer loss, is greatest between that sort of 30 and 60-day period. And that is when the learning loss is most significant. After about 60 days, the learning loss really plateaus because the essential concepts have been locked into the student. What this model does is it ensures that there is always going to be that 60 days sort of slope, but because there's day-to-day contact, day-to-day instruction, schools have actually found that learning loss is on the shorter end of those 30 to 60 days. Now, for our world languages, again, there's the ability to sort of immerse in a world language, get those day-to-day instructions, and in undersubscribed courses such as French, a student could very easily take French first semester of their freshman year, French 2, second semester of their freshman year, French 3, their sophomore year, and so on. Actually get into an AP. But if we look at, again, this student schedule, you can see how they could get all their college and career-ready classes into their schedule and have them meet. What I like, again, we're just focusing on this kid, say young Mike. If I struggled in math and I needed to remediate, I could easily do that, as we've discussed. But if I don't, I keep on moving through there. If you follow the schedule, you'll see takes algebra as first year, geometry the second year. Because we don't have the spiraling curriculum anymore, it's much easier for that learning to continue the way that we've talked. Going algebra, geometry, taking algebra 2, and here's where I get excited. Again, it's a regular student, their senior year, they could easily take pre-calculus and then be in place to take AP calculus. This is the type of on-track projection that we've never had before, because typically to get into AP classes, students had to be in our advanced or accelerated classes based on their performance in the 5th grade. Also, when we look down here at our CTE offerings, students in this type of model find that they can do more with all of their electives, including our CTE classes. They can actually accelerate their CTE pathway and get to the point by their senior year where we're able to actualize those long-awaited CTE internships. No matter what type of student you are, whether you're a student who has struggled but can find a pathway forward, or some of our great high-flying students who excel in our classes, they can actually continue to grow and go further in this type of model. That's why so many schools have adopted it, and so many schools continue to stay with it over these last 30 years. I know I presented a lot of information in a relatively short period of time. And I know some of my colleagues are eager to talk as well, but I'll go ahead and pause right now for any type of questions or comments.
I have no hands up currently. So do you want to go ahead and continue? Oh, there they are. I have Trustee Barto. Then I have Troy Sabota, a student board member, and John Brazelton. And then Karen Yelsey, Trustee Yelsey.
Thank you. So the couple questions that I had were for the APs, AP Calculus, etc. I had talked with various people that I know who have their kids at boarding school on the East Coast. And they talked about how a lot of those schools are phasing out the AP tests altogether as part of their applications because of the pandemic. I like that we're still keeping these AP classes in there, and I know a lot of the other schools are kind of phasing that out this year in particular and years going forward. But my question is more if, as far as a review session for an AP course in the fall, how are we going to handle that in the spring? Because that's kind of where I get stuck in terms of the retention of knowledge. Is, you know, that's a lot to retain even with a study session.
It's a great question, Trustee Bardo. And again, as I would say, yes, students will be invited to those review sessions and they will attend them and get the assistance. But I don't want to speak for an AP teacher. We do have several AP teachers here who will be talking, and I'm sure they're going to address your concern a lot better than I could.
Okay. And then my other question was just in regards to the one we've all sort of gotten, I think, individually and collectively, is that how the how would the Algebra 1 work, especially if they're remediating in the second semester, or would they take Algebra 2 in the second semester? Can you walk me through kind of the, I think the math and the languages are where we all kind of get stuck.
Absolutely. And those are two areas, and I really do appreciate the opportunity to sort of amplify some of my earlier statements. And we also have a math teacher on board who will be speaking later to better address some of these things. But as far as the student who struggles, if they, like I said, get a D or an F and they want to improve or remediate that grade in the first semester, they could easily do so in most schools because of that 4-period schedule, and 7th and 8th period classes tend to be rather undersubscribed. So the ability to address that immediately, if you failed the Algebra 1, our goal would be to reprogram him for the spring semester to immediately address that learning failure. If they received a D and they wanted to remediate that, it would be based on sort of the availability of spaces based on the priority of needs. So our goal would be to address the D immediately, but we may not be able to do that just based on the school's overall needs, depending on which school it is. And I know you had a couple other questions, and I'm not sure if they're best for me or for our math.
I wanted to interject that actually one of our teachers has raised their hand, and I want to invite any one of our 4 teachers to make a comment. But I think, Mr. Brazelton, you have a response to a question that's already been asked. So if you'd like to unmute yourself, you could share your thoughts. And thank you for being.
Yeah, very well. I'm John Brazelton. I've been teaching at Newport Harbor High for 25 years, including over a decade of AP chemistry and going on 5 years of IB astronomy. So regarding the AP reviews, it's pretty standard practice for AP teachers to run a few outside of normal class hours reviews just to help get their kids as ready as possible for the exam. So whether a student took an AP course in the fall or the spring, they would be welcome to those reviews, which obviously to be most effective in refreshing memory are probably going to be sometime during April. But to reiterate what Mr. Holt was saying, that with our current calendar, you'll have just as many, if not more, class meetings on the 4x4 than you would on our normal 8-period block. So the only real fly in the ointment about the 4x4 regarding AP classes is if you take it in the fall, what about those? And it's not 5 months, it's 4 from the end of December until January, February, March, April, and then beginning of May is that window of AP and IB exams. During those months, will there be reviews given? Probably not until April, honestly. But will the students be able to excel on the exam? It's been my experience that the students who are motivated to do well on the exam are going to find a way to do it. And with the teacher providing just as many days of instruction, if not a few more, in that first semester than the 8-period block would allow, and then having those reviews prior to the exam, I'm hoping that those parents, which I am also an NMUSD parent, I've got a graduate of Newport Harbor from 2017. I've got an incoming sophomore at Newport Harbor. So I understand those concerns. And I know that speaking on behalf of not just myself, but the other NMUSD educators, that will make it happen. Your kids are going to be prepared for that AP exam, regardless of the format, whether it's the abbreviated online format that we dealt with last year, or a full 3-hour sit down and grind it out that all of the other prior students have suffered through. But hopefully that concern has been assuaged by the information that's been presented.
We also have Laura Barnaby. I think she also indicated that she could answer the question, so I'll call on her if she can unmute.
Doing my best. Okay, there we go. Hi. I am a colleague of Mr. Brazelton. We both teach at Newport Harbor High School. I'm an English teacher. I teach IB language and literature. And I disagree with John a little bit. I do think our students are likely to do worse on the exams, those who take these classes in the fall. I think there's a very good chance that even my most dedicated students will lose some of the plot details of Hamlet and other crucial things that we teach in English. But I do think the larger lessons of IB and AP classes will be retained. I think that my students will, whether they take this class in the fall or the spring, enter college with a good ability to read at and above college level, to write at and above college level, that these larger issues, these larger experiences that we provide will stay with them. If they lose a few points, if we lose a few percentage points overall on these tests, I'm not sure that's the most crucial question to be deciding tonight.
Great, thank you. We have, I think, Trustee Barto, are you finished? Did you have a couple of other ones?
I'm sorry, we have another teacher who wanted to make a comment.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry, missed her.
Yeah, we have Rachel Kloppenberg.
Hi, so I just wanted to speak on the review sessions to answer that question. That was one of the points I wanted to talk about. I'm Rachel Kloppenberg. I teach AP Calculus, AB, and BC at Costa Mesa High School. So like was mentioned before, it's always been common practice for AP teachers to run review sessions in the spring. And so for me, it's not a concern if one of my AP courses is in the fall semester. My students did that last year as well via Zoom, and they were very successful. We had extra Zoom reviews on Wednesdays in the mornings, in the afternoon. So I don't think that running these reviews, it's very reasonable. As well, this is something that our AP government and economics teachers have always grappled with. Those are AP courses that fall in a semester. And so they've always had to do that, and they've done that fairly successfully. The 4x4 model, one of the other points I want to talk about is it actually emulates a college semester system. So it does make sense for AP. It actually makes more sense for AP than any of the other classes because AP is college courses. So AP grants a semester of college credit. So the content of the courses actually should fit nicely in a semester where we're meeting with the students as much as we would be.
Great. Thank you.
That was it. Thank you. That was my set of questions. And I just wanted to confirm that that provides the same number of minutes overall then, even though it's, because it's daily. Is that correct? But if we jump back between the 45 or the block, if everything went back to normal, we're still getting those same number of minutes.
So if I understand your question correctly, in the 4x4 in-person model, yes, you're looking at the same amount of instructional time that we would be having if we were in full in-person in the traditional model. Yes, if I heard your question correctly.
Yes, so that's what I understood, was that there was the same number of minutes. My question was a little bit, so if we go back to where we're in that full 90-minute block, are we getting more minutes now, or are we getting the same number? We're just sort of moving the periods around.
Yeah, in essence, we're sort of moving when time is occurring. As Mr. Brazelton mentioned, that certain classes, we're talking AP classes, may find themselves having a little bit more time, but for the overwhelming majority of our students, if we're talking regular classes or all classes, it's basically the same amount of time. It's just occurring differently in a concentrated one semester as opposed to an alternating every other day for a full year.
Thank you. I appreciate your willingness to innovate. I'm gonna have a lot of questions, but I really thank you for your hard work.
Okay, so we'll move to Troy, and then to Trustee Yelsey, and then to John Brazelton, and then we have other trustees and Miss Barnaby. So they're probably all hanging in because they probably have also additional comments.
We have one more teacher who had his hand up.
Oh, sure. Sorry.
Mark Seigan.
Oh, Mark. Okay, do you have input into that question as well?
Thank you, President Floor and board members. My name is Mark Seigan. I teach at Estancia High School. I've been teaching AP Environmental Science for over 5 years there, and been teaching there overall for 15 years. I agree with what the AP teachers have really already stated. Just to reiterate that, I think there will be a challenge because they're going to have that time between the end of their coursework and the start of their review sessions. But it's been my experience that the students who would normally do well on an AP exam will probably be able to overcome that time gap with some review, and I think they would do just fine. So,
great, thank you. Okay, so Troy, you're up next. You had your hand up.
So I have several more questions regarding AP. So first off, a lot of APs are actually 2 semesters equivalents in college. So a lot of them like APUSH or AP US History and AP Biology and AP Chemistry and AP Calc BC. Those are 2 semester equivalents in college. And so just be clear, if we move to a 4x4, we would be doing a 2 semester equivalent college class in a 1 semester of high school. So do you think that's reasonable for the students?
Do we have a teacher that can answer that?
Well, I can answer part of it. And a chemistry class, if you have chemistry AB is 1 semester of college. Chemistry CD is the 2nd semester of college. The AP courses to take in 1 year are the learning equivalent of 1 semester in college. So your year of AP chemistry is what I took in 1 semester of college. So just so that you are aware of that. But the AP teachers know more, so I'm sure they're lining up.
Mr. Brazelton.
Yeah, Trustee Matoya, with all due respect, AP Chemistry is actually a 1-year college equivalent. It's one of the few AP courses that is, or at least it was when I was teaching it. I haven't taught it for a few years. Yeah, I'm sorry, but having said that, that's what made it so challenging to teach in a high school setting where I would see my students every other day from Labor Day until early May. And I sat down and crunched the numbers, and it was significantly less contact time than a full year of college chemistry, especially when you included the lab component that I was also supposed to include. Now, to answer Troy's concern, whether it's on our 8-period block, where you're going every other day from the beginning of school until the AP testing window, or it's the 4x4 where you go every day for first semester or every day for second semester starting January, early January until the AP testing window. As has already been mentioned, it was on one of the PowerPoint slides, it's actually the same amount of class time. It's the same number of class days. It's just how you're slicing it up. So everyone's aware, a little over 15 years ago, I co-chaired the Bell Schedule Committee for Newport Harbor High School. And we researched not just online and by making phone calls, but we made multiple visits to high schools around the county that were utilizing different schedules, whether it was an 8-period block, the 4x4, there was a blended block, a 7-period. We had so many different schedules. And my co-chair, who's now retired, and I, both of us agreed that the 4x4 was actually the best schedule we had seen in terms of addressing so many needs of the student population, at least for Newport Harbor High School. And we also, unfortunately, had to agree that it was too radical of a change to make from the schedule that we were on back in the early 2000s. And that's what led us to the 8-period block. And the 8-period block that all of the secondary schools have been on now for a few years is really no different from the 4x4, except you're taking your 8 classes, and instead of alternating them, you're separating them into 2 groups of 4. It's no different if you're eating a pizza, if you eat the whole left side or the whole right side, or you eat every other slice, you're still eating the same pizza. It's still the same amount of student time. It's still the same number of class meetings. It's just whether you do half of it more concentrated and then the other half. And there are so many, especially with distance learning, potential benefits to that. And as a parent, I know one of the biggest hurdles to distance learning for my student, as well as as a teacher, many of my physics and IB astronomy students last year, was having to juggle many different classes and different teacher requirements, different online demands, and being able to cut that in half for distance learning, I think is going to help to mitigate one of the primary stressors for many of our students of distance learning. But onward. Thank you.
I believe Rachel Kloppenberg also has a comment to the question.
Yes, I wanted to address the Calculus BC part of it. And so Calculus BC, if you think of Calc 1 and Calc 2, the way College Board divides it, it's ABC, right? And so AB is considered kind of Calc 1 and BC is considered Calc 2. So it is true that while students that go directly into BC are getting double the credit because they get an AB sub score most years and also a BC score. So they're going into both. But the way it works when students go directly into BC is that because it's called BC, they've actually already should have done that A portion, which is limits and derivatives, a lot of times with their pre-calculus course. So that kind of cuts down on content. As well as I know, 3 of our 4 high schools right now that offer Calculus BC, we are having students do AB as a year and then go into BC. So my BC students next year will already have AB. And as far as I'm aware, Estancia and Newport Harbor run it the same way. Also for the minutes. So I was doing a calculation with another math teacher. So I'm gonna kind of throw the math out there. Unfortunately, you know, we are still in the pandemic, and so it's hard to compare and think that there's going to be a time we're going to go back full. That seems so far away. But a lot of districts are contemplating a hybrid schedule, and I think it was proposed at our district too, where they would have 6 classes, and then the students come either on 2 days a week for that full day in A groups and B groups. So if you say that, and they're seeing all 6 teachers for 40 minutes on those days, they're going to see each teacher for 80 minutes a week. So they'll have 80 minutes a week for each class throughout the whole school year, is approximately 2,880 minutes. In the 4x4 model for the hybrid learning, which again, I think that's most likely what we'd end up using, not the full. Students would see each teacher 200 minutes, 40 minutes, 5 days a week. And so for a semester only, not the full year. So for just a semester, that would equal approximately 3,600 minutes. So that's a difference of 720 minutes, approximately 12 hours. If we compare our 4x4 hybrid model with the hybrid models of all the classes that are being adopted by other districts. So I just wanted to throw out the math of there. So we actually, in our 4x4, would have more minutes on a hybrid schedule.
Troy, I'm going to move to another question for another, you can come back, so keep your hands up, but I want to make sure that everybody gets at least answer one question. Laura, you have another take on it?
Yeah, I just wanted to say one more thing about AP and IB. Troy, I agree with you. I think that it's going to be tough on students who are in an AP or IB class first semester, especially considering the fact that we're going to come back to distance learning and they may be moving into hybrid. And there's a good chance that our students won't do quite as well. But I think in the larger picture of things, that is not as important as some of the gains that we will get from this model. I think the gains that we will get from teachers having 90 students to care for and students having 3 classes to attend to in this time, in this crisis, will balance out whatever harm might be done to AP and IB students. I do think our AP and IB students are incredibly resourceful, incredibly smart. You heard from one of mine earlier, Bailey Bogard. If anyone has to get something a little less than perfect, I trust you guys to overcome that. I am much more concerned about the social and emotional and the academic needs of the students who aren't prepared for IB and AP, and I think this model attends to their needs better.
All right.
President Floor, I know Dr. Bolton wanted to just speak to IB for a moment because we've talked all about AP. So, Dr. Bolton?
I'll let you take, you handle the question.
I'm monitoring the hand raising.
Yeah.
All right.
You got it.
Good evening, Dr. Bolton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lee-Sung, and thank you, President Floor and trustees, and thank you, Bailey and Troy, for all your comments and your concerns. And we certainly teach our students to advocate for themselves, to articulate their thoughts, and that passion and that spirit is alive and well in this board meeting. So thank you. And I'd also like to thank the teachers tonight, Mr. Brazelton, Mrs. Barnaby. I'm lucky enough to work with you every day, and that's a privilege in itself. And Rachel, I've been lucky to work with you on the math adoption, and Mr. Saigon, I worked with you at Estancia High School way back when, but just phenomenal educators. And I know that we're going to get through this one way or another. We will get through this. And just International Baccalaureate, we have it at Newport Harbor High School. The major variation is the extra items and the extra requirements to gain and earn an IB diploma, specifically community action service, extended essay, and theory of knowledge. And those requirements are usually done outside of the IB curriculum. Our teachers give a predicted grade every year within the core of IB, the 6 requirements and all the classes to gain a diploma. That predicted grade, along with the internal assessments and the oral assessments, are what the International Baccalaureate relied heavily on to assign points on whether a student earned a diploma or didn't earn a diploma. And a lot of our students, what the difference maker is the extended essay. And the extended essay is completed that second semester, the junior year, first semester, the senior year. And we will get students through the extended essay. It's due in November, it's submitted in November. It's a 4,000 word paper that is submitted, and I'm sure that we will get them through that as well. And I just want to stress that while we were developing this, and I was privileged enough to work with my colleagues on developing this 4x4 and this modified in-person schedule, that we considered all students. We considered English language learners, our transitioning EL students, our special education students, our college prep students, our community college students, our students going into the military career, and a 4-year university. So there was a lot to consider and we arrived at this. And I'm looking forward to working together with everybody, because especially in those days in October, November, when the school year tends to really drag on and it gets really tedious and difficult, we are going to really have to bear down and work as a team to make it all work to carry all students through this. And just a final thought, I have 2 students at Ensign who were in the 8th grade, so this affects me as a parent as well. And I kept that at the forefront of every thought and decision being made. So thank you for the time tonight.
Thank you. So who's up now? So Troy, I'm gonna, I'll come back to you, but I think the next board member was Trustee Yelsey.
Thank you, Mrs. Fleur. I realize 4x4 is not a new model, that it's been around and it's been used, but I think the places where it's been used, they probably spent a lot of time studying this before they initiated it. And they probably planned it for a full 4 years of high school. This is the first I've heard tonight that we possibly could be using this for 4 years. I didn't even know that was part of the discussion. And so I'm a little concerned about that, because to me, making a decision, knowing this less than a week, that we may be going to this type of model and we'll just continue, that I have definite concerns with that. So that can be addressed at some point. But
Yeah, Mrs. Yelsey, if I could clarify that, I just want to let you know the recommendation and the action tonight for consideration is only for this upcoming school year. Only for this upcoming school year. The concept is something that could continue on, but you are absolutely right. That decision would have to be made fully vetted, fully with a lot of discussions. We will, if this is approved and implemented, we will see how it goes. We'll be able to have full discussions to see whether it has merit and benefits to continue in the future. But tonight is only for this year.
okay, I don't think the age of COVID is a time to try such drastically different things. That's just my impression of that. But just, I want to comment on a few things that were mentioned. When we talk about, this is what students, if they're taking college courses, these are still high school students. That's why historically AP courses in high school have gone over a year, just to give them that experience of taking a college course, but they have more time to do it. So if we're assuming these kids can act like they are in college, they should maybe take a GED and just take college courses. I don't find the logic in that. And it also seems that this 4x4 will benefit more students who may take a course first semester, because we've talked about if you take Algebra 1 first semester and you don't do well, well, then you have a semester to remediate and you can do it during the second semester. What's going to happen if someone doesn't take Algebra 1 or any other math first semester, they're taking it second semester, and they don't do well? They're going to have to go to summer school. They're going to have to do something else to remediate. It really, and on the converse of that, we most likely will start out in distance learning, but second semester, maybe there won't be distance learning. So just because your period's 1, 3, 5, 7 versus 2, 4, 6, 8, you may have a real advantage in taking courses. And in terms of AP tests, someone mentioned we shouldn't be concerned that much with the grade on the AP tests. There are many people who are concerned with that grade only because they can place out of that course when they get to college. And college is so expensive right now that many people look to try. That's one of the really strong points they have in trying to study hard for it, because they know if they place out of it, they can go on to something else. And long term, they could graduate earlier from college. It would be less expensive. So I think saying we should just kind of sacrifice the grade a little bit is real important for some people. Oh, we talked about too many learning platforms we had this year in distance learning. And I think that was, and if we go to fewer classes, if we go to half the amount of classes, that could be remedied because you'd have fewer in fewer classes, or the same number of maybe platforms in fewer classes. I think our whole distance learning has to be different, and I understand that that's what we're working toward, so that hopefully, even if we're going down to 3 or 4 classes, each class is not going to have 4 or 5 different platforms they're working on. I think that anything we're saying that happened in distance learning in the spring shouldn't be applying to how we're developing a program right now, because I don't think any of us want to see a program that's a learning platform that's developed that would duplicate what we had from March through June of this year. So I appreciate the out-of-the-box thinking. I appreciate the creativity. I just think that this takes a lot longer to get right than we're giving it time for. And those are my initial concerns. I'll have some more comments, but that's just on what's been presented so far.
Okay, I'm going to go to the trustees and the teachers. If you want to raise your, shake your hand, and so Russell can take a look, Mr. Lee-Sung can take a look at those and pull that in. So I'm going to go to Trustee Snell and then Trustee Anderson.
Okay, I do want to thank the AP teachers that are here, all the teachers that are here tonight. It's been very informative, and I appreciate your input because you were the ones that know how the AP courses work and whether your students can excel in this kind of a model. I was happy that you shared that this is a model that's being used in other schools, high-performing schools. It seems like it makes a lot of sense to me. If it's for no other reason, and one of the teachers mentioned this, it addresses the academic portion, but it also addresses the mental health portion. Mental health for our students who don't have to take 6 classes. They can take 3 and focus on them and come every day. And it seems to have a lot of positives, which is why I think other schools use it. And I realize that our students are high school students, but they're taking a college class, and I mean, it seems like the AP teachers feel they can handle it. I also really appreciated the information on this, because this is kind of hard to grasp when you just look at it on paper. And I'm glad to hear that they're actually getting more instruction time rather than less, because I think a lot of people thought everything was speeded up and they were having everything crunched in, but with the math that was presented to us, that's just not the case. I know change is hard, and I know change is especially difficult with what we're going through, but this is not a model that was just made up. This is a model that is being used now, and if it fits and addresses the needs of the students, I think that's really important. I had a question in that, would it be difficult for students to be able to take Spanish 1 first semester, Spanish 2 second semester, or Spanish 1 second semester, and then go right into Spanish 2 the next year when we're all back to normal? Is that impossible for every student to do that? I mean, is there just not enough openings? Some students would have to take some of these AP courses and language courses and skip a semester. Was that question phrased so that you understand it? If you,
I think I understood your.
It's my fault if you didn't.
Yeah.
Go
I think I understood your question,
Okay,
and
good.
you know, so what I tried to stress was right now, based on how we are currently staffed, I couldn't make that promise for all world language classes. You know, I specifically mentioned that in certain classes that tend to be undersubscribed, such as, say, French or Mandarin, yeah, it should be relatively easy to address those type of desires. For our heavily subscribed classes, because we're not increasing the number of Spanish teachers that we have, we're really looking at what is the space availability. And it really, again, kind of comes down to certain learning concepts. You know, what does research show is really best for cementing a language? Is it daily immersion where you're using the target language every day for, 90 days or 100 days? Or is it on an alternating basis for a prolonged period of time? So, the research really isn't conclusive when you look at public education, because it's so difficult, let's be honest, to sort of learn a foreign language when you're 16 years old. But most evidence does show that the immersion approach makes more sense and yields greater learning outcomes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. One of the teachers, the AP English teacher, was it Miss Barnaby, or who was that? Who's the AP English teacher that was speaking?
That's me.
Oh, hi. It is it's Barnaby. Yes, Barnaby. I got it right. So are your classes usually over 15? I mean, are they, I don't know. There, okay. So would it be possible for you, because you were the one AP teacher that really had concerns about your students being ready for the AP test? So would you have to have first semester AP English? Could it just be second semester? No?
That would be entirely up to the magician who's working on our master schedule. And I know that she would try her best to accommodate, but that's going to be a very difficult thing. So
okay, and that's kind of what I wanted to know, is that it's pretty unlikely she would be able to fit everybody into second semester. It would have to be, okay, because that is a popular class. Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Anderson, and then Trustee Matoye.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. The first one is, I'm wondering, it sounds like a lot of the teachers that are on our AP teachers, do we have other teachers on our panel as well right now that we could ask or can respond?
I have taught students of every level across the spectrum. If you'd like me to address that.
That'd be great.
It's actually one of the reasons I had my hand up, because there's been a lot of talk about the high-level AP IB kids. But I've also taught, shall we say, the reluctant learner, the students that, where I feel like I'm Mr. Cotter in front of a classroom of sweat hogs. And again, I come back to the benefit of the 4x4 being that the students only have to commit whatever mental bandwidth they have available to 3 classes rather than 6. And I get to see them every day, so I don't have, one of the big issues that I've seen since we've been on an alternating block schedule for nearly 2 decades is that the kids will procrastinate. I'll assign homework on a Monday. They'll know, oh, I don't need to do it Monday night. I don't have class till Wednesday. And then Tuesday night rolls along and they get bogged down in whatever else is going on in their life. And Wednesday comes around, they haven't done their homework. So with the 4x4, they're seeing their teacher every single day, which I think would be a great benefit, regardless of what course we're speaking of, whether it's science, foreign language, math, for that struggling student to have only 3 classes that they need to focus on. And be able to focus on them every single day. That's, again, I know that Mrs. Barnaby had mentioned something to the same effect, that this schedule can definitely help a huge swath of the student population in that regard. And it's not just the AP and IB kids, which I'm looking forward to. With my IB students, being able to see them every single day and not having to compete with 5 other classes, only competing with 2 others for their brain space and their attention. So There's that advantage, and being that I think it's fairly clear that we're going to be starting August 24th online, and who knows when that's going to end. I know I would love to be back in the classroom full time when it's safe to do so. I'm a 10-year cancer survivor. I've got concerns about going back to the classroom amidst the COVID pandemic. So I don't want to get stuck in the weeds on that. We're focusing on this 4x4 schedule. And if we are going to be starting back online, as I mentioned before, the biggest complaint that I had from my students across the board, whether they were the struggling CD students or the superstars, they were having to juggle 6 different classes in a brand new format online that they had never had to deal with before. And being able to cut that down to 3 and seeing them every single day and being able to reinforce just those 3 teachers focusing on their curriculum and their teaching style, their requirements for the class, it's going to be so much easier for our students to keep it all straight in their heads when they don't have that security around them of the brick and mortar school and the bells ringing, telling them to go and kind of structuring their lives for them. And they're having to be much more independent learners, and having to do that for only 3 classes rather than 6, I think is going to be much more manageable for the vast majority of them, especially my almost sophomore. Yeah.
Thank you. Can Rachel
Yeah.
share about Mesa? Because I know Mesa doesn't have 6 courses. They have 8 periods. So Rachel, what could you share a bit about what you see at Mesa?
Well, most of our high schoolers do only have 6. Well, 2 are typically their sport, but most of them only take 6 classes. Middle schoolers do have 8. Something that really has hit me for their social emotional needs is that when I think about starting the school year online, which is looking more likely, it's going to be far easier for me to get to know 90 students on Zoom than 180. For me to be an effective teacher, I need to know my students' personalities. I need to know their learning styles. In the spring, while it was, unfortunate to have to switch to distance learning so quickly, we had the luxury of knowing our students, and we don't have that luxury starting this school year. So in the 4x4 model, just cutting that number of students in half and also being able to see them every single day is going to help me get to know them more and support them as a whole student and not just teach them math. So
yeah, I agree with that. So specifically though, so for Mesa Middle, if they had 8 courses before, how do we see that working out?
So if they had a full schedule before, they'll still have the 4 schedule. They'll take 4 of the courses in the fall and they'll take 4 in the spring. And so they'll still, just like the high schoolers typically have like a home period, which I think Mike had on he had it home/elective on the schedule. Those students are just gonna have those full schedules. And so they'll have 4 teachers, unlike most of the high schoolers, which will have 3 teachers. So, and the middle school teachers still only teach 6 courses each, not the full 8, but the students, you're right, typically take the full 8. But they'll just have 4 each.
And then my follow-up to that too is, so a lot of those classes are either performing arts classes, or it's students who are in a tutorial or have an IEP and have extra intervention during that time. And maybe this is a Mr. Halt question to really talk through. I feel like we haven't really talked through like kids who are on IEPs. I think there was one slide that showed a tutorial section, but if we have students if we are doing distance learning, I would like to hear more discussion around that. I feel like we haven't really talked as much in this meeting about students who are ELD students or any students who have special need requirements. I would like to hear more discussion around that, or more clarity, I suppose.
Absolutely, and I really do appreciate the way the dialogue has really evolved to make sure we are talking about all students, because that is our mission, is teaching all students and making sure that every parent's child gets the education that we would want for our own children. So as I mentioned, while the model originated out of the sort of elite schools on the East Coast, it quickly spread to many places because of the unique advantages it has to help our at-promise students. Specifically, when you talk about students with disabilities who have, say, a basic skills support class, what the slide I tried to present showed was that your basic skills support class could easily run all year long, irregardless of what model that we're in, whether it's in-person, distance learning, or a hybrid of the two, because those basic skills courses are kept at a smaller number. So if we're in a hybrid and we're worrying about social distancing, that's one of the few classes on most high school campuses you don't really have to worry too much about. So if the student's case carrier felt that they needed the support all year long, that's the type of support that could easily be accommodated. Additionally, when we talk about sort of how this might look in those different environments of in-person, distance learning, or the hybrid, when we get into that hybrid model where we have those two different cohorts, because we're splitting the classes up, we actually find ourselves in a rather unique situation when it comes to some of our special education teachers. And I'll say for our SAI teachers who teach a content level class to smaller number of students with disabilities based on their IEP, it's a really interesting question. Should we split a class of 8 into 2 of 4, or should we look at doing something a little bit different and where that SAI teacher keeps those 8 kids together in the morning, and we use that same special needs teacher to provide push and support in the afternoon, thereby helping all students. So yes, there is great advantages in this model, as Mr. Brazelton was talking about, for all students, whether you are a student with a disability, whether you're a student who's learning the language, whether you're a student who has struggled, or if you're those high-flying students who want to be able to take more classes and go further. I'm not sure if I hit all aspects of your question, Trustee Anderson, or would like me to emphasize one point more than another?
Yeah, no, I think that is helpful. Some of my other questions too, I think there's a lot more discussion just overall that needs to be had about students who have IEPs because there's such a wide range and students have such diverse needs. So I know that I've asked for more information about that. Just I think there are a lot of details that I think parents, students, staff want to know. So I think that is something to unpack a bit more at some time. I have a question about the model of the AM versus the PM and what it looked like it said on there being assigned. And I'm wondering about parent choice for that. I know if I had 3 kids and if they were possibly assigned at different times, that would be very hard for working. Have we had more clarification on how those decisions will be decided? So that is one. And that also kind of dovetails into my question about transportation. So if you have 3 students who are all in the PM segment at 2 different schools, how are we going to accomplish that? So I know that I've asked some of those questions internally, but I continue to get them from parents, and so I want to put them forward and get answers for them in this context. And then lastly, I'm a bit concerned that we don't have a teachers union representative or someone from the executive team that is on this call. We have 400 secondary teachers is my understanding, and I would like to have had in our regular board meetings, there are 3 minutes that are allocated to our teachers union and our classified staff, and I would like to have them be a part of this discussion. I think it's such a huge thing. So I know a few of them may be on and not necessarily as panelists. So I would like to request that we open it up to them if they are on to be able to present any concerns that they have. One thing that has come up is this is a very different bell schedule. And so I think there are still a lot of questions with staff around that. So lots of questions. Whoever would like to answer, that would be great. Thank you.
Ashley, while I appreciate, Trustee Anderson, while I appreciate this was the secondary principals presentation. It was not a union. They were able to select. My understanding is Mr. Holt as principal when you made this, and Mr. Haley, Dr. Haley, Dr. Bolton, and the other principals were here. I see that DePauli is here, Ms. Pontus from and Mr. Schock, Dr. Schock are here. I believe that presentation was, and you were asked to make a presentation and had teachers who volunteered to do this. And so I appreciate all of that. That's why there's not a union representative, although I
Right, but we didn't even hear a public comment from our teachers union. So that's concerning too.
I believe that they submitted, so, and they were read. And I don't know, because I have to look and see which ones, but they were all the presenters were read that we had. Moving on, we have Trustee Matoye and then Trustee Black.
I just had to unmute. Thank you. I have
Wait. I didn't get all the questions that I asked didn't get answered. So when I ask a question, we've had this happen in the past meetings. I'm not just asking the questions.
I heard you.
So what are we doing about transportation? What are we doing about, like, I would like answers when I ask them, not.
I believe that the presentation is not completed yet. And so I believe that is kind of part of the final presentation, Mr. Lee-Sung, is that correct?
Right, we're still focused on the secondary model. Briefly talk about transportation, which was brought up at the last time. And just a reminder that based on some of these models, I put it out there that transportation will be limited, because if we're having in-person transportation, our priority is to transport our special needs students. And with social distancing, it severely limits the capacity of our busing. And our transportation director is working on scenarios, but she is waiting for a direction from us in terms of what model and what the times are, so that she can bring forth exactly how many students can be transported. So I just want to make sure a full understanding that no matter what model we pick for in-person, where we have to transport students under a social distancing environment, will severely limit the number of transportation. But special needs students will be our first priority.
And again, that's part of the final parts of your conversation, and the slides indicate that as was sent to us, is that you have safety and those parts at the end. So your questions will be answered, Trustee Anderson, as we move forward. I'm sure that Mr. Lee-Sung has them written down and won't forget them.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Trustee Matoye and then Trustee Black.
Thank you. I have two questions, one short, one not so short. So I'll do the short one first. We have a few classes that are currently standalone semester classes. Do we have for example, if you're taking an in-person health class, it's a one semester class, or government is a one semester class. I know we don't have many, but those that we do have aren't year-long courses. So they condensed, you'd have a whole lot more. Is this something where we could do a quarter class and then another quarter, or have you thought about that, or what's the answer? And I'll be quiet and let someone answer.
I'll address that question.
Thank you.
Yes, so while I was concentrating my presentation on our year-long classes, you're 100% correct. We do offer several semester-long courses, and in the 4x4 model, in essence, they are compressed to a quarter. As far as most schools, we traditionally back up our semester courses with another semester course. So government and econ are when a master schedule is built, it is set so that way students keep their social studies period that same period. So you just, in this model, government would be one quarter, econ would be the next. They just naturally back up. most schools also have a semester-long course that backs up to health. So health is
Perfect.
unique. It's a one semester requirement that doesn't have a second semester mandate behind it, but most schools have a semester course that backs up. So that sort of marriage would stay in the 4x4. Does that answer your question, Trustee?
Absolutely. It was like, hey, we never talked about that. Now, I know a lot of our students live, breathe, and die for band, for madrigals, for drama, for their art courses. How do we get to fit that in? Or would that automatically have to be well, actually, let me just ask that question. How do we accommodate that? Because if you're in drama, you're not in drama for usually a semester, you're in drama for the whole year. And that's what keeps you in school, is that you get to live for drama. So, okay, your turn.
Trustee Matoye, I believe one of our student board reps also had a similar question. So maybe she could ask the same question and then we can respond at the same. So Bailey, I know you've been waiting patiently. Do you want to ask your question along those lines?
And then I have one more when we're all done.
Yeah, sure. So I was just wondering about, I typed it in the chat, but I will kind of repeat that. It's is how are we going to sort of adapt to that style of student that appreciates that full year? So for drama, ASB, Link Crew, theater, AVID, which is what Ms. Farnaby pointed out. So things like that where we kind of have to have that full year. And when we were on yesterday morning with Mr. Holt discussing this, we discussed having it as a 0 period, but I could see some issues with creating that, or even having that as you choose one class and then it's a 3 and a 4. That would make students, like Troy mentioned, pick one or the other, or even drop a class that they're already interested in if they have a full schedule. So probably figuring something that we can continue that all year would be good. Thank you.
Yeah, would any of the principals like to speak to that? Because I know already there's a lot of creative ideas to continue to support students and in the continuity in their elective interests.
I think Dr. Bauermeister looks like he was sitting up ready to answer. Do you have some comments on this, Dr. Bauermeister?
Not really. I was just involved in the conversation. I thought it was all very interesting.
It's
But
hard
to tell you,
I'm reading body language here.
but to tell you the truth, it goes back to Trustee Snell's question too about the master schedule. And as schools build their master schedules, they're going to have to be more student-centered than they ever have been before. So our counselors are really going to have to work with their kids to find out what their wishes are, what their wants are, what their needs are. The other thing that I was going to say too, and when Trustee Snell mentioned about the master schedule, is sometimes we have kids that aren't really mature enough to take a foreign language, but they have to fit it into their schedule early and they end up failing. And so this schedule allows kids to back end some of those classes. So a kid could take, Spanish 1 second semester junior, then Spanish 2 as a senior and Spanish 3 as a senior when they're a little bit more mature. It also allows our kids to take CTE classes in that same sequence at the end of their junior year and then in their senior year, so that they can be a completer when they have more room in their schedule. So I think that's the way that I wanted to answer that question, is we are just going to have to really figure out student requests and have student-centered master schedules where our counselors are really figuring out what the kids need.
Mr. Brazelton, you had your hands waving.
Yes. Back almost 2 decades ago now, when we were researching for the Bell Schedule Committee and making deep dives and campus visits to various schools, Irvine High School at the time was on a 4x4 schedule. They still are to this day. I would imagine that their community would not allow it to have continued for 2 decades if it wasn't meeting the needs of their students. And the way that question was answered, typically in a 4x4, a student would take only 3 courses each semester out of the 4. Just like on our 8-period block, a student will typically only have 6 classes. But for a year-long commitment, such as drama or band or ASB, whatever it may be, it would be one of their 3 classes, one of the 2 semesters, and it would be a 4th class during their other semester. So that student would take a total of 7 courses, where a student that didn't have a year-long I shouldn't even say extracurricular, but a year-long commitment like that, that can't really adapt to that 4x4 because it needs to follow an actual annual, a full calendar year, the full school year. That is how that need was met back then. I don't know if that's still the practice that they're using today and what other 4x4 schools are doing, but I would imagine that would be a possible fix to that dilemma.
The bottom line, though, is that the administrators who are creating the master schedules and the teachers teaching the courses will find a way.
Yes.
Because I can't imagine saying, well, we just can't do that. That's
right.
not acceptable. Okay, great. My last comment was to let everyone know. Oops.
Trustee Matoye, I think
more input
from T. Winkle.
Oh, cool.
Has been waiting to comment on the last question. So,
and you guys know me. And you all know that once I have an opportunity to talk, like I get super excited. So one, it's great to see everybody. But I had an opportunity to also speak to Tim McFadden yesterday, who is our music teacher. And I'm really thankful, even in his thinking about how we approach how we're going to strategically place certain classes. So for instance, considering, depending on how we start the school year, it might be that we start orchestra for the first semester, right? Because that might not involve as much of the band instruments and the air that happens. So that's also a consideration of strategically placing certain classes, certain semesters, to also try to give ourselves some time to think about what it is that's happening during this global pandemic and try to, stop it sooner, but just strategically placing classes. And that was one of his recommendations. And I was really thankful that he, brought that up with me.
See, already the right people are thinking about solutions to this.
Right.
That's fabulous.
I believe that's a great example, DePauli. I appreciate you sharing that. One of the things that I think we have to recognize is in any of the models that we would have proposed, there's going to be challenges, and there are very talented, creative, experienced people who will find some great solutions. And, being a former performing arts teacher myself, this is one of the most creative bunches of people. They will find a way to keep the kids together. They will work with the administration. But I believe they're going to be fine. They will find some incredible solutions, and they will do amazing things. But I do believe people are going to have to look at things differently. It's not going to be exactly the same. But we've got some talented people.
Thank you. Thank you so much, DePauli. Last but not least, my granddaughter went to Mission Vista. My daughter's so pleased. I just embarrassed her. Mission Vista High School in North San Diego County. And I had never heard of 4x4 in my life, but she adored it. There's a waiting list. It's hard to get into. They have been on 4x4 since they were created. She was the kind of student that struggled with some of her classes, but because she had a more intense day-to-day experience, she was successful, she enjoyed it, and she elected to take 4 classes every semester and ended up graduating early. So she was able to enter college early. So it was kind of, it surprised me when it came up, but I was pretty pleased because I had some familiarity with it. And while she was not taking AP courses, she was one of the students that said, I so appreciated having more time with my teachers. Up until then, she hated school. And this program helped her enjoy going to school again. And I now cede to the next person who wants to speak.
That's Trustee Black, and then Trustee Flora is going to go next. And then we'll start the round again with some teachers again.
So one of the benefits of being the last one to speak is that all your questions are answered and there's good discussion. And I appreciate all the time and energy that we put in this. And so I will continue to listen because I know that other trustees want to start again. So I'm enjoying the conversation like Dr. Bauermeister. I'm riveted. I mean, it's really hard, you know, I wish more people had the opportunity to be in on the discussion as well. So thank you.
My question is kind of twofold. One is going back to the AP issue, as well as the opportunity for online. And if we go to 100% distance learning, I happen to be on the College Board website recently, within the last 2 days, given the conversations that I was having with numbers of parents regarding AP. And I noticed that not only does the College Board offer classes that are free, and they have a complete schedule down to it, they also offer online tutorials. I know that Mr. Shaka probably can talk to this, but is there an opportunity? What excites me about this is the opportunity for our students to accelerate. That, you know, we're not bounded by, you know, a year. In other words, you know, if we have a kid that is the math whiz, it doesn't preclude him from taking Algebra 1 first semester, finishing that, doing well, going to geometry the second semester of his freshman year, third year, and then we're going up and moving up the scale. And I think that's the beauty of actually with all of our classes. If we can provide remediation for those students who are failing at the lower levels in a semester, we should be able to provide, and if that requires hiring additional teachers, so be it. And if that requires additional counselors, so be it. I think that this is an extraordinary opportunity for our students across the board. So my question is, in terms of the ability of students not only to access within their high school career, what's the opportunity of them taking an additional course with prior approval through Ingenuity or School, however they can do it? What's that opportunity look like? If we've got a student that wants to take not just 3, but wants to take 4 courses at our high schools, but the master schedule doesn't allow for additional. Can they avail themselves, given the fact that they can get a waiver? How does that work? Is that a possibility for some of these students? Does that work, and can that happen? So whoever can answer that.
Yeah, President Flora, let me weigh in, and if the president wants to chime in, I would appreciate that as well. They're much closer to the action at the school sites. But first of all, I appreciate hearing from you as the president of the board. I know a lot of the other board members feel the same way, that if there's a real need in this district, you know, we'll step up to the plate and provide that. I appreciate that. And once we get direction and approval on whatever model it is, we go to work. And I know our sites who are tasked to implement things, if things come up and there's a need and it's a legitimate need, we provide that. Now, we're very careful with this. We need to be. But if there's a legitimate need, we provide that. And I love the fact that, you know, we're always thinking about opportunities for students. You mentioned one resource that we have in the district here is an online curriculum called Edgenuity, which we use for our credit recovery program. We use it during our summer program. It is a well-established online program. So without putting myself out there, because I have not discussed this or vetted this with anybody to see how this might fit in to support students to complement this model, that is a resource that we use in a very you know, complementary way. And like I said, that is something that is well established, and they do provide curriculum in all the courses as well as all the AP courses. So I don't know if any principal wants to weigh in on that, but again, I for you talking about resources that
Well, I see Mike Shaka turned his video on. I figured, oh my God, okay, he's ready to rock and roll here.
I am, and I'm wearing my ensign shirt to relive the glory days. And thank you, President Flora. I appreciate the question. And if there's one theme that I keep hearing time and time again tonight, it's this idea of creativity. And we really do have this amazing body of creative people in our classrooms, on our staffs, in our principals team, and up at the district. And when we look at these opportunities for learning that go outside of traditional classes as we know them, there's really so much possibility for creativity. Especially when we don't limit ourselves to credit-bearing opportunities. Now, when we're talking about credit-bearing opportunities, there's certain constraints that we still have to operate within. But outside of those credit-bearing enrichment and intervention opportunities, I can tell you with the teachers and staff that I just talked to about this opportunity, it's endless. I mean, the idea of during the open periods of students, or this time before and after schools, things like these passion projects of teachers to have the slime club and the garden club and all of these robotics, opportunities and clubs. There's so much there for our teachers and our staff to really engage students with, and especially if we think outside the box of just credit-bearing classes, ways we can teach our students, enrich our students, and connect our students. I can tell you all over the district right now into ways to provide those opportunities for our kids.
Great. Okay, so we have tons of hands back up again. And it was Trustee Yelsey and Trustee Barto were the first ones, but we also have some teachers. And so I want to make sure that we still have hands. And Troy, I have not forgotten you. So it's kind of confusing because you guys are all in alphabet. It's weird how this is working. So I'm gonna, Ms. Barnaby, did you wanna add some additional thoughts?
Yes, please.
You got it.
So in addition to teaching IB, I'm also an AVID teacher. And I just wanted to make sure that we're addressing the concerns of the students who take a class like AVID. The 4x4 plan is both positive and negative for them. And maybe some of the creative minds that Dr. Shaka was talking about a second ago could figure out how to handle this. This schedule would work well for AVID students along the same lines that we've talked about other students. Fewer classes, able to concentrate on those. But AVID would be reduced to one semester or the other semester, and that's a huge problem in our AVID classes, which are designed for students who will be the first in their family to go to college. We provide a lot of support. We do grade checks every 2 weeks. We provide tutorials, and they need that all year, not just one semester. In senior AVID, which is what I teach in particular, in the fall, we help them apply to college. In the spring, we help them get scholarships. We can't do just one of those. We have to do both of them. So maybe that's something that the minds in the room could figure a way to address.
Thank you. Let me see if there's any other, Mr. Lee-Sung, did you see any other teachers before we move on to the?
No, I believe that was the last request.
Okay, so let's go back to Trustee Yelsey and then Trustee Barto, and then Troy, if you have another additional question that you'd like to ask.
Thank you, Mrs. Flora. Mr. Brazelton mentioned that Irvine High School was one that had a 4x4, and they do have what they call a 4x4 that they started back in the 90s, as he said, but they have every AP class every other day for a solid year, and they have lots of AP classes. So they actually have a blended 4x4, and I imagine many of these other schools who have 4x4 models also have a blended. I haven't looked at any of them, but I imagine that would also be the case, especially with AP classes. The teachers who are here and answering questions are doing a fabulous job, and they're very supportive of this as the principals. Unfortunately for me and the area I represent, our principal at CDM will not be starting until next week. I think I'm looking forward to having Mr. Hill here. I think it'll be fabulous. I know Dr. Gogol is on here, and I don't really want to put her on the spot, but we have no teachers from CDM here. And we do know by reading all the comments, the board comments, that there are many CDM teachers who wrote comments about how they feel about this. And I have to tell you, there is not, I've talked to probably 200 people in the last several days, and I have not talked to one person from CDM who is supportive of this. So I really would love to have heard from some CDM teachers who you've talked to who are supportive to help me understand what the benefits will be, because it sounds to me like this is not a one-size-fits-all for every school. I know many students, I mean, Troy's spoken on behalf of the students here. I feel compelled to speak on behalf of the parents because so many have reached out to me. And I'm just disappointed we don't have more representation from that school on this panel.
Thank you. Does Becky want to address? Becky,
And I do have, that was just a comment. I do have one
question.
I do have a question. We have students who move in and out of the district all the time at every grade level. So how is this going to affect people who move in? Where are they fitting in this whole program? And people who are leaving and they're going to another school or another district, or moving out of the area. How is that going to affect these students? That's a question that can be answered. My other were just comments.
Our principal wants to respond to that. I know that is one of the challenges of how this would align from people or students who come in from different systems. I will tell you, every case is a little bit different. I know that that happens even under a normal circumstance, where students come in from an international school, from an out-of-state school, where systems are different. And that's the work of our counselors who look at where they're at, how much credit they come with, what courses they're taking, and they find the best possible course. Now, obviously, they would fit into the schedule. This might be one of those cases where they have to be in 4 classes. Where most students are in 3, this might be a 4 class. We also have credit recovery that runs throughout the year. That is probably a complement of not only in-person class under the regular schedule, but also some credit outside of the class so they can finish up the coursework that they might have started elsewhere. So again, I would rely on the fact that we have counselors who will analyze those transcripts and where they're at and build the best program so that they can stay on track or graduate on time.
Okay. Trustee Barto?
Thank you. I have 2 questions and then a couple comments. First question is how, kind of dovetailing on Karen's question, how does this work with kids who start in the virtual academy and then come into distant, in person, whatever we are. So say they do first semester virtual academy, second semester back at their home school.
That is a great question. We have talked about this. We've got the principal of the virtual academy here, but one of the principles that I have kind of put forth as a challenge to the group is to make sure that we can seamlessly transition from one program to the other. I see Dr. Shaka has sat up in his chair, so would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, Trustee Barto, that's been a question I've spent a lot of time with, along with Jenneth, and it will have to have a similar schedule. The virtual academy, distance academy, will have to allow for that to be made, which means our pacing will have to be similar enough to where students will take a group of classes that could transfer over and have similar start and stop dates to the whole distance learning district program.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is with sports. CIF announced they would do December and or late December, January for sports. How does this work with sports in that other period? Because that's going to be different in the spring than it is in the fall.
Okay. I will defer to one of our high school principals. Mr. Holt, would you like to start with that one?
Sure, I'll go ahead and start, and then I'm sure Jake or Sean will want to amplify on it. It's a good question, and I will say, no matter what we're doing, no matter what model we're using, the change that was made by CIF to, in essence, eliminate fall and create a winter and spring schedule in which all 24 sports compete in that condensed time is going to be a challenge that we're going to have to take a look at. Specifically for the 4x4, again, this is going to vary a little bit by school site because schools address athletics a little bit differently. At Estancia, athletics is a 9th period class. So it actually falls outside of the normal school period because we have so many walk-on coaches. That's the best way that we serve our students. Other schools have it as a 7th or 8th, and some schools have it as a 7th that runs through 8th period. So I'll let my other colleagues address it. For Estancia, it's a 9th period class, and no matter how we're using it, it stays a 9th period class. And the bigger challenge for us isn't the student schedule, it's going to be competition for the limited field time and limited pool time, because we now have all 24 sports occurring in just 2 seasons, not 3.
And just to kind of piggyback on that, Mr. Halt's comments, we would, at Newport Harbor High School, we have athletics 7th period. We have 14 teachers who are also coaches on our campus, and they would keep their athletic period. So out of the 466 classes that we run, 14 are athletic periods, and they would meet with their students when 7th period came up. And then I think the key variable to think about is that this schedule is interchangeable. So whether we're in person in a modified schedule or distanced, it has to be interchangeable, which means that when we go back, and we could go back, I mean, things have changed so quickly since we left on March 13th to distance learning, that when we do go back, we have to start conditioning and getting ready for the athletic season that could begin in December and January, given the variables. The tough part is fitting in 3 seasons of sport in essentially a half a school year. And so some of those dual athletes, those 2-sport athletes that we have, are going to have to make decisions, since fall, winter, and spring are going to happen very quickly. And I don't think that a lot of the preseason contests and tournaments are going to be happening on the scale that they were. So the seasons are going to be abbreviated, but that period is going to remain the same. And while I have the floor, very quickly, I just want to go back to Bailey's question about Avid, yearbook, TAR TV, drama, music. We can find a way. And Mrs. Barnaby's concern about Avid, I think we can find a way. We are going to be, it's Dr. Jennifer Pena who does the master schedule, the nuts and bolts at it at Newport Harbor High School. I know it's similar at many other secondary schools. An administrator oversees the master schedule, that we can find a way to give the 4th class and provide year-long opportunities for those critical components. And just using Avid as an example, that college piece is critical for a lot of our families. And then ASB and TAR TV really kept us connected to school in that distance environment. And it's critical that we continue that from September to June.
Thank you. This plan has, it's so elegant, and I appreciate all the hard work. My biggest concern, the thing I just can't get past is, if we're doing this for 1 year, high school is a 4-year institution. I feel like we're cutting ourselves off to, are cutting off our nose to spite our face. We're trying to solve a very imperfect problem. We have no guidebook. No one's ever done this before. And I just truly appreciate all the creativity that's gone into it. But I think if the world goes on like this for 4 more years, we have different problems. And if I want to build a plan that's good for 1 year, so when I come back and look at this again in a year, I can say, okay, I know how we're going forward. I don't think on this short of a term I can make a decision that, now we're saying it's 1 year, but realistically we're looking at doing this, committing to this for the long haul because of the way classes are going to have to shake out. And I know we're on a tight time frame because people have to make decisions about how they're going to teach. But I feel like we're trying to reinvent an entire school system, all of us working together, which is wonderful, in about 3 weeks. And I don't know that that's, maybe the thought is for this year, we go back to a traditional hybrid model with a working towards a 4x4 for next year. And that's the 4 years. Like to me, I think it's so wonderful. I'm so passionate about innovation. I just don't know that we've got the time. That's my concern. Thank you.
Great, Troy. And then Trustee Black, Trustee Snell, and then Trustee Black.
All right. Hello. So I have like a couple questions. One, back to the year-long classes. So like at CDM, at least, like the sports are 7th and 8th period, like both 7th and 8th period. So like for electives, you can't just add on the 8th period for the 2nd semester. Like that's logistically not possible for them to do. So I don't know how, I don't think that is at all a sufficient plan to address the year-long classes, because it's a lot of kids that do year-long classes. And as I said, when you make one class turn into 2, no matter what, that is a huge schedule change across the board. And people are going to have to drop their classes that they're passionate in by adding an 8th class like that, because it's not 7th and 8th periods aren't just free. 7th and 8th periods are most of our sports. So that I don't think that is a sufficient solution to the problem of the year-long classes.
Great, thank you. Does anybody want to address that?
If I can, President Floor, Jake Haley here from Costa Mesa. Troy, great to see you again. Great question. Yes, Troy, I think how we approach athletics and what that's going to look like, as we just heard from the question by Trustee Barto, right, will look a little different, right? We've got a compressed 3-year model now going into 2. Space is going to be at a premium. And so what traditionally has been 7th, 8th, again, creative thinking, I'm looking at how do I maximize pool time with kind of the schedule of, I know kids might have a home in the morning or the afternoon, so I'm going to maximize the pool in the morning, right? Maybe I haven't done that to the extent because it's usually been 7th or 8th period, but I'm going to start thinking creatively to make sure that I can build a model that will allow capacity so our athletes can build sports. So I appreciate your lens of how it used to be, but I think how it's going to be will look a little different because our facilities are going to be pressed. So I think it could be a wave of the different times of the day that we're able to kind of maximize an AM and kind of a PM practice schedule a little bit.
I don't mean to interject here, but could you guys address, I didn't see it on the schedule, and I received a comment from Tamara and a question, and I think it's an absolute valid one because it's a required. I didn't see Mike on the schedule for 9th and 10th grade PE, and we know we have mandated minutes for that. So if you could talk about PE as a required course at the 7th, 9th, and 10th grade level. I mean, that's generally if the kids aren't in a sport or in cheer or something like that, they have to be in PE. I know that the state has lowered the number of minutes virtually, but could you address that, or is that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to address it. And again, I just put together a slide showing what student schedules could be. And so PE is a PE or a PE credit generating course, such as those you described, whether it's band, cheer, or some of the other things out there. Are required. So at the freshman level, or they can defer it after that. But there's 2-year state requirement, and clearly it needs to be addressed, and it simply is. You know, our students already have that requirement. I didn't put it on the slide, but schools that are in the 4x4 certainly address their PE requirements inside the model.
Okay, great. Okay. Trustee Snell, Trustee Black, Trustee Matoye.
I think you're going there because I have a copy of the presentation, but early college high school will remain how it is. If we go with the 4x4 model, they would not be on the 4x4 model. So if you were in early college, you would Not that we get that many people to transfer out, but you would need to stay in early college because they're in college courses. Correct?
Correct. Early college high school is bound to align with the community college system. And so in talking with Dr. Martinez, that's what we're compelled to do. So they would not be utilizing this 4x4 model if so approved.
Okay, and my other question is for Mr. Shaka, and that is, I've gotten a lot of questions about the virtual academy. I know you're still in the process, but I know for parents to make a decision, they have to have as much information as they can, and I know some of these things you don't know till you find out who's interested, but will there be AP classes? Yeah, it would be in the 4x4 model, but I think you've already mentioned there would be less electives. It would be kind of dependent on the interests of who was enrolled in the school. So has the AP question been answered though? Or do you think you may be able to offer some AP classes, or is it going to just depend on what students you get?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Trustee Snell.
Okay.
The virtual school is limited by the capacity of our ability to create. And that's really what it is. There's certainly a desire to have AP offerings, multiple electives, some of our other services. And that certainly is something that we're aspiring towards. Our focus right now is to make sure we provide good quality core instruction. And then to our ability to create on top of that, we're certainly going to prioritize that. But we're not in a position where we can promise at this point because we're still so new. That you definitely alluded to some of those big foundational questions need to be answered. But there's very much a desire to make it, to grow into those offerings and as quickly and effectively as we.
Okay, and then I know there was a question about sports. I guess you're still working on that as to whether students would be able to participate in sports at one of the 4 traditional high schools. So, and I know you're still working on that, correct?
Correct. That's still a question that we are working on almost as we speak.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Trustee Black and then Trustee Matoye.
Thank you. Under the umbrella of creativity, and we have some amazing partners in our community colleges, and I know that they are addressing ways that can help. Going back to it, President Floor shared with us. So I know that they're looking at choices for some of our students under lots of different opportunities. So I would really appreciate us, staying connected, because I think there may be some, great opportunities in the future, and I'm not at liberty to really talk about the things that I've heard in different conferences, but because they haven't really formulated exactly how it'll benefit high schools. But I do know that it would be free for students and that they could potentially get a full year of college credit, for some of the core classes, depending on how the pandemic goes. So, but I think it's an opportunity for us, to share with our students that just can't get their arms around, doing the AP the way that we're setting it up. And this might be an opportunity for them and, to look at it in the future. But again, we'd have to check with our partners about that. But I do know that it's on their radar.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Matoye, then Trustee Anderson.
My question got answered. Thank you very much.
Okay. Trustee Anderson.
Hi, I was just following up on some of my questions, and then I also just wanted a little more clarity on the AP opportunity for the virtual academy. We've gotten that from tons of people who have emailed us that question. That is a contingent question for a lot of people if they're going to sign up for a virtual academy or not. And I think we need to really solidify what some of the plans are. And then after the next portion, I really want to get some of these questions answered. I know we've talked about some of them internally, but parents haven't heard. A lot of people couldn't get on to the other meeting, and I think it's important that they're addressed. Thanks.
Great. Okay. I'm going to go to, I've got Mr. Seigan, you haven't said much. Do you have any other comments that you'd like to make? And then I'll go to, because I know John, and now we have Jennifer Fox that has a question. So I'm gonna hit the teachers that have been very quiet over here.
Yeah, thank you, President Floor. I think just a general comment, I think a lot of the discussion kind of goes about the pros and cons of the 4x4 model. But I really think what's kind of gotten lost in the discussion tonight is really the safety portion. If we don't move forward with a 4x4 model, what are we going to do to sort of minimize, our interaction if we go back to a hybrid model or in class model. And so I think that's something that we have to keep our eye on as well. So.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Fox, Jennifer.
Yes, I wanted to actually respond to part of Ashley's earlier question, as well as a question Laura brought up about AVID. So with the middle school model for Tewinkle and Ensign, right now teachers teach 5 classes and students are there for that period of the day. But when we move to this model, we're actually extending 1 class period for each teacher. So students would be 3 and 3 as opposed to 5 classes, which allows us the opportunity to double block things like AVID, double block every basic skills class. So if students were receiving X number of minutes per week, they would receive the same number of minutes per their IEP both semesters. It also allows us the opportunity to double block things like our reading support classes, other intervention classes. And then we have it set up in the model that Mr. Halt showed, that first and second period would be allowed for enrichment and intervention as well, which gives us 2 extra opportunities during the day to have extra support classes where we would have the opportunity to provide year-long journalism, year-long debate club, some of those activities and projects that our teachers have been doing during their lunch periods previously, kind of a gift of time, in the new model will be part of the flexible day so that the students will actually have more opportunities for those enrichments and intervention classes in the middle school model.
Great, thank you. I'm going down the list now. Ms. Barnaby, you have a comment, your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you. Speaking of AVID students one more time, I just wanted to remind the group that whichever model we end up with, when we're on distance learning or hybrid learning, we are going to lose a lot of students if we can't do something about all those students who still have trouble doing any education from home. Those students who don't have a decent internet connection, those students who are sharing their internet connection with 9 other family members, those students who are taking care of little brothers and little sisters. I saw lots of little kids in my Zoom classes last spring. And I'm going to put something in the chat that I just want to make sure that everybody's had a chance to see. There was an editorial in the New York Times on July 20th called "How to Reopen the Economy Without Killing Teachers and Parents." It's written by an astronomy professor who's also a mother, and she's advocating for something called Safe School. It's Safe Centers for Online Learning, and she is suggesting that we open the schools as basically a study hall for during distance learning, opening the schools as a study hall for those students who need Wi-Fi, those students who might need more food assistance, those students who might really benefit from having a counselor or an adult outside of their family on hand and around to talk to from a distance, of course. But we might be able to do a whole lot of good for those students who struggled the most with our distance learning program last spring.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I look forward to reading that. I'm going to go down the list now because there are no hands up, but I want to make sure that every panelist has, if they choose to. So I'm just hanging in there while I go
Mrs.
down.
Floor,
Yes.
making that request, I appreciate that. I believe Dr. Gogol, middle school principal at Corona Del Mar, has not had an opportunity to.
Yeah, yes, I see that, and I have her on my list, and so I was going to go, but we'll start with Becky. Becky, and we'll go down from there.
Good evening, President Floor and board members and cabinet and Mr. Lee Sung. First of all, I want to just sort of remind all of us that there is not going to be a perfect solution under this scenario. I know that my goal is to find the perfect panacea to help our students feel safe, connected, supported in every way, to make sure our community understands and sees in a real tangible way how much we care about their kids. And I realize that that is an enormous challenge given the scenario that we find ourselves in. That being said, the new high school principal, Josh Hill, and I have conferred frequently over the past few days, and we are both committed to making whatever plan is put into place work. There are certainly some benefits to this plan, specifically as it relates to distance learning, for middle school students to only have to navigate 4 classes online. There are also some challenges, as our student Troy suggested and some of our teachers have suggested this evening. No plan is going to be perfect. And while Josh and I are not, planning to come out and say one plan is more perfect than another, what we are saying is that whatever plan is decided on, we are fully committed to doing absolutely everything within our power to make sure it works for kids, because it is going to be a challenge. So, on behalf of Josh Hill and myself, we care about our kids, we hear our community, we know that there are significant concerns in our community. We hear them, we recognize them, and regardless of how we move forward tonight, our commitment is to our kids. And our commitment is to making it the best scenario for our kids, even though our community has concerns, many of which are valid. We are here to make it work on behalf of our students.
Great, thank you, Becky. Jenith, who is a host, is always behind the scenes. But Jenith, I wanted to give you an opportunity, if you would like to say a few words, if you want. If you don't, you can pass. If she's here, I don't know whether she's still here. Or
I'm here, and everyone has made excellent points. Sorry, I'll put my video on. Tonight, there's still a lot of questions out there, but I'm going to let some of the other people that are still ready to talk continue talking.
Okay, great. Thank you. And for those of you that don't know, Jenith is working with Mike on, she's our instructional, our guru on instructional technology. So she's putting together all of that. John, you're next after Jenith, so I'm going to go to you.
Oh. Okay, I raised my hand because it had been mentioned about just the kids' emotional and social well-being. Something that is, yes, we all recognize it's important, but it definitely has not been at the forefront of a lot of the discussion of curriculum and scheduling and AP classes and whatnot. One of my biggest struggles with distance learning as a teacher was maintaining my connections with my kids. It's what keeps me going day to day, and it's what brings me joy in my job. And we had the benefit of having 6 months of face-to-face instruction before we went online last year. We don't have that this year. We're going to be introducing ourselves to our students, and they're going to be meeting us for the first time online on August 24th. And establishing the rapport with the kids and getting to know them and getting a sense of who they are is way more challenging over the internet than it is face-to-face in a classroom. I think we can all agree to that. And what I see as being an overwhelming benefit to a 4x4, considering that this is only a proposal for this upcoming school year, I think to really hopefully address some of the critical shortcomings of distance learning, no matter how well-intentioned, how internet savvy, how tech savvy the teacher and the kids are, it just is not the same as face-to-face instruction. And by having twice as much time with the kids online, with each of their 3 teachers rather than 6, is going to be an immensely, just an immense improvement over what we had last spring. And before this proposal was put forth a few days back, I was feeling quite a bit of anxiety over how am I going to really make that connection with 180 kids at, what was our schedule last year on Zoom was, 45 minutes a couple of times a week. And at least doubling that time online with the kids is going to help me to be able to get to know them better. And I'm only going to be getting to know 90 of them instead of 180. And I don't think that the benefit of that, the weight of that change can be understated, because there's so much more to educating our children than the content of our curriculum. And this schedule helps to bridge that gap in a way that no other schedule can, because we need to just cut down the number of kids that each teacher is having to get to know and increase the amount of time that we get to interact with them online. However, just extending our online class time to 4, 5, 6 hours a day, I think would also be unreasonable, because the kids are going to tune out. And yeah, so I definitely wanted to reiterate that and just reinforce that thought that is a huge benefit of this schedule. Again, having the kids only focus on half as many classes, so they're half as anxious, hopefully, and allowing the teachers to spend twice as much time online with them and get to know the whole kid in a much more meaningful way than we would be able to with twice the student load and half the contact time with each student. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez, I have you, then I have DePauli Pontus, and then I have Eugene. That's in my order of who's showing up on my screen. So I'm just going down the list. Any thoughts that you'd like to share before we move on to the final part of the presentation?
No, I actually didn't have my hand up, so the blue hand.
I know you don't.
To somebody else.
Okay. DePauli, do you have any comments? Unmute.
You guys hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, well, if you give me an opportunity to speak, I will take a second or two, but I wanted to reiterate what Dr. Gogol said, that, this is going to take all of us working together. And I think that's the part that I can appreciate so much, is that we get to collaborate as a team with our district administration, with our teachers, with our principal colleagues. And I just know that the power of the we is so strong in Newport-Mesa, and I'm so lucky to work at Tewinkle, and I know that we're going to rise above this just as a group together. So very thankful for that.
Great. Dr. Kwong.
Hi, everyone. Hi, President Floor. Hi, board members. Hi, Executive Cabinet, Mr. Russell Lee. Everyone can hear me? Yes. Hi, everyone. I just want to reiterate what the previous principals have shared, previous leaders, and that we're going to make this work whichever way we go. I do want to reemphasize the health and safety aspect of the model and the social emotional support that Mr. Brazelton just mentioned. I think those are really big components, and that's the kind of reason why we landed on this as a collective group and saw really the benefits of it. The only other thing I wanted to add, I think Ms. Burnaby shared about the safe space at school. I know that's been brought up a few times, and something where students might need just a quiet space. I know I've seen on Zoom in the spring in meetings, you'll have kids and people like all crowded in one room, and so it might be challenging for some kids. So if try to figure out a way to make that work for some of our students, our greatest needs students, I think would be really helpful, something to consider. I don't have the details of it right now at this moment, but I'm sure we can all work together and figure that part out. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Jake Haley, and then we have someone that we haven't heard from, and that's the Monies guys. So I'm gonna go to Jeff Trader and Tim Holcomb. So Jake, any last words before we move on to the final section of this presentation?
None for me. I appreciate the dialogue, conversation, and questions that the board has raised forward. All great questions. And as always, I appreciate you looking into the presentation and what we have to say. So thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Jeff Trader. Find the money, Jeff. Find the money.
Thanks so much for the opportunity to weigh in on this. We will always make sure there's enough resources to make this whatever we need to do to make happen. So it's there and we'll make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brazelton, Mr. Drake. John?
Yeah, I thank you, President Fleur and trustees. I would be echoing again, I think several things that have been stated tonight. One of the things that you've heard from the principal group is their commitment to solving issues. And over the last 3.5, 4 weeks, while exhausting, we have done everything we can. I have never been around a group of principals that go about solving problems collaboratively, asking each other's the hard questions, and really never settling until they feel like they're in a place that's going to be best for kids. And as Dr. Haley alluded to at the beginning, those conversations go on till all hours of the night and morning until the problems are solved. And again, knowing that there's still some challenges with this, I have faith, in the group to together, overcome those.
Thank you. Dr. Bayermeister and then Dr. Sir.
Yeah, I echo on what Mr. Drake said about our principals and their ability to get this done. And I think I really wanted to kind of land on what Mr. Brazelton said about in this situation when we're going to be opening up distance learning, to try and get to know 180 kids over the computer. It just seems like it's impossible to do. Our teachers are such experts at connecting with kids in person. It's so much tougher online. So only having 90 connections with kids, I think, will really allow our teachers to get to know our kids a lot better in that venue. So I think that's a huge plus in this situation.
Great, thank you. Leona. Any comments?
President Floor, trustees, again, just reiterating things that have already been said. I do want to share with you that we did share the model, even though it was a very tight timeline, with NMFT's executive board, as well as, or their negotiating team, as well as they brought on a high school teacher to give us some input into the model. Safety up here and workload were the primary concerns that were brought forward, that we know that the concerns around identifying the essential learnings for students in these models. The 4x4 probably addresses it better than ever. And we know that anytime you shift a model, there is some adjustments to pacing and to curriculum maps that needs to be addressed. And then the safety aspect, the less transitions of this model are much better than what we've seen in other models. And of course, we have to work through those things as well. I think it was already said, there is no perfect model when you're looking at addressing all of the issues that we are trying to address with this. So we're here to support and work through the models with our administrators and our teachers.
Okay, Mr. Wagner. And then Sarah Jocham, Dr. Jocham, and then I've got Becky who already said something, and then Sean.
Hi, I can't turn my video on. Somebody turned it off at the beginning of the meeting this evening. Well, for Back Bay, it's the 4x4 doesn't offer my students the ability to retrieve credits that they've previously lost and have found their way to our school. So we've been talking about having a 6-period day, moving from a 5-period day. By doing so, we can reduce our class sizes. This is with a focus on attendance, physically attending every day. And with the physical attendance comes the teacher and student connection piece. And so that's a very big part for us. And a lot of our students, especially our 9 through 11 students, did not perform well during distance learning this last school year. So we are looking to create a model that we can support them as best as possible through distance learning, but also to really do what we can to get them back on our campus and have them there with our teachers every day. So if we move to a 6-period day schedule, we can stagger start times, 1st and 2nd period, as well as stagger leave times, 5th and 6th period. And that it creates a lot more opportunities for us to clean our campus also, as we'll have, teachers will have their prep periods spread out throughout the day, and when they're not in their classroom, potentially, we can get in there and clean them also. So I think it might have been Trustee Yelsey who mentioned a transition question of students transitioning to and from our district or to and from our schools. And I know this, I'm going back in the conversations, but you know, we do that all day. We do that all year at Back Bay. Kids transition in and out continuously. And you find the ways that you need to help them, and you adapt. And that's what the counselors are good at. And so through the ways in which our district offers students the ability to earn credits beyond the classroom, be it through Edgenuity, be it through independent study, be it through summer school, there are ways in which we help the students to retrieve those credits. And so I'm not sure that that should be as big as a concern. I think it's just something that we do. We just might not talk about it a lot. But for Back Bay, the 4x4 wouldn't give us the opportunity to get my students the credits that they need. So we're going to be a little different like early college. And with that being said, I think safety is the #1 focus for us. And by doing this, we can really create as best as an environment for our students where there will be smaller class sizes, less transitions, and more opportunity to clean. And that was the task that a lot of us were asked to take on. And I know we talk a lot about AP, and we don't have any AP at Back Bay. And so to me, I'm not as interested in AP. I'm interested in the regular student, because my students are the regular students. And so by creating this schedule, I think it's really what's best. And I have AP daughters, and they figure it out. They study, they make it a priority, and I think the other kids will do that too. And so I don't think we should get too caught up on those AP kids as much as we need to think about the safety and the social emotional concerns for our regular students who make up the majority of our students in the district. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Jocham.
Good evening.
I'm sorry, and then I haven't forgotten, I see Phil there. So Dr. Jocham and then Phil D'Agostino.
Thank you, President Floor and board members. I appreciate your thoughtfulness and your questions related to trying to really figure out how this model works and what's best for the kids of Newport-Mesa. And it's not always easy to figure that out. So I appreciate the hard work you have to do on this. I will say that when Mr. Lee Sung brought this forward to executive cabinet and said, over the weekend, people were thinking this, and we want to look at a new model. I was very anti looking at a new model. I said, we got to just move forward. Let's move forward. Let's, bring in new models in. At some point, you have to move forward. And after it was shared, you can definitely see there's value in it. I think there was no perfect model, but I think it's at least worthy of the conversation that you're having to really do the due diligence to look at what else is out there. So I appreciate the the time and the effort that all of our secondary folks, whether they're principals or APs or directors and other folks, have gone into this. In terms of the special education piece, what I can say is that for students who are in special education, I think the model is basically a neutral. I don't see, from what I've been looking at, is that there's a huge positive or there's a huge negative. So I think that's a pretty much a neutral for those students. I do look forward at a future time of addressing Trustee Anderson's questions about kind of special ed in general versus with virtual and hybrid and doing all that. But for this particular discussion that you're having, I don't necessarily see special education students and their needs as a huge factor. I think it could be worked out either way. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Dr. D'Agostino.
Good evening, President Floor, members of the board. I just wanted to chime in and thank you, just briefly echo the gratitude that I have working for you and the challenging decisions that you have to make in these unprecedented times. I do want to say that as a former AP teacher, as the person who supervises and has areas of program responsibility in the areas of mental health and wellness in this district, that on both those counts, this schedule, I believe, represents a very good option for the students and the families of the district. I think in terms of attentiveness to student needs and family needs, this schedule does a lot to allow us as staff to provide that care and support in service to students and families. And I do believe that there, as many have said, there is a way. You have amazing principals and district leaders that will find that way. And in the end, we will support, obviously, and make do with whatever decision is made. But I do think in these unprecedented times, a new and unprecedented schedule is like this can have many benefits. So thank you for letting me chime in on that.
Great. I missed, okay, so let me go back, finish down here, and then I see I've missed Dr. Sir. So Sean, Dr. Bolton, then Tim Holcomb, and then we'll go back up because I missed two people and they've got their hands up. So Dr. Bolton.
I'm good, Trustee Floor. All
Okay.
good.
Tim Holcomb.
I don't really have anything to add at this point, Mrs. Floor. Thank you.
Okay, and then we've got Dr. Sir, Mr. Brazelton, and then Troy. And then I'm turning it back over to you, Russell.
Yeah, so I appreciate the dialogue tonight. I've learned a lot listening to the teachers and to the principals. There's a lot of really deep thinking. And in my mind, I think we're having the right conversation when we're talking about students at all different levels. How is this going to impact students that are in AP classes, IB classes, our typical students taking regular course schedules? And then also, how is this going to impact our students who are in special education? So I really appreciate the dialogue. Principal Halt said a few things that really resonated with me in regards to our students who have voiced concerns in regards to managing different teachers' expectations during distance learning. And with this particular 4x4 schedule, it does seem simplified to be able to manage teacher and adult expectations when you have fewer teachers that you're interacting with as a student. And then also that concern in regards to areas like AVID, I appreciated what Principal Fox said in regards to double blocking students and getting creative, because there's no doubt that when you're looking at something new, and even with these challenges given distance learning, creativity and innovation is going to be a critical factor in any schedule that we are going to implement. So I appreciate all of the conversation that has occurred, and I think there's an important decision to be made, but there's no doubt that people are thinking really deeply about this, and that's what we should be doing.
Okay, Troy, our student board rep. Do you have something else to say?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just speaking on behalf of the students. I still have to express my sincere concern with some of this. The AP thing I felt was not sufficiently addressed. If you talk to any AP US history student ever, if you talk to any of them that have had the class, they will think it is complete abomination that you would try to teach that in 4 months with a significant portion of that online, and then taking the AP test 5 months later. No student really cares if we have the hours match up from fall and spring semester. They want to hear that they're going to be able to pass the AP test, and I can guarantee that once they hear this, almost every student is going to be more stressed because they hear that they're going to have to spend more time in second semester when they finally get their sports back, because CIF is later, and they have to deal with having to memorize all that extra fall AP in addition to their spring load now that once everything starts rolling again. If the best thing we can do for our AP students is to give them College Board review videos, then that's pretty ridiculous. And we can do a lot better than that. We have like very high quality teachers here in the district. We shouldn't be resorting to online videos, which I believe that many of us will be very tired of by the end of hybrid and distance. And I would like to point out that for AP Capstone, which is AP Seminar and AP Research, which are offered at CDM and Estancia, College Board sets year-long requirements for these. You cannot take this in a semester because there are requirements that they don't release until January for the class. So that doesn't make sense if you only take it in the first semester. And I think the more big picture, I'm just wondering why this is being so rushed through. I can tell you right now that I'll tell you as a student, and I've talked to plenty of students, that the students are going to be more stressed and that they're going to have some severe mental health issues beyond what is already being impacted from this whole coronavirus situation. And I know AP isn't for everyone, but every single class is going to be twice as fast. How many more people are going to be going through remediation because they couldn't catch up with the increased pace after they got sick or they had to deal with family problems at home while online? It's just so much worse for them because of the increased pace, because there's some things that just take that much time, and just because you have longer or each day you have the same amount of time or more time, it doesn't mean that it's still a faster class, and that cannot be denied. I talked to every single one of my teachers from last year except one. The other one didn't get back to me, but all of them expressed concern regarding the additional workload. Where are all the voices of concerned teachers? I'm trying to use my one voice to represent all these teachers that have been communicating with me because they do not like it, and they think it's going to be a much harder to transition this model. There are far more public comments against this proposal than comments for this proposal, and it's not even close. Like, I understand that people don't like change, and but that's not adequate justification for why we should move to this model. We also shouldn't be talking about benefits years down the line, because we are only voting on this 1 year, and we really have to ask ourselves if this is the best solution we could have come up with when addressing hybrid, and the answer is no, I believe. And when you guys have been talking about it, there are so many things we could do to address a lot of these problems. We could do 0 period classes, which I never saw the 0 period classes in the morning afternoon hybrid, so I don't know how that's gonna work. We could have sports in the morning, but I don't know if that's been addressed. We could do more AP review. We could have same semester remediation. We could have X, we could have Y, but there's nothing in the plan that's for sure. So how do we know that these potential solutions will actually be fulfilled? And I want to talk one more thing about safety. And if you want to tell the parents and students and the teachers watching this right now that the best thing you can do for their safety is to limit the number of kids they interact with from 180 to 90, then I don't think that's adequate. Why are we focusing on that, reducing it from a big number to a slightly smaller big number, when we should actually be focusing on how to adhere to the California state reopening guidelines so the parents and teachers and students actually feel that they're safe? We can take the time to flesh this proposal out, talk to students, talk to parents, talk to teachers. We really need to figure out how this is actually going to work. We can't put a million band-aids on this massive change. We clearly have a bunch of questions. We've been going on for more than 3 hours now. Right. There might not be complete answers to all of them right now, and that's okay. Instead of approving a schedule right now, that could have so many unforeseen problems that we may not even considered in the past day or two, but we need to take more time. And I get it. we've delayed this many weeks on weeks, and we probably thinking let's just move on with it now. But that's no justification. There's going to be so much more harm in a premature vote than taking the time to flesh out all of these questions that the entire community has. And if you all can assure us that you will work together with the community, then let's actually work together right now. Thank you.
Thank you. John, and then we have two hands that came up. Rachel.
Yes, I know that Rachel had put into the chat that she would like to address a point or two that Troy just brought up. So I'll defer to her, and then I'll go after.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to address just a few things that were said about AP. I think that I see where the concern is coming from students, but I think that they need to have trust in their teachers that we can do this. I know US history came up. I work very closely with our world history teacher for AP at my school site, and she's enthusiastic about this plan. So I think that if she can fit, and she's extremely confident, she could fit the entire history of the world taught in that single semester on this plan, then it can work. I think also we've talked a little bit about the minutes already, but unfortunately, like, we can't compare the minutes of a hybrid plan to what we would be full in person, because the reality of the situation is that we're in the middle of a pandemic. So if we do go back, it will be hybrid. And so if we look at what other districts are doing, where they are having all their students on campus, but 2 times a week, and students are taking their traditional schedule, that our students will have less time with their teacher than on our 4x4 schedule. I've also, in conversations just with different teachers messaging me, AP students are resilient, and I'm sure Troy is resilient too, and they're gonna succeed. And I think something that he mentioned was, you know, all we will do in the spring is College Board review videos. I know personally, and for teachers I work with, that's not true. If I teach an AP course in the fall, my reviews are gonna be outside of learning time, just like they are every year, after school sessions. AP, sometimes we do a Saturday mock exam. Last year is Wednesday mock exam. We're not just throwing out review videos. So I think that is a teacher by teacher basis, but I think that I firmly believe that we can do this for AP, and I think my students can find the same success that they found last year on the 2020 exam, on the 2021 exam, on this model. It will take creativity, it will take hard work, but we can do it.
Okay, great. Trustee Yelsey?
Yes, you know, once again, I'm agreeing with what Troy said from a student perspective. And when you talk about the AP courses, and it was just mentioned that students, parents need to have faith in the AP teachers that they can do this. The problem, and I'm speaking again for CDM, there is not one AP teacher I've talked to or I've heard from who is supportive of this. So it's difficult to be supportive of a program when the teachers aren't supportive of it, or we haven't heard they're supportive of it. So my question is, as early college is going to the regular hybrid system, Back Bay is doing their their own system. Can each school decide, could CDM, if they wanted to, not go to this type of program because it didn't fit their needs, and possibly do the hybrid system as early colleges? Or any other school if they were so inclined?
Ms. Yelsey, I'll respond to that. First of all, I think it's very important for us to recognize that we are one district, and that when we make these difficult decisions, we're looking at it as a full district and looking at all kids. And that's kind of a philosophy that I believe. There will be, obviously, in any model that we implement, certain specifics that sites need to adjust. So there's always that, but it's within a framework and a parameter that we establish here as a district. but for sites to be given the opportunity to choose whatever model that they believe is best, first of all, that in terms of what we can support, first of all, with our student information system, is just not possible. And plus everything else in terms of nutrition and transportation and all the other support that we provide on the back end is really difficult and problematic. And I will let all of you know that you know, I pose those questions. I pose those questions. I want to see, is there any options, you know, outside of the general philosophy that I share, but it's just not possible to do one school, a big school like that. We can handle it for an early college, but for a comprehensive to be different than everybody else, unfortunately, it's just not possible.
Well, I appreciate Dr. Gogel's comments that regardless of what we do, our commitment is to our kids. And I will be supportive of that as well, because I want whatever program we do to work. I think we will have a lot more exploration that will need to happen to make this successful. But I am committed to the success of all the students.
Thank you. Mr. Brazelton, and then we have Bailey. I didn't give Bailey an opportunity to speak, and so I want to make sure our other student board member who's hung in there has an opportunity as well.
Yes, I wanted to piggyback on something that Dr. D'Agostino had mentioned, that in these surreal and unprecedented times, that our beginning of the school year is going to be a drastic change to what these students have grown up with, no matter what schedule we're following, no matter what model our schools are following. So I think it's incumbent on us to employ a schedule, a structure of that virtual learning environment that addresses the needs of the greatest abundance of our student body that we can. When I was spearheading our Bell Schedule Committee years ago, our mantra was that we knew we were on the right path when everyone was equally dissatisfied. We were never going to make everyone happy. And I want the board to consider, when you're weighing this option, deciding whether to go with it or not, you have literally hundreds of years of experience in the classroom, years of experience in principals, vice principals' office, counseling offices, of passionate educators and professionals that have tried to tackle this from every possible angle for every possible stakeholder. And this schedule, in my opinion, and I know in the opinion of many others that have considered this extensively, that under these circumstances for this coming school year is all we're looking at right now, with the prospect of being 100% online when we hit on August 24th, and we have no idea how far into the future that's going to go. I don't try to speculate, but I'm not hopeful that we'll be seeing our little darlings in our classroom seats anytime soon. And the many problems that distance learning showed us last spring, so many of those can be alleviated with this schedule and addressed and we've already pointed many of those things out. So I just wanted you to consider that yes, I know it's a concern, you know, this is a big change. Well, no matter what, August 24th is going to be a big change for every single one of our students. It's their first time going to school at home for the very first day, meeting their teachers and learning what their class rules are, what the expectations are via computer. This is going to be a big change no matter what, so let's make it a change that it is as hopefully low anxiety producing and success producing as possible. I know that Troy had mentioned that he fears that and many of his fellow students that he's spoken with think that this is going to cause more anxiety. What I really hope that he and other students would consider is how they felt when we first went to distance learning, what that was like, trying to figure out what each of their 5 or 6 different teachers were demanding of them in this new online environment, and cut that in half and be able to see those 3 teachers every single day and only have to focus on those 3 things rather than 6. All of those extracurriculars, sports, and all of it, yes, those are important, but in a distance learning environment, they are, I dare say, secondary. Yes, they're critical to our students' education, but going in this year, knowing that we're going to be 100% online from the get-go, this schedule, and as has been mentioned, it transitions into a hybrid, into a full-time. So it allows us to reap the benefits online and then transition if we need to. And then we get through this year. And if we deem appropriate, we can go back to what we know has worked on an 8-period block so well. So thank you.
Thank you. And Bailey.
Hi. So yes, I would hate to stay on the same track of AP, but I was just thinking about this. My brain is kind of moving kind of fast right now with this whole thing. And so I was thinking about what if just unluckily all my APs fall in the first semester. Second semester, I would have 4 other classes and technically I would still have my 8 because, it's low stress and I'm only have my 4 technically in session, but I would still be working with those APs all my second semester. And so I technically would still have my full classes in second semester if I were to have all my APs first. And so that means that I would be hyper focusing on every single class that second semester, which would increase my stress. And that's just a fact of luck and how the classes would be strategically picked. And I hate to say this, but I don't think that's valid to hear or to exactly point out schedules like that, and that'd be very hard to do with every single student at a school. But also I'd like to say that Troy was very brave in speaking here tonight, being a matter of speaking for students at CDM, and I'm nervous still sitting here to speak because I don't know the backlash that I might face as well. So I would just like to say thank you to Troy for speaking, and no matter what the board chooses, I just hope that we continue to stay creative, continue to want to hear from students, because it's easy to say, you guys are on your own. And I just hope that the more this time goes on, the more you want to hear from us students, because the more we want to talk about it as well. So thank you.
And again, on behalf of the board, Troy and Bailey, thank you. Troy, you've reached out and we really appreciate all of what you have to say. I do have 2 teachers who want to respond. I am going to close it up after that. I have a couple of thoughts that I would like to share, and then I'm going to turn it over. So Rachel and Mark.
Hi. So I think Bailey made up a good point of, what if you have all your APs in the first semester? And I think that's a concern. But we do have a lot of students who their entire schedule is AP. So it will be both. For the second semester, it will be more review probably. And I think John brought up it probably would look like it would start closer to April rather than being the whole semester. But an idea that popped in my head that I wanted to throw out that I was thinking about, because I know, for me teaching math, it's easier distance learning than I think some of our hands-on AP subjects like environmental science, and I think we have one of the AP teachers here, and other sciences that run labs. And so maybe the principals could think about prioritizing those to a second semester with the hope that students will have some on-campus contact by January when we start that semester. But just an idea. I know, I can teach calculus at home on a bridge in a different country, and it won't be that different, but I know for those lab-based AP courses, it might be impactful to have students in person instead.
Great, thank you. Mark.
Yes, first of all, thank you so much to our students that were here. You guys brought up some great points and great questions, and you're so articulate, and I'm just really impressed by both of you. I'm sure everybody else is too. Yeah, just to address one of Bailey's questions about trying to review for those AP classes at the same time that you're having your other classes. And, I don't think we're saying that that you're not having any impact that you're not going to be impacted at all. You certainly will be, as someone who's taking a lot of AP classes. But studying for your AP exams and taking classes is something that you would probably be doing anyway in the spring, right? You have your non-AP classes that are rearing to go, and at the same time you're going back and reviewing for AP exams. So I think your concern is valid, but I think that's probably something that you would probably be managing anyway throughout the course of your regular school year. And I also think that what was mentioned a lot was like flexibility, like talking to your counselors and letting them know, like, hey, I have it stacked AP classes first semester. Is there any way that I can get a break? And I think just trying to work creatively with your counselors and with your teachers and your school site, I think you're going to find a way to make it work. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. And I'll just wrap up. On behalf of the board and on myself personally, I just want to thank all of you, not only in it with panelists, but as well as the participants. We still have about 314 participants. We received 330. We know that this question, while it's going to be a hard conversation to have, the difficulty is just beginning. We know that one of our biggest concerns, and we heard that last year from our student board members, was the lack of connection. The fact that teachers felt, that, and they said that to us, and we were shocked. Teachers, if they were online throughout, and distance learning will be different from it was in the spring. But they all said the same thing, that teachers were piling on because they felt that they had this extra time. We heard from principals and we heard from teachers going out of their way to make connections and learn about their family situations. We heard time and time again about teachers stating clearly that I didn't know that this parent just had a baby during COVID and was struggling with not only getting her kids to be on campus and online, but also dealing with a brand newborn and being in stay at home. I have the utmost confidence in our staff. Our teachers are phenomenal individuals. They all want what's best for their kids, and they'll make whatever program, whatever system we do, they will make it work. I know that we'll find the money, as Jeff said. We will find the money. If we need more counselors, then we're going to get the counselors. I don't think that our board is committed to penny pitching at this time. We need the support to provide the support. We're doing that with our teachers, getting them all laptops that they can do. If we need to get additional support for our kids in the AP classes or in the CTE classes that need additional technology, we'll figure out a way and we'll get it done. So I'm going to turn it over. The hard work is going to start. I know, Russell, you have final thoughts and a final end, and then we'll take we'll start with that.
Thank you, President Floor. I too want to say I thank everybody, our students, our teachers who joined us, our site secondary principals, and everybody who had this deep conversation from so many different perspectives in looking at this very important decision. I do want to wrap up and lead to the recommendation that we have made. It's printed on the agenda. This is a slide before I switch to the next one, is that this approval, which is direction to staff, is very critical for many reasons. But this is when we need to do our work, like you said, to continue the planning, to begin to implement, to work out the details, to make this happen. And we also, this is a very important step, by knowing what this is, we will be communicating with parents, first of all, to communicate whatever model it is that we end up approving, and also giving them the choice that we have already committed, which is to give them the option to do 100% virtual learning. But it's so important that they know what they're choosing from. And so that's why this piece is really critical. We did elementary on July 14th, and this completes that piece. And we do want to get that information out to parents and ask them to make an educated choice. With that being said, there is also another very important piece of information, and that is what's going on with the start of our first day of school. And I have been announcing all along from the very beginning that we would be making that decision 2 weeks, approximately 2 weeks before the start of school. But with the governor's announcement and new guidance that has been issued, I do want to indicate that we will be reaching that decision sooner than the 2 week point. Because again, I feel it's important for our organization to know what that is so that we can prepare. And we made this comment last time at the last board meeting, but how important it is for everybody living in our communities to follow the guidance, to do what it takes to bring our numbers down so that we even have the ability to reopen in person, if not fully, partially. But that decision will be forthcoming, I believe, much sooner than the 2 weeks that I've been committing to, because it's important for everybody to know. So with that being said, let me move to our recommendation, which, as you can see, is the approval of the 3-level plan that's adaptable, but specifically for this action is the secondary 4x4 model for 7th through 12th grade students, except for early college, high school, Back Bay, Monte Vista. I also want to highlight the last 2 bullets on this list. The last 2 bullets are, first of all, students receiving special education SDC services under this model in level 2 will be full days. And finally, that the 4x4 model structure would be maintained for the entire 2021 semester and can be transitioned to in-person 100%, which is our level 1, or distance learning 100%, which is level 3 during the school year as conditions change. And furthermore, we mentioned this earlier, but I want to make sure this is all part of this action, that early college, high school would implement a hybrid model with the traditional schedule, and that's due to their close alignment to the community college system. And so they would not be utilizing the 4x4 model as proposed. And then also Back Bay High School and Monte Vista High School would maintain their similar structure, the traditional schedule. They utilize a trimester system, which again would continue as it was last year. So that is our recommendation. As soon as a decision is made, we will have a lot of work to do, a lot of work to communicate with our parents and to further implement all of the steps. And I will also add one more piece to that, that I've said also from the beginning, that we will honor all the processes, the formal processes, to sit down in a formal setting with both of our unions, CSEA
for the vote,
NMF, and that we will negotiate, we will work out the details, be worked out in any action that this board takes. And we've been keeping them informed throughout this process. You heard from Ms. Olson earlier on that this model was shared, but after this direction is made, we will sit down again in a formal process and make sure that we are in alignment and ready to implement for the start of the school year. Thank you.
Trustee Floor, I just had a point of order. I just wanted to go back to some of the questions that I had asked that didn't get answered.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Russell Lee-sung, for talking about the bell schedule and talking to our unions. I think that is crucial and needed, and I know there was short time, but I'm still, it's unfortunate that we didn't have any comments that were read by our NMFT executive team. I think that is a problem, but I look forward to hearing positive reports that conversations go forward. I'm still not hearing how we're going to handle transportation. I have a lot of parents that are concerned particularly about T-Winkle and how their students, if they're doing PM, are going to get there if transportation is not assured. So, and similarly for Ensign. So I'm concerned about our junior high students and transportation, and we haven't talked about that, and I think that's an important component. And I also have not heard if parents are going to be able to have a voice or a say, as well as students, if they're doing AM or PM. Can those please be addressed first, or I cannot vote on this? Thank you.
Okay, so I mentioned earlier about the transportation, that our transportation department is waiting for direction from us to fully analyze the routes. Already, with the limited capacity of the bus due to social distancing, that will be prioritized for our special needs students first. Beyond that, it's going to depend on the scheduling. It's also going to depend on half days or full days, and they'll have to complete their analysis. We are looking at various criteria, which might be distance from home to school, criteria in terms of certain communities or neighborhoods. We will be bringing that back to the board once we have clear direction on what models and schedules, and the board will be able to weigh in on that criteria. Okay, so I can't tell you exactly what will be provided or not. I'm going to tell you at this point that it will be limited, and where we draw the line of what we can and cannot provide will be brought forth to the board. It's not part of this action. And the second part about keeping families together, you heard me say that that is absolutely an interest of us. But I also have to be careful not to promise or guarantee that that would happen in all cases. In some cases, families may not want to be together because of other circumstances. But what I do know is that our administration is committed to make that work, but I cannot promise that it will happen in all cases. I came up with a very simplistic solution to that, but unfortunately, it's not as simple as that, by using last names of families to match that up. But keep in mind our elementary model, if we go to a modified in-person model, is a full day model for students. So they're gonna be at school the whole time. For secondary, we know that kids are older. Many of them have access to transportation. But again, we will provide as much transportation as we can under the circumstances.
Great, thank you. Again, I'd like to address Trustee Anderson's question about why they weren't read. I can tell you that part of the reason is we had an hour and 45 minutes. I can tell you that a couple of the NMFT comments were submitted this morning at 7:21. One was submitted at 7:25, and the second one was at 8:43. And unfortunately, that put them down at page 80 and 82 out of 85 pages. Again, if they will be available, if anybody wants to have them all, we have them. We have read them all. At least I have. I can't speak for everybody else. As well as if anybody wants to receive them, all they have to do is submit a request and they'll be able to get the document. So I wanted to make sure that we got that.
Respectfully though, our teachers union represents secondary teachers, 400 of them. And I think that a special exception or including a member of the executive team onto this call as a panelist would have been the right move. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so moving forward, it's been, the recommendation is, may I have a motion, please? I don't see, is anybody gonna make the motion here, or we?
Sure, I'll make a motion. I move that we accept the recommendation from our panel, from Mr. Lee-Sung, I guess. We accept the recommendation from Dr. Lee-Sung and Cabinet to proceed with a 4x4 model for year, school year 2020, 2021.
Okay, is there a second?
And-
Second.
Right. Mrs. Ford might add, we should also mention Back Bay and Early College High School in Monte Vista, just so that the motion is clear.
Oh, okay. With the, well, I'll add on to it, with the exception of Early College High School and Back Bay Monte Vista.
Okay, so trustee Snell moved, and trustee, who was the? Black was the second. Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Yelsey,
No.
Trustee Black,
Yes.
Trustee Barto,
Respectfully, I have to vote no.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes, but please, with a caveat that there is a lot more involvement with our teachers union before we do anything else.
Trustee Snell,
Yes.
Trustee Matoye,
Yes.
Trustee Floor.
Yes. Okay, motion carries 5-2. Now the real hard work begins. Thank you all. Any further?
I'm sorry. Do you think that we could make a statement? I thought we were going to be able to make a statement before we voted, but I know I just wanted to.
Sure.
I just wanted to. I'm sorry.
I apologize. I didn't see your hand.
Don't apologize. That's okay. It's been a long night. I just want to thank our teachers, our administrators, and the acting superintendent and his cabinet for all the work they've put in on analyzing, discussing, and evaluating the 4x4 plan versus the 50-50 model. I listened and have read all the comments, and I understand there are pros and cons with both of these, and that our first choice is to have our kids back in school where they belong. But in light of that, I voted for the 4x4 plan because I believe it meets the needs of the most students. I was right on with what Mr. Brazelton said, and it meets the safety needs for the students, for the staff, which I'm very concerned with. I know if I was a teacher, I would not want to go back unless it was completely safe. And this plan, as everybody has said, as all of the teachers and the administrators have said, is safest because it has less interaction with students. I also think it will, I was very concerned, we were all very concerned with the distance learning last spring. And I'm glad that the panel listened to one of the things that was wrong with it, which was it was too stressful, too many things to keep track of, and very difficult for students to take 6 classes. And so hopefully this will help relieve some of that stress. I realize there will be issues with AP, but I'm also very confident, and the teachers we had here tonight, they were very confident that they could do this. And I am sorry that some believe that this is not the time for innovation, but I believe, like Mr. Brazelton said, this is the time for it. This is the time to look outside. Everybody says they want innovation. They want us to go that extra step, and we're doing it. And I praise Dr. Lee Sung for, even though he was going forward with 50-50 and we were ready to go, he saw something and he listened to his principals and he listened to the advisors, and they all agreed that this is a better plan for our kids. And I'm hoping, I'm confident, but I'm also hoping we can overcome the issues that need to be overcome for AP students, because we want to meet the needs of all our students. And so I'm hoping for the best. And these are difficult decisions because there's pros and cons with all the models, with both of the models. And but as a wise person told me, when you're faced with a difficult decision, when you're on the school board, you need to go with what's best for kids. And that's why I voted for this.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we will adjourn. Our next meeting is August 4th. Can you give us a preview, Mr. Lee-Sung, of what's coming up on that one in terms of reopening?
Well, every board meeting is going to be critical between now and our opening. And as I've committed to the board, I'd like everybody else to also hear this very loud and clear, that we have been working diligently to implement the state guidelines in the area of safety. And as we know, the guidelines continue to evolve and change, even as recently as this past Friday. And so we are working on that. So we're going to be shifting to start discussing here in public at the board meeting various aspects of implementing the guidelines. What was very important was the decision we made tonight and the decision we made last week to really start to finalize all of those plans. But I want to assure everybody, I know Troy had asked the question and made the comment that what are we doing? Are we spending time on that? And the answer is yes. And now we can spend more time on fully implementing that. So that will be the focus of August 4th. I know that distance learning is another category that everybody wants to know how that's going to be the same and different and better. So that will be another presentation will be coming forth. So there's a lot of work to do. We've got an incredible team, but every direction we get, everything that we have as clarity helps us do our jobs. So thank you very much for tonight. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And Mr. Lee-Sung, I think it's really, really important that we really address the special ed issue. I think that a lot of parents really need to know about their special and their high needs kids, because we've learned from experience that teaching special ed, special needs and the medically fragile student, it does not work on a Zoom. And so we need to come up with some mechanism to provide some support. So if we could have an in-depth discussion about that, I would really appreciate it. I think Trustee Anderson and the rest of the board would also like that as a focus area, so that we can alleviate some of their concerns, at least start to for that. And again, I hope that we take a look at the New York Times and Ms. Barnaby's concept of providing some respite for our parents. So, okay, may I have a motion to adjourn, please?
Before we adjourn, if we can just make sure too, when we're putting out word about the virtual academy and the differences between that and what will be like the standard practice, if we can really make sure to include how, if there are a lot of questions about if they're able to do APs. There's a lot of questions if they're an early college student, if they're able to be a part of it. If we can just really please make sure when the messaging goes out for the virtual academy that those questions are answered and it's really clear, please. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Trustee Anderson. Any final comments, anybody? Thank you again for all of your taking the time. Thank you, the teachers that participated. Thank you, the principals. Really, really some good conversation. I really enjoy, even though it was long, I did appreciate this type of format of being able to really ask some heavy duty questions. Michelle, you have your, Trustee Barto, you have your hand up.
Yes, I would just like to say that I appreciate that the teachers are willing to go to bat for our kids regardless of the model. And I'm really hopeful that this will work out, especially since my 7th grade will be trying it out. But I do think, I do really think that innovation and creativity are key. I just disagree on this point. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
So move. Second.
Okay, Trustee Black moves, Trustee Matoye second. I'll just do an all in favor.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Hard conversation, but a good conversation. Thank you all for participating. Good night. Have a nice weekend.